seen something that you never been. But I wake up and nothing's wrong. Just get ready for work. To me, I be work. You see me do me dirt. So me about that work. When you walk out, before the table turn. Beg you something, please. Baby, don't you leave. Don't leave me stuck here in the streets. If I got another chance to, I will never neglect you. I mean, who am I to hold your best against you? I just hope that it gets to you. I hope that you see this through. I hope that you see this through. What can I say? Please recognize I'm trying, baby. I feel why. You see me, I feel why. You see me do my da. So me by that why. When you walk out, la. When the guy from my ta.
Yeah, okay. You need to get done and work come over. Yeah. We just need to slow the motion. Don't get out of the way to no one. Long distance, I need you. When I see potential, I just gotta see it through. If you had a twin, I would still choose you. I don't wanna rush into it if it's too soon, but I know you need to get done if you come on. Yeah. Sorry if I'm way less friendly. I got niggas tryna end me. Oh, yeah. I spilled all my emotions tonight. I'm sorry. Rolling. How many more shots until you're rolling? We just need a face to face. You can pick the time and the place. You will spend some time away. Now you need to forward and give me all the work.
You see me, I feel work. You see me do my da. So me by that work. When you walk out, la. When the guy from my ta. Work.
Hey guys, what's going on? What's up? So I'm gonna need some people's help, right? Because I wanted to do this topic on African flooding of their people's countries. But then another suggestion was, what was the other suggestion? Oh yeah, the other, or maybe we could do both. But the other suggestion was people moving to Africa with not enough money and then complaining that Africans are scammers. So I don't know. I guess which one should I do first? Clearly, I'm really upset that I'm clearly very visibly upset that Africans are flooding other African countries, to be clear. I guess I'll talk about that one because no one's been objective. But yeah, this whole apparently African Union came out with a red passport that gives you chance or gives you admittance to go to other people's countries. And I don't know of any African caring about a red passport. Just being honest, everyone brags about having their country's passport or being able to apply for their country's passport. No one really cares about a Pan-African passport. It's great that it's there, but do people really want a Pan-African passport when that means other people are going to flood to your countries? And by other people, let's just be honest here. Most Africans are not going to other African countries for work or to be, I'm not saying Africans don't trade with each other. Clearly they do. I'm not saying Africans don't go to other African countries for business. They do, but the business that they tend to go for is very low level. I'm just being honest about that. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It is low level. You're telling me you're going to another African country to sell shea butter, to sell, you know, beads, to sell African clothes. Like, you don't have to go to someone else's country to do that. You could just have a deal with them. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that important, at least to me, that I think that you have to be allowed to go to someone else's country. So yeah, a lot of these people are doing the I know East Africans lately have been talking about East African community. No, good for you. Like, 6 countries get to go to different borders or whatever. West Africa has already had that for over 30 years. And I mean, I'm seeing the effects of that right now. I mean, I don't need to call any countries out, but there are a couple countries right now that are going through military instability, military coup. They have a different government every 3 years. And it's like, I mean, you just think that instability is not going to stay in their country. Like, it's going to go to someone else's country. That mentality is, this sounds so South African. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, that mentality of like maybe having a country that is letting you down. Like, all of our countries are letting us down, but there's levels to it if we're being honest, right? So that mentality of just being let down by your government, I feel like that is an import that people are going to bring to other countries. I don't feel like someone could treat a country that they're living in as good as the country that they come from. I find that to be very, very impossible. Like, now you'll have some people say, oh, well, there are some African immigrants that are an exception. No, they're getting paid. They have employment. So, of course, that country will be good for them when that country is good for them. The minute that country starts being bad to them, they're just going to go somewhere else. Let's just be honest about that. You know what I mean? So you can't equate how some people act in the West to say that, oh, when they go to Africa, they're going to treat another country good. When have Africans ever done this? Like, I just want to know. When have Africans ever been like, oh, my borders are open? You're starving. So am I. So am I, but you're starving a bit more. So forget my native people and you can come in and take our resources. Like, when Africans say this, I know they're lying, okay? They're so lying. We've done this in the past where at least I can speak from a Ghanaian Nigerian passport. We kicked each other out so many times. Nigeria found oil, right, in the 70s. So a whole bunch of Ghanaians went to Nigeria. It wasn't the whole my brother, my brother. When things got tough, the Nigerians kicked us out. We did the same thing to them, right? I'm pretty sure this has happened in other countries as well, like especially South Africa. So when South Africans come in here, right, and they're like, get out of our country, we don't want poor people. I get it. Like, I completely understand. You have a right to not want poor people. You know what I mean? Like, this is why I can't complain too much about Nigerians, because they tend to actually be business savvy and know how to make money when they travel. So with them, there's a bit of a leniency, but if if anyone's ever met anyone, and again, I don't mean to throw shade on this country, I'm just speaking from my experience. But if anyone has ever met anybody from Niger, Niger, not Nigeria, Niger, which is right on top of Nigeria. If anyone's ever met anyone from Niger, not in Niger, you'll kind of understand what I'm talking about. Like these people will just leave Niger, they'll just leave the desert, and they'll just go find greener pastures elsewhere. And it's like, dude, are you seriously trying to compete with someone who makes a $2,000 GDP per capita? That person isn't rich either. Like maybe to you, that person's rich, but that person's not doing amazing for you to be going there and then acting, I'd say, entitled. I mean, well, in my terms, it is entitled, but no, no. Well, no, I actually don't. Like, I don't see if they were in my position, they would be saying the exact same thing. That's the funny part. Like, they'll sit here and call me mean, but if they were in my position, they would be saying, "Where are the rich immigrants as well?" That's everyone wants what's best for them. Do you get what I mean? I always tell them this: if you really want to be Ghanaian, just marry one of us. Then I can't say anything because you're actually Ghanaian. But if you're not going to be Ghanaian, if you're going to be a Ghanaian national, okay, but not Ghanaian by marrying us, then we have to really think about what if something bad happens in Ghana? Are you going to stay here? Are you going to go back to your own country? It's happened before. It's happened before in the 60s. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah invited a whole bunch of Africans and diaspora. He invited a whole bunch of people into Ghana. When he got disposed, everybody left. They were like, okay, we don't want to be here anymore. So, but who had to stay there? It was the Ghanaians that had to stay there and deal with whatever the country had to deal with. So it's just, I don't really understand when people say that's xenophobic. How is that xenophobic? I mean, if you are the type of African that's going to treat me better than the people who fought and died for your country, there's something wrong with you, not me. You know what I mean? That's just how I honestly feel. Like it's hurtful for me to say because it goes against the Pan-African ideology, but I mean, it is what it is. Like my ancestors fought for there. There's nowhere in the world that I'm gonna have as much entitlement as there. I understand that, right? I get that. But it's like when it comes to other people, they just think that because we're all black, we all gotta be there for each other, or we all gotta be brothers and sisters. When were we brothers and sisters? Now, I'll say in the case of Ghana, who my brothers and sisters are my tribe folks. So if we're looking at Ivory Coast, Akan are my brothers. If we're looking at Togo, Elwes are pretty close to my tribe. I'd say they're my brothers. If we're looking at Burkina Faso, even though they're not my brothers like that, they are related to Ghanaian. So I'll give them a pass too. That's pretty much it. A Senegalese is not my brother. I have nothing against them, but they're not like in the same I'm not in the same vicinity as them. So how can they be my brother? Even a Nigerian, as much as I joke and troll Nigerians to death, I love Nigerians. They're not my brother. Actually, technically, they kind of, well, we're more like cousins, but we're not brothers. Do you understand me? So it's like, I don't know why when I say that I'm so mean, I hate Africans. Like, I want to know when I said I hate Africans. I mean, I don't hate Africans, but we got to do better, you know? We got to do better. Maybe I've been speaking too much South African, too many South Africans, but we have to do better. So I'm saying these people are my brother. These people are my brother. Oh, shoot. And these people are my brother. And that's about it. I mean, Nigerians kind of, but not really. Some of their ethnic groups, like the Yorubas, I would see them as my brothers, but the other ethnic groups of Nigerians are not my brothers. And I don't know how many times I have to say this without people calling me a sellout. You know what I mean? I really don't know. But I wanted to ask you guys this. Have you guys ever seen this red passport, this African Union passport? Because I remember when this came out and I was really excited, but thinking about it, I mean, it's nice to have access to 54 countries, but I mean, what does that even mean actually? You know what I mean? What does that mean? Having access to 54 countries. Like why would you need access to 54 countries? Now somebody was saying, "Oh, it means you could get their visa free." I can already do that. I can already get visa free access to 198 countries. You know what I mean? I could already do that. I have two passports. I have ECOWAS, which gives me access to 15 West African countries. Then I have a Canadian passport, which gives me access to 100. So I'm pretty good on the passport part, right? Like I'm just saying, I'm pretty good on the passport part. Like I'm not really dying, you know, to go to other places like that. I'm just speaking on behalf of myself, right? I feel like even if I just had ECOWAS passport, I would be fine. But people are here talking about you need access to more countries. Why? I mean, if you have money, it's not that much of a problem. Like my friends go to South Africa all the time and they go with a Ghanaian passport. They're fine. So I don't know what people are talking about. You need 54. Yo, Tunaja is gonna be so angry at me. I already know this. Tunaja is gonna be so angry at me. I already know this. Hi, how are you doing? Cheap sitting feather. Oh, your names always kill me. Hey, Jug Season. La Raza Africana. Hey, how you doing? Or how do Latinos say? Oh, if you're Dominican, then que lo que, mi amigo, que lo que. That's that's pretty sad. Isn't Niger isn't Niger mostly wasteland? Yes. I mean, listen, and I'm not even trying to be mean here. I'm not, but Niger is mostly desert. And that's just the truth, right? Again, I'm not saying they're not nice people, but I mean, this is their country. Do you see how it's literally on the Sahel, like it's literally on the desert? Everyone else is trying to look for the green parts. Their country's literally on the desert, meaning half of their country is in the south. The north is literally just the desert that you have to cross if you're trying to get to Europe. That's where you'll find Ghanaians crossing the desert to try to get to Libya. Okay, they're not trying to go to the green part. Anyways, yeah. So yeah, it's mostly a desert country, literally. Um, we need to find out what to do with that desert, because anyway, LOL African Male don't want dusties in Ghana. Oh, you said completely desert? Uh, I mean, I won't say it's 100% desert. You know, there's a little bit of action. I'm just gonna stop talking. Um, Thanks. I was looking on Google's map and it looked like a giant desert. Why does this country even exist? Does anyone know why that country? I have no idea why it exists. Maybe because Nigeria said we don't want you to be part of us. I have no idea. I literally don't know why. I don't know why some of these countries exist, okay? I think they should be regions. Um it seems very hard to manage. I'll just put it like that because these countries are huge. Look at Mauritania, look at Mali, look at Niger, look at these are big countries. At least Chad has something. You know what I mean? Shout out to Chad, man. At least they have some greenery. It, some of these other countries, it's like, how do you manage this? I'm just curious. I don't. Anyway, what if you marry a Ghanaian that wasn't born in Ghana? That's what I'm saying. You are Ghanaian if you marry a Ghanaian. So if you want the benefits of me not saying get the F out of here or get the F out of there or don't think that you're one of them, okay? Because let me be clear, don't think that you're one of them if you haven't married into the tribe. Okay, because even if you marry into the tribe, you could leave, you could have dual identity or whatever, but at least if you marry into the tribe and have children there, it's gonna be harder for you to be like F that country, you know what I mean? But these other immigrants clearly don't care. You know what I mean? Will I still be Ghanaian? If you marry a Ghanaian, you'll be Ghanaian. Oh, your country. Oh, Mali's completely desert. How do you guys survive, man? Yeah, so that's yeah. Sorry, I meant to say that we're kind of cousins. I meant to say that. Dangote has that passport. I think now it is for rich people who are in business. Okay, that makes sense because the average person doesn't need to go, doesn't even, not, no one's going to go to 54 countries, right? But the average person doesn't need access to 54 countries, is basically what I mean. They don't, like, they don't need access to all that. No, no. Especially if they're not a business minded person, why do you need access to all those countries? Like, no. And especially some people who are business minded but not in the right business, if you understand what I'm saying, please keep that degeneracy somewhere else, okay? Don't bother other people, don't bother their peace. Okay, being a criminal in your own country is not the same as being a criminal in another country. Let's get that right. It's not. Being a criminal in someone else's country is rude. Okay? It's rude. You should be hanged. Okay? We need to make an example out of these people who think that they could just do crime wherever. No, you can't. No, if you're that bad, sell drugs from your own country. If you're that bad, like don't go somewhere else and ruin it. You know what I mean? I don't see that's why I don't like that argument when people go like, "Oh, there are criminals already in that country." What's your point? Are you equating criminals who travel to criminals who stay in their own country? You can't no, that's not a comparison that should ever be made, okay? No, 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 no. Now somebody's saying, okay, well, how about these billionaires who are pedos and we're not talking about those people. I mean, if you're a billionaire and you want to do crimes, please go to other countries and spend your money. Please do that. We're talking about low level 100,000aires, okay, that think that they're spending something. Like, no, you're not, okay? Are you employing people in that country? You know, All these criminals, are they employing people? They're greedy. Okay, they're not even investing in their home. Well, I would argue that most of them are not investing the way that they should in their home countries. Like, you clearly left your home country because you're looking for opportunities, but you're not building no clinics, okay? Not building no hospitals, okay? You're just spending money at Versace. Just spending money at Versace. Get a life. But yeah, in the case of Nigeria, right? I for one, I don't know why Nigeria are accepting Niger's people from Niger. It's just tell them to go back home. Okay? I know some of you guys are related to them, but just tell them to go back home. Okay? Just tell them to go back to their own tell them to go back to their own country. Or people from Shad, unless they're business people, tell them to go back to their own country. Like, people need to have border security. The world is getting more dangerous. If people haven't noticed, you don't need people who you don't know in your country. Like, this is common sense. But whenever you say this to Africans, they want to tell you you're being xenophobic, you're being mean, you're being rude. Okay, let me tell you something. A lot of these African countries have no border security. Okay. There's a story, right, of criminals who escaped prison and they rode on a boat, on a boat to go to a different country, and they got accepted into that country. And I'm just like, can this happen in the US where someone escapes from prison and then they take a boat to go to a different country? Dude, I forget US then because it doesn't make sense, right? The borders are too. Europe. Can they escape a prison in Europe, take a boat, and get granted access to a different? When I hear stories like this, people need to stop getting mad at me. Okay, border security is not there. Do you understand me? You don't know who's just coming to your country. Like, unless you apply to go to a country, how are people supposed to know? How are people supposed to know who you are? You know what I mean? It's, I don't know why that's not common sense. No, I guess we don't have the money to invest, which means we should take other measures to make sure people are not coming on boats to go. Some countries, I really want them to be banned. I know that. I know. Please don't say the names. Pan African, but I believe that you will rise from the ashes of their BS. Always why no one concerned to what happens to people in and out of Africa. On Apple Map, okay. 88 Kenyan female got deleted. Ooh, in Saudi Arabia. And some. I blame Africans more because we so dumb. We don't think for ourselves. We make dumb deals and depend too much. Yeah, I agree with you. Edwin, well, I don't care. Why should I care what anyone think? It is our country. We are not trying to run to any country in millions. No shade. Is Miss Trudy Ganyan now? Yeah. I might have said that. I don't even remember, to be honest. Facts. Be a criminal in your own country. Leave people's countries alone. And it's not even about criminality, right? Because I mean, it's not just that, right? It's resources. It's healthcare. It's education. There was somebody from Cameroon, right? We don't need to name any names, but just use your imagination. There was somebody from Cameroon in Ghana complaining that, oh, why are they paying so many school fees? And I'm just like, you cannot make this up, right? You really can't make this up. You're an international student. Why are you paying more school fees? Oh no, because I'm West African. First and foremost, you're from Cameroon. That's not West Africa. Let's get that right. So even if you were West African, using the I'm West African excuse doesn't even work for you. Sorry. She's like, oh, we're paying so much in school fees. This is not fair. This is not good. Like, why are we do you Africans don't like us? And I'm just like, we have bigger fish to fry than to think about how I agree. If your school fees are three times over, you're from Cameroon, we can make a deal. We can make it only $1,000 more, right? But I mean, you could have went to school in Cameroon, you know? So stop with this whole we all Africans, we all must come to just stop. I'm tired of hearing this. We must come together nonsense. Who says this? Who says this? And I know it really gets people mad when I say things like this because I'm Ghanaian. So they're like, how could you not be Pan African if you're Ghanaian? I already explained this. We had a Pan African president. We're not Pan African. That's all I have to tell you. Okay, that is all. Listen, let me tell you. I'll be honest with you. You know what I mean? Some other Ghanaians, especially the poor ones, want your money. So they'll tell you whatever you have to. I'll be on it. I don't need your money. I'll be honest with you. I'll tell you the truth. It'll hurt, but at least you'll be well equipped. Okay? What Ghanaians will not tell you is they don't like all tribes equally. That's what they won't tell you. You'll never hear that from a Ghanaian. They'll be here like, oh, we never had civil war. It was so peaceful. No, they're not. I mean, they're more peaceful than other people. That doesn't mean that they're peaceful. That doesn't mean that I'm telling you the truth, man. They're gonna get mad at me. It's all good. It's all good. So, anyways, foundational bent. You need to change. I can't believe you still have that name, Foundational Bantu Facility. I understand I am Black American and I see it every day. The Dusties are the architects of their own destruction. I still have faith. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link in case anybody has anything to say. Feel free because I probably think exactly like you, but I just say it differently. And don't worry, I don't take offense to a lot of things that people say here because you'll be shocked. You'll be shocked at my life. So, most people for open borders are failed country. No, most people for open borders are no. The people for open borders are either from failed countries, number one, because they want to go to somewhere else to run away when their country gets really bad. Okay, no shade. No shade at all. Or they are from the diaspora who feel like all Africans are one big family. Like, bro, I already told you who I consider my family. All other Africans are cool people, but they're not my family. I mean, it is what it is. I'm sure they think of me the same way. They don't know who I am. I don't know who they are, but somehow we're family because we live in this, like, y'all need to stop this. We're not all family. We never were. Will we all be family? Maybe when our countries are better, we can all be family. To be honest, that's just me being honest. Oh, okay. So is that why? Is that why you guys let so many Nigerians in? Because I'm like, for them to come to my country, they have to make a huge trek, right? They have to pass so many other countries to get to Ghana. But for you, they just have to move down. I'm sure some of them can even walk to Nigeria. What's going on? Oh, and shout outs to Nigerian Prince and Foundational Docility Bantu And shout outs to Lozy and what was the other one? Lozy and there was another South African. Oh, Edwin. Shout outs to you guys. Shout outs to you guys. Nigerian should have built a dam. Yeah, I forgot I'll say it. Pray for Nigeria. Ghana for Ghanaians only. Ghana for Ghanaians only. Yo, remember when Quissy was out here? I didn't even understand what he was saying, but I agree. No, Ghanaians should benefit from Ghana the most, and everyone else gets the leftovers. Like in single country, every single country does that. But when African countries want to do that, then they're racist. They hate other Africans. They're not. It's annoying, man. I really cannot stand some of these Pan Africans. Yeah, I'm talking about you guys. Yeah, I'm talking about you guys. But anyways, Lozi, please go ahead.
Hi, African millionaire. How are you?
Good.
Hello? You good?
Yeah.
No, nice topic, man. I love it. Yeah, I
I
like
know
your
you do.
mentality. I like how you think. Ghana for Ghana people. Protect your Ghanaian people, and they should benefit from that cocoa and the gold. You know, it should work for the people
Can,
of Ghana. I support that hundred
can
percent.
you can you can you address a comment, please, if you don't mind?
Can I address what?
Can you address a comment? Can I have your opinion on this right here?
Human beings have been migrating since. Well, I don't care about that. Look, I'm saying my country should be banning many countries for like just completely banning them 100% to avoid those people coming. And like not
Oh
all
my
countries,
gosh.
it's 16 countries.
Oh my
So,
goodness.
yeah, but I'm for Ghana, working for Ghana people, my country, South Africa, for my people. And honestly, there's few people who
You
qualify
know
to
what you know what
migrate.
I feel? I feel like countries should be allowed the same tribe because you know how some of our tribes are in different countries? They should be able to come, but like people who have nothing to do with anybody at all, right now is not the time to travel to other countries if we're being honest. Like we're just being truthful.
Look, I think it's simple. If there's 5,000 South Africans in Ghana, we must have 5,000 Ghanaian people in South Africa. That must be our maximum as well. This thing of having 10 million people from one country in my country, and we've got five South Africans in that country, doesn't benefit us in any sense. It doesn't make sense. So let's cut all that bullshit. People must just build their countries. I believe in it. And forcing people to stay at home will help them to build their countries.
I think some countries are getting better, but unfortunately there are some countries that um are getting worse, if you know what I mean.
Most countries in Africa, they're getting better. I mean, there's like even the countries that are worse, they're getting better. It's just that
You think so?
uh, it's low. The standard is low. It's like
No, you're speaking from a South African perspective. Trust me, there are countries that are getting worse.
here on the continent.
Yes, maybe not in Southern Africa, but
No, like, oh look, yeah, I mean, but there's more countries that are getting better compared to the ones that are getting worse. And I'm
of
saying when
course,
I'm
yeah,
saying
yeah.
better, I'm not saying better compared to like global standards. I'm just saying they're better than yesterday.
Yeah, of course, yeah, yeah. I agree with that. Big
Look at
doggy.
this guy. This guy says he's a South African from Ologo and migration is the human thing. Look, I don't care about that. I care about
No, wait,
balance. There
like,
must be there must be a
yeah,
fair migration that is being controlled. You cannot just have
nobody wants.
everyone.
Listen. I don't know which Africans you talk to, but nobody wants poor immigrants. Like, I'm just being
No,
honest about that.
nobody wants that. No one wants that. No.
Exactly. Like, why is that so mean? Listen, let me tell you something. Afri update. Let me tell you something. Don't compare immigration of the West to immigration in Africa. It's completely different. Let me tell you something.
African
It's
millennials,
completely different. Huh?
African millennials, do you have refugee camps in Ghana?
Of course. The most
Man,
famous
why I
one,
wish
the
I
most
don't know
famous
why
one is the Liberian refugee camp. That's why when like some Liberians talk, I'm just like,
I don't know why our
y'all
government
are
is not
all over
building.
Ghana. Like, chill.
I don't know why our government is not building refugee camps. In South Africa, it's like come everyone. If you come, you just become like you just become part of the country. You can live anywhere you want. They should be building refugee camps because we have got even more slums. Some people who come here with nothing, they end up building more slums. We are like the government is building free housing, but how are they going to fight that and completely eradicate the slums, the shacks, if people keep coming and building more shacks? How is that going to work? That's why I hate
That's a
immigration
good
sometimes.
point. That's actually very. I never thought about that.
We don't have refugee camps. We don't. Not even a
That's
single
such
one.
a good. I didn't even. You don't have ref. How can South Africa doesn't have refugee camp?
And we've got the largest migrants probably by numbers.
No,
It's crazy. So
stop.
imagine these guys, these guys in our government, they think we live in like some developed continent. They think, bro, this is Africa. You
Yeah,
need refugee camps.
I keep telling these Africans, Africa is Africa. It's not the USA. Stop saying the
No,
US can handle it. Why can't Africa? Like these people are idiots, man. They're just idiots. They're not living
now
in these refugee camps. I again for people that want to call me a sellout, I know I can tell you that my country has refugee camps. So some of these West Africans that are coming on here talking about my brother, get out of
no,
Ghana. Okay.
that's good
Get
for
out.
Ghana. Keep those
No,
refugee
get out
camps.
of
Build
Ghana.
more.
Huh?
Build more of those. You need them. Like if you cannot control migration, if you can't control migration, trust me, it's gonna get worse. You're gonna see that one of the highest crime, even if you've got the best police, some of these people they come from so much corrupt countries that no police can handle them.
Listen,
Literally need
South
soldiers.
Africa,
You know,
South Africa never had a civil war, right?
yeah, but we need refugee camps and at the
You
border, they're
never
like
had
by the out
did
of the
you
north.
ever have did you ever have a genocide?
Not that I know of. No, no. We had
Okay.
like during
Well, do you
apartheid. During
understand that
apartheid.
there's some countries right now that are having genocide, civil war? Those people are trying to go to your country. Do you get that?
We do get that. Like when every African country that is going through some like wars and stuff, we do get like some refugees, but it depends on the number. So the further the country is, the far away the country is, the lesser we might get more numbers. But they still do make it. I mean, they always find so many people trying to cross through Malawi or Zimbabwe or Mozambique crossing to South Africa. So it happens.
Like, okay, man, I need to chill, man. Big dog,
Even
did
the
you ever
funny part is, y-
did you ever
African millennial. I can understand people who coming from war. You know that
Yeah.
I can understand. But in South Africa, I feel like many people just come here and lie
No,
to
no,
get
they're
their
just going to South Africa because it's South Africa.
just to
I
get
mean,
refugee status. They just lie.
in our own countries, you have to pay for healthcare, but in South Africa, it's free. I'm telling you, man. I know the tricks, man. I know.
No, the problem is South Africa is not special from any country in Africa. We must get rid of that. We need refugee camps. We're not special from any African country. We just try. We need refugee camps and by the side of the borders. Not far away from our border and the north border. That's where almost everybody's coming from. So we need to put all refugee camps and probably sort of like a present thing
Well,
around.
I don't.
I'm tired of this thing.
I'm not sure, but I don't think African countries have a quota, right? I don't think they do they? I'm not sure, but I don't think they have a quota of, oh, you can have so and so many people from this country in your country. I don't think they have that. If they didn't have that, they need to start. If we can only have 5,000 people from your country in here this year, that needs to be followed. Like, I'm so sorry. Unless it's a refugee, that's different. But like regular immigration, it should be numbered, it should be tracked. We just can't have anybody going anywhere. I'm sorry. Like, but to all you Pan Africans back in the day, I don't know about Southern Africa, but I know for West Africa back in the day, you couldn't just go to a different country. That's why we have tribal marks. That's why we had to wear our hair a certain way so that people can know what area you're from. If you were strange, you would be exiled. Much worse, you would be murdered because they don't know who you are. That's so when people go like, "Oh, it was always free travel." When was that? Are you talking about like 20,000 years ago, as somebody mentioned? Because I'm sorry, I don't remember those times. You know what I mean? I just don't. I'm, I wasn't
African
born
millennial,
2,000 years ago.
have you ever seen people from Botswana, Namibia, majority of South Africans, Seychelles, Mauritius, Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, or Libya? Have you ever heard people from these countries talking about visa free for all Africans? You have to check, like you have to check the background of these people who are for this visa free not bullshit. You have to check the countries they're from, and you realize that it's not an equal position. It's more like, you
It's really
know,
not.
just you know, it's very concerning. You know, we're not ready for that. As the continent is not ready for that scale. You know, we're not ready
It's
to
just
for free
not.
movement. It's not going to happen. At least in my country, we will ban this country if they sign such laws. You know, no, no, no.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yeah, what's up, big dumb?
You know how to trigger things around when you come
Hey,
with such a
which
topics that
triggering?
you triggering things around. You know, I'm from Nigeria. I wish Nigerians are not really travel like the way we used not to travel those days.
Well, I
Yeah,
I can't say much
where
about
where
Nigeria
yeah, because you know
because
why?
you guys have
Because
money. I'm talking about other
no
people.
no see sometime man sometimes these people going to that place sometime it can be like for me, you know, when I was growing up, if you study in America or even UK, sometimes they have to double check your degree in Nigeria. So the Nigerians that attend university in Nigeria are more first uh, preferred ones because they could know what they went to, how they get their degree. But if you come from America or UK, they will check your degree double times, and you will serve 1 year course to know a lot of things. The corruption and sanctions started crippling Nigeria. You know that what happened. People living to other countries sometimes it's just because the easiest way of travel become cheaper. You understand? Become cheaper. Those days
No,
it take you time. It take you time to travel from one place to and also very expensive. People that are taking flight from one country to another country, they have money, a lot of money for you to take that plane. Plane are for rich people at that time. But check what happened inside early 90s. It become cheaper to fly. A middle, even a poor man, when he save for some years, you can even take a plane to somewhere else. So I don't think anybody really love to leave his country and move to other country, abandon his place of birth, his language, his style of food, and just let me move to another country now because that place is better. I think when they're there, they think it's temporarily. Don't get me wrong. If you move to another post country, you commit crime, face the time there. They should jail you. You understand me? They should just jail you. That's why when I listen
a lot of things. That's why they destroy Nigerian name. So set part of people in Nigeria just destroy Nigerian name by this their criminality they're doing. But these are few ones. Yes, these are few ones.
Hmm.
If you catch a Nigeria committing crime, jail him. Just start just jail that person anyhow. You understand me? Africans, yes, there are some African countries actually you wonder what are they really producing. You wonder what are they what is this country, what is their really source of business, to run a country. Some of them still live like 1910, 1905. Some of the countries in Africa even like 80 something. You
Oh yeah,
understand?
for
So
sure.
so so the more these countries start seeing things from TV, from different places. Some countries in Africa, when they come to Ghana, Ghana is like a whole big Europe. You understand? If you're in Nigeria now, you see a lot of Niger, you see a lot of Chad in Nigeria because they speak Hausa. You understand? So
Why are they there?
they're looking for life. If you go to my village, they're the Nigerians doing Okada. They're these people that drive this bike taxi. You understand?
Hmm.
Some of them are doing bricklayers. They're working there, but we can't really differentiate because they speak the language, so we see them as, oh, these guys are from the north. When they come down to the south, until when you befriend them, they start telling you, oh no, I'm Niger, I'm this, I'm that. Okay, they don't want to go back. They don't really want to go back. I think every human being have instincts of surviving. That's just the truth. How about the Nigerians that are going to Canada? How about other countries going to America, maybe to
No,
look
no,
for
no, no,
bigger
no. You
passport?
can't compare Nigerians who are traveling abroad to Nigerians who going to other countries.
Yeah, look, let me just tell you the truth is this. Migration is a part of it's a part of life. You cannot really put stop to it. How about the Europeans who was coming to enjoy the weather? They just run away from cold in Europe, and they're just somewhere in one West African country just chilling. With the other side, are you going back to Europe? Hell no. You understand? They say I'm not going back there. It depends what you're really looking for, really. But the one I hate is that when you go to another man's country, that you expect to be first class citizen. You can never be a first class citizen in another man's country.
That's
No,
correct.
it's, it's true. You can never be a first class citizen in another man's country. You just have to adapt, belong. If you have anything to contribute to the society where you stay in now, you just have to do your best. If not, you become, yeah. The interaction of human beings nowadays is very rapid. Those days, uh, I've never been to Ghana.
Hmm.
I don't know if I will ever be to Ghana really because I don't really have anything that will carry me there. That's just the truth. I would have loved to visit Ghana, but I don't really know by visiting there, staying in hotel. Okay, we eat similar food. Food is not the issue. We speak the same language. You understand? We There are some traditions. We have similarities. You understand? But I'm not just somebody who just travel, who live in Nigeria. I just let me go and visit this place. There, eh, I've never even been to Kano in Nigeria. I've never even been to Port
Oh,
Harcourt
you
in
have
Nigeria.
never been to Kano?
I've never been to
Oh,
Kano in
shoot.
Nigeria.
Yeah, yeah,
My,
yeah,
my place is just Lagos. I've been to
yeah,
Abuja just because of my job. But I've never been to some places, even in Nigeria. You understand? I only just
for
be
sure.
my be just from my village, Lagos, then job Abuja. Even when I arrive at Abuja, I look for me, I'm more like a stranger, because the other people want that place.
Yeah.
So there are some Nigerians who like to travel inside Nigeria a lot. You understand?
Oh, yeah,
Even
yeah, yeah.
even to the east part of Nigeria, I only been to one place called Anambra. That's just all. Just because my
Uh,
brother is also there. So
so
This
sorry, the
conversation
big
is
dog,
interesting. I need
African
to ask you
millennials.
some other questions. Yeah.
In South Africa right now, we are digitalizing all South Africans. We are putting everybody
Mhm.
online. The IDs, everybody will be digitalized. It's gonna be very difficult to acquire South African fraudulent IDs and being a country illegal.
How about
So that's
how
because
about How about South
Mhm.
Africans that are not South African, but they're from a South African tribe? How about them?
The South
Like you
Africans
feel
that are
different
not
about
South
them?
Africans, like they, no, they're not South Africans.
So let's say people from Zimbabwe that are maybe from a tribe in
They
South
are
Africa,
Zimbabweans.
they're not South African?
They are Zimbabweans.
Got you.
It's really a simple African millennial. Let's not complicate, you know. It's as you said,
I
it's not Zimbabwe, but see, no. So what I was trying to say is that our government is working on putting everything on the digital platform, and it's gonna be so hard to acquire South African fraudulent IDs. So I think after we're done with that, the government is going to start with deportation because people are really now raging against the government. So the government is really in trouble if they don't deal with this problem. I don't care about a lot of things. I just want to say to see the influx of migrants being dealt with in my country. That's all. That's all I'm asking for. You know, I don't care about all
Af-
these other things.
African millennial,
Yeah,
African millennial. You
what's going
know,
on?
with that question where you asked Lozi about people who are from outside South Africa, but they have this the same tribe as some South Africans. I want to tell you a story where I think it was in the 90s where there was sort of a civil war in Zimbabwe. I think the Shona and the Ndebele people, they were fighting in Zimbabwe. So if you go and search the history of the Ndebele people, they are children of the Zulu people. So these guys, when the Shona were killing them, the Zulu king during that time, he said that the Ndebele people should come back to KZN, the Ndebele people of Zimbabwe, and they refused. They said no, they won't come back to to KZN. But now I think they regret mm, by not taking that option that was given to them.
How about okay, how about Swanas? Like
Yeah,
the Swanas,
those are my
okay,
people.
specifically from Botswana.
Yeah, those are my people.
No, no, no. The
But they
Tswana
are
from Botswana
they,
are Tswana people. This thing of trying to make everyone in the southern region is South African is not gonna work. The Tswana people from Botswana, they are Tswana, and the country is doing so well. The economy is actually doing better than South Africa on average. So those ones are happy at home. We don't have a problem with them.
How about
yeah,
Swana
but
people from poorer countries?
no,
Who?
there's no Tswana people from
Oh, there
poorer
isn't. Okay,
countries.
how about what of the tribe? The Shana people? Are they only in South Africa?
Who?
African millennial. Botswana
How
people, they
about
are the
Swazi
richest.
people?
Botswana people, they're the
Swazi.
richest tribes in Africa. So those ones are doing well. The Botswana,
No,
they're one of
How
even
the.
about people from
Lozi.
Malawi? Are they related to you?
They are
No.
Malawian, and if they hear illegally, they must be deported with immediately. No, send home. That's it.
African millennial, let me tell you, the people who relate with South African tribes like Botswana from Botswana and Basotho from Lesotho, Swaziland people, like most of the time, these people are not even trying to come to South Africa. It is only now that Basotho people from Lesotho, they are becoming a problem. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, when you go back through the years, they are not even trying to come here. When they come, they're coming legally to our country. For me
Mm,
personally, the only thing that I hate with illegal migration is the cause of crime. Personally,
yeah.
for me, yeah,
Okay.
that's something that I do not like, the cause of crime. But
You say
otherwise,
close. That's it?
yeah, but otherwise we can negotiate on some things. For example, healthcare and free healthcare and free primary and high school education,
Now,
because
can
our
I ask you, Orlozi, a question?
okay.
So B31 is saying we can't even get 24-hour electricity. Is this because of migrants, or is it because the government has
No, that's
been
because of the
dropping the
government.
ball?
Yeah,
Oh, it's
yeah,
because
Yeah,
of the
that's
okay.
now it's because of the government. But if we are truly being honest and looking at it at different angles, the squatter camps, informal settlements, they have grown now if you check them.
look,
And if you check,
the pressure is
if
there from wait. The pressure is there from the high influx of migrants, of course. But in ESCOM, African millennium, South
Yes.
African ESCOM that produces electricity. It produces 30% of African electricity. South Africa is not running in short of electricity. It's running in short of the enough electricity to supply the manufacture, like the industrialization of South Africa, because it's the most industrial nation. But remember, electricity in South Africa is still the largest in Africa. We still produce the most electricity. But what happened is that South Africa, apparently, this government of ours, they were forced to go green, to start diverting from leaving the coal production to solar to like more green energy. And Germany and UK are behind this apparently, and they're buying more coal now since Putin closed the threats up there. So you can see it's more, there's an external force involved that has also put ESCOM at the position that they are. Also, our government as well, they played a part in ignoring that as well. So I'll blame the government and these Western people than the
Can I
migrants.
Okay,
So,
can I ask
mhm.
you a question before St. James go? But I'm trying to be blunt here, yeah? So is it like if a migrant comes from let because South Africa I think is a top three economy. But let's say if a migrant is coming from, let's say, the top seven or something, that's fine. But if the migrant's coming from a country that's really poor, that's not good.
No,
no,
Or
the
is it
thing is,
no,
can I
the
also answer,
it's not
individual?
Lucy?
about
I don't get it.
Can I
okay.
also
And
answer?
yes,
The
go
thing
ahead.
is, the thing is, you should come here legally. It doesn't matter you are coming from America or
Mhm.
from Egypt. Just come here legally. Don't
Yeah,
cause border. The first thing, if
Okay.
you start coming here illegally, which means you are going to commit crime.
Mm,
You are going to
yeah.
commit crime. It doesn't make sense that you are coming from a rich nation and you want to come in illegally. That means you want to commit crime.
Mhm.
yeah, but just by being here illegally from the go, it's a crime. We shouldn't even be negotiating. We should find your ass
Exactly, right?
and report you and cancel you from being in our country. That's it. It's not complicated, guys. And every country practices this. That's the beauty of it. Every country is doing the same. Find illegal people
And
and
like
send them back where they come
Lozi,
from.
Lozi,
Mhm.
if you check Botswana has a refugee camp. Last time I told African millennial,
You can't even get in there, man.
yeah, the
Botswana
You
period
don't
border is
want
like
anybody.
North Korea.
during the
Botswana border
period
is
of
like North Korea. You can't mess with Botswana in terms of
Yeah,
border
you can't.
patrol. They're like
Like,
North Korea. They're
no.
strict. They don't care.
That's
check
why you
during the
don't even
period
see
of
African bloggers there. Like, they literally don't want people there.
check check
It's really
check the
hard getting
period
visas to Botswana.
check the period during January to April. They deported 25,000 Zimbabweans during January to April this year. Botswana,
Probably deported them to South Africa. They probably
and
here.
I remember back I think 3 years back or 4 years back, the immigration officials of Botswana, they shot Namibians for trying to enter into Botswana, and some Namibians even died just for trying to enter
Oh,
Botswana.
wait. Hold
So
on. Wait, you said shots?
yeah,
Oh,
shot.
I think those were like poachers. Do they call them poachers? People who hunt elephants and stuff. I think they didn't just shoot like normal like people. They were like people who kill these wild animals. So that was, you can justify that. They've been having that problem in Botswana. Botswana has got, I think, the most elephants in Africa. So they're trying to really preserve them and save them. And people go there and hunt these animals down. Look, at the end of the day, African millennium, it's like us. We are just like Ghana. We are just saying we don't care where you come from. Just don't be in our country legally. And our government must stop allowing millions and millions of people here while we still have got our own problems to figure out. Because
Yeah.
most of the people who come here, they come in here because they want something. They come in here for opportunities to get what South Africans already are getting. And it's just going to keep squeezing the resources and making things difficult for an average South African. I only care about my
Really have
I
to
don't
agree
care
with
about
you,
these other
unfortunately,
things.
because what the things that South Africans say they have in their country, I'm telling you, other countries don't have that. They don't offer that. I'm telling you, they don't. So I kind of understand. I get it.
Yeah. So, but guys, Botswana is in terms of migration, it's a model that every African country that is running properly with like not entitled citizens, they must all aspire to be like Botswana. Botswana, when it comes to their border, I always say Botswana is like North Korea, but that is doing economically well. Botswana is a model, guys. Trust me, Botswana is doing pretty well. The people of Botswana are happy. They don't have aliens running all around in the country doing whatever nonsense there. So, and they still have got their culture. This the problem is allowing many aliens as well in your backyard. They also alter your culture. Some of them bring these uncultured behaviors, drugs, and nonsense. And some people just don't have manners. Imagine living in a country far away from South Africa, crossing about 6 countries to fight to commit crime in South Africa. What kind of culture are you from?
So, give me water for my cup, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, man. I'm calling my daughter to give me water to drink. I just eat some mashed potatoes and some bacon in. So I just want baby Razika to understand. I love my mashed potatoes, boy. You stay in America, but I live here in Nigeria. What's up with your problem? I just call my daughter's name by an African name. Yeah, not by a black American name. Hold on, boy.
Oh, oh man. Enjoy your meal. St. James, go ahead.
Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it, and I enjoy the conversation. And for me, I just want to ask a few questions to the West Africans, and we can go from there. Don't you guys believe that Africans, like West Africans, should remove themselves from the African Union to focus on their own countries?
Big time, bro. Big
Yes.
time.
Yeah, it doesn't.
We want
Any
West Africa to leave African
organization
Union,
they're
bro.
part of, they should just go away, to be
Okay,
honest. In
so
my
that's the
opinion.
same sentiment that I have because you know what, this thing. I don't think this thing seems to be working for all Africans. And if I was the president of my country, man, like I said, in '87, my country, we were trying to get out of the African Union because that thing doesn't work. You know, the sentiment that I'm hearing from other Africans, I don't think we are proud to be together. You know, so let's remove ourselves from this African Union and see if if things change later and we wants to be together, we can get together under different terms. But the terms that we have now, I don't think this seems to work for all of us. You know, you're talking about migration. I get that. There is more to that. You see what I'm saying? There's more to that. You see, in the African Union, there are countries that always get the spotlight, regardless of what happened in the countries. You see what I'm saying? And other countries have to really follow. So you got the leaders in the African Union and you got the followers. You see what I'm saying? It's already set up that way. So it's not the same. For me, West Africans, we should remove ourselves. If we need to stick together with ECOWAS, let's do ECOWAS and let everybody else deal with their own issue. East Africans should stick together if they want to stick together. If South African wants to stick together, they stick together. If we see that everybody is sticking together in their own settings over there, maybe we can begin the discussions of getting back together under an African Union. I believe that would be better. If you got things that way, that's fine.
Sam James,
can I go?
wait for wait, wait,
Can
hold
I
on, please.
go after?
Please, just give me 2 seconds, please. Sam James, I agree with you, man. West Africa should really, really, because West African mindset is totally different. West Africans have the same type of mindset, their system is the same. In short, West Africans are just naturally the same. They migrate from each other's zone to each other's zone. I've been saying this thing that West Africans are far different from any other African countries. We should stick with ECOWAS. Let's deal with ECOWAS because we have even some problem in ECOWAS to solve. Really big problem in ECOWAS to solve. So
Major
we should
problem.
stick to huh?
It's a major problems. We need to
Major problem for West Africa to
need to
solve.
fix that ECOWAS
We need
situation.
to improve. We need to improve the life of ECOWAS first. You can see country like Sierra Leone that was doing well out of the blizzard 90s civil war break out of that country, and that country just totally destroyed. Liberia is one of them also. So we have big problem to solve. They are running to that trick state. They put that AAU. It's a trick territory. They trick us to be part of that nonsense. The same people want to trick us again, want to come to West Africa. The Moroccans were trying to come as members of West Africa Union and West Africa, whatever, ECOWAS. It's a trick territory whereby they divide and conquer there. Otherwise, we'll still be in this bleeding situation. If you have to check the whole real truth, West Africa territory is the only territory whereby we don't have much really influence of other people, like the Indians that almost take over the east part of eastern part of Africa. You understand me? I was surprised the guy was eating Indian food. I'm like, whoa, this Kenya is really being taken over by the Indians. Really, they have Indian food as their influence a lot there. You understand? So we should understand, and we West Africans, we don't shoot and kill nobody, even when we don't like you. We don't use machete to machete other West Africans. It never happened. Come to Nigeria and say different peoples are there. Go to every country, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Mali, Niger, even Chad, Gabon. Nobody ever pick a machete and say, I hate you, I kill you now because you're not from here. It's not if any country tried it in West Africa, that country, West Africa, will be isolated. Full stop. Because
Okay,
we
can I go
all
now?
are one. You can
Can
talk,
I
bro.
go now? Okay, yeah. The first thing I want to say is that when you are saying that you won't be killed because you are not from West Africa, no one is being killed because he's not from our region. Let us start there. People, if you are doing crime, the community will respond to what you are doing. And then the second thing I want to say is that check the 1980s, what was happening in West Africa. Now our government is not chasing away people. In West Africa, the government chased away more than 2 million people. Xenophobia was happening in West Africa. West Africans were killing each other, saying that other nations are causing crime in their country. Let us not talk as if West Africa has never done this type of crime. They were killing other West Africans, saying that they are bringing crime into their country. There are recordings in YouTube. 1983 and even in the late 1960s, xenophobia was happening in West Africa. And now Southern Africa is having the same problem. But now we are labeling Southern Africa as
My
something that,
look, my
that is
brother, look,
very
look, look, look. I'm not talking about South Africa. What I'm trying to tell you, if a Nigerian kill a Ghanaian, right, in Nigeria, kill one Ghanaian in Nigeria just because it's Ghanaian, the whole of Nigeria will descend on that guy immediately. That's what I'm just telling
But
you the truth. It's not about.
where
I've
has
never seen.
that
I've never
happened?
seen. I've
Where
never
big
seen.
dog, big
I've never
dog,
seen.
where has that happened? Wait first, Lozi. I
Bullet,
want to
You
address.
said there's a
Wait
genocide.
first.
There's a
no,
genocide.
don't
I
engage, Bullet, don't
You said
engage,
there's a
don't
genocide.
engage
You
in
said
these
there's
small
a
talks.
genocide in West
Bullet,
Africa. How?
Bullet,
Hey,
Bullet,
Which genocide was
Bullet, don't
happening in
engage
West
in these
Africa?
small talks. Our position is clear. Don't engage in small talks. We're not trying to paint a rosy picture of our southern region. We know what's going on in West Africa. You don't need to entertain those things. At the end of the day, we are just saying in our country, we're going to deal with the issue of migrants. That's all. How somebody takes it, how they try to paint their region. That's not our topic. We don't entertain them. We're just saying in our region, look, we've got the issue of migration. We're going to deal with it one way or another way. That's us. We do us. What other people say, how they try to paint a rosy picture of their region, let them run with it. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. It's not our business. We focus on us,
now,
we do South Africa. So I
Lozi.
heard people mention African Union. Let me
What
address the
I'm
African
saying is
Union
that
issue
wait
first.
first, Lozi. What my point was, why is Big Dog saying that people are being killed just
It
because
doesn't
they are
matter. Those
from
are small talks.
from?
Don't entertain them. Let's stick to the African Union.
I'm not.
So I
Look,
heard people mentioning African Union.
I'm not talking about South Africa. I said
He's
African
not talking about
Where
Union.
South
has it
Africa. He's
happened?
right.
Big Dog.
I'm
Wait
not
first,
talking. Look, look,
Lozi.
Bullet,
Wait first,
look.
Bullet,
Wait
you
first.
are falling into
I'm
the
talking.
trap.
Wait.
Bullet,
No,
you are
I'm not
falling into
Let me
the
falling.
explain to
trap,
you.
man. Don't
Let me
Lozi,
let me
I have
explain
my
to you.
own mouth.
Let me explain to you.
you're
I'm not
falling
talking
into
about
the
South
trap. You're
Africa.
gonna create an
I
argument.
said
Bullet,
I
don't
said
fall into the trap.
Where has that happened? Where has that happened? What you are talking about? Where has that
Bullet, you fall
happened?
into the
I,
trap. They know it
hold on.
didn't happen. They just want you to fall
I'm not
for it.
setting a
Don't
trap
fall
or
for it.
anything.
You don't
I
need to
said,
prove a point. We
look,
made our statement. People are
look.
hurt,
I
right?
said,
People
I
are
said,
hurt because you want to deal with the issue of migration.
can I explain to you? I said, West Africa does not need that African Union
Big
to
dog, you're
survive
right. Bullet,
because if you check the whole thing, every region have their own mentality. West Africa is different from East Africa,
I agree
100%.
with Bullet. You're right,
In
100%.
mentality
And
and
Bullet
everything.
is right.
That
I mean,
just as
Big
said.
dog, you're right.
West Africa is also different from South Africa in everything,
You're right,
100%.
100%. I
So there's not
support you.
about there's not about say one place is taking place, one place is not taking place. That's what I'm just trying to tell you that in West Africa where we stay, yes, we can chase each other out, but we're not like aggressively trying to kill the other. Ghana chased us out. They didn't kill us.
Big
We
dog,
left.
you are right.
We chased Ghana
Bullet,
out. We
guys,
didn't kill them.
let's not
They
pit
left.
let's not pit regions against each other.
No,
West
I'm not
Africa is
talking.
doing their own thing. We agree with it, right? You guys are doing your own thing. Stop falling for what Bullet has started. Let's not be petty and small talk. Let's stick to the topic. West Africans, they want to withdraw from the African Union. I wanted to address that because that was confusing for me. What does African Union has to do with the issue of migration? Can you explain for me why did you guys bring African Union? Maybe I don't understand the agenda of African Union. Was the agenda of African Union based on traveling and
Look.
migration? Was the
Look,
agenda of
for
African Union migration?
okay, for West African mind, really, especially me that have this
Okay.
opinion, I would have preferred sub-Sahara African Union, which went from West Africa down to the Zulus and down to Namibia and down to those areas that we look alike, we resemble each other, possibly by migration, people move towards the southern part of that area. I would have preferred sub-Sahara African Union that we can discuss our problem generally,
But
not about this,
but you're
not
not
about this.
answering me.
Yeah, because why I
Big
talk
dog, you're
about
not.
why I said West Africa should leave African Union because there are forces that does not look like West Africa or that look like other bloods that are
Do you know what
influencing
is the
and they
mandate
can.
of? Do you know what is the mandate of AU? First of all, because I think we're mixing things here. What is the mandate of AU? If you may, maybe you can help me to understand.
AU before they turned it to AU was Africa Unity or something organization. They just changed it to AU because of European Union, change to European Union. That's just the truth.
So
But
so
then
so so AU is behind, like AU is for Africans in having the free visa to travel around and in like doesn't they don't care about the uncontrollable influx of migrants in other countries. I
no
just want to
other country can control every country should control its own border because you want to know it's coming in, right? And if you think you cannot take large people coming, yeah, you have right to put boundaries. You can deport some people back to their country. You understand? So that doesn't mean every country have to create job for their own people. What I'm trying to talk about was just said about that AU, which is true, because if you check AU, we have Egypt there, we have Morocco there, we have Algeria there, we have other countries that actually Ethiopia and other things there. If you think that those people are working for the really sub-Saharan people, we're just deceiving ourselves. At the end of the
Okay,
day,
big dog. Let's agree with one thing. You guys brought a different subject to a topic that had nothing to do with what we were talking about. As you can see, the definition of African Union at the end there, you see to promote international cooperations among the African countries, right? I don't understand how were we talking about controlling migration in all our countries and we mixed it with EU. I was asking a simple question. Is AU responsible to make sure that people migrate into other countries as well? Because I thought we're mixing things there.
your country, look, before any West Africa person moves to South Africa, you need a visa, right? You need a visa. You cannot just jump into a plane. You go into South
Everywhere.
Africa.
That's everywhere in the
Understand that?
world.
So I think you need a visa. So if anybody's coming to your country, you person go to the embassy. You can reject the visa. Just like if you want to go to United States,
But
if
that
you
has
want to go
nothing to do with AU. That has to do with African
with
Union.
A, what Sam James talk about is this: do we see do West Africa see AU? It's he just brought as I don't know. It means something that he just brought in. That
No, I
do we
think
think
I
it's
think
doing
this
well?
issue of
If it's
migration,
doing well for
look,
ourselves. So
let's just agree. We are men, we can be honest. That issue of migration touched certain people and we just mixing things now. We can be honest and discuss it, but we don't have to mix issues. I
No,
think it was a petty talk to say we
I
are
want to
withdrawing from
clarify. I want to clarify
that's
because I was
petty.
out
That's
of the.
petty. It's a petty thing to say. Doesn't make sense. We are look. Anybody can withdraw from AU, but I just wanted to clarify why AU exists. AU is there to make sure as the wording there, as the definite meaning of AU. It doesn't speak to what we were talking about. So why do we mix up things? Because we got caught up in our emotions. Because this is a touchy subject for other countries that want free migration. It really is that simple, guys. Let's not complicate it.
Can I speak now? Can you hear me?
Can you hear
Yeah.
me, brother? Go on.
Yes, I never said. I don't know if like I said, illegal migration is the problem for other countries. I do get that. You see, but what I'm trying to do here, I'm not trying to pin countries against other countries. Like, okay, you guys do have issues, and like I was hearing earlier, when I say the West Africans should remove themselves from the African Union, I am not saying I don't understand the issue that West Africans had in the past and even in the present time. I do get it. You see what I'm saying? So there is no point of you guys. I don't know if you are South Africans sitting here trying to lecture us about what's going on in West Africa. I never point out issues in South Africa. I just said West Africans should think about removing themselves from the African Union. Like I said, the African Union,
But
you can look up. Can you let me
the topic
finish? It's
we
not
had
going to be an
before you,
argument. I just want to have a
no, no,
conversation. That's
no,
all I'm
just
trying to
internet.
do. That's a
The
conversation.
topic we had had
No, no,
nothing to
no, no.
do with
That's a
AU. How
conversation
did
I'm
you mix
having.
AU?
That's a conversation I'm
No,
having.
man,
The AU, like I said,
you've been
if you
planting
look
like
at
a
West
seed.
Africa, if you look at West
You're getting
Africa,
emotional.
most of the conflicts in West Africa, like the Liberia conflicts, the Sierra Leone conflicts, and many others, we got together and helped solve these issues. That means we are capable. You see what I'm saying? So the African Union can be used for other things. You see what I'm saying? So if your country is free today, you know what? Yesterday, many others, link up to try to help something in your own country. You see what I'm saying? Maybe that was not the definition of the African Union, but they did. They did. You see what I'm saying? So we can't sit here and say, okay, the strict definition of the African Union is to just do this. You
I
know,
still don't
no,
see
no,
a
no. It's to
connection
just do
between what we
this
were
because
discussing.
it benefits certain countries. You know,
What
so
benefits certain countries? What benefits certain countries?
no, if a poor
What is the
country
benefit?
has to listen, if the what African Union has to be used right to put a spotlight on it on another country, So maybe that doesn't, like, let's say a conflict in Sudan. I'll give you an example. That doesn't have anything to do with West Africans, but they
We
will
were
be put on
talking
the front
about
line, right?
the issue
Or
of migration.
a conflict in Ethiopia. What does that have anything to do with West Africans?
You know that
You see
we
what I'm
were
saying?
talking
So
about the
those are the
issue
things
of
that I'm talking
migration.
about. So listen,
Make a point
if
so
the
we can
resources
respond.
of
Make a
the
point.
African Union is always being used to help others ceasefire in their own country, and other countries are not even being put on the spotlight, that becomes a problem. You see what I'm saying?
Please
You know,
explain how.
that's what I was just
How-
saying. That's what I was just saying. West Africans, I believe we will do good by sticking to ourselves without pointing
That's
out
not
the
a
issue
problem.
that
That's not,
without pointing
that
out
will
the
be
issue
good for
that
most.
happens in other people's country. That's all I'm saying.
That will be good for most regions, to be honest. But
Yes,
I
I
still want
believe
to
so.
understand.
Next time
Yeah, but I still want to understand.
when
No, but
apartheid
now we're
happened, everybody should stay
can't
home
you make
and
a
eat
point?
burgers and drink champagne. We won't do
Can't you
anything.
make
You
a
see what I'm
point and
saying? That's all
understand?
we have to do.
Can't I make
Eat
you make a
burgers
point and
and drink
understand?
champagne.
No. That's
Because I know this
listen,
is a
listen.
this is
Hey,
Oh,
How
why
about
no.
not?
champagne and bikini pieces?
I knew you were going to talk
I
about
mean,
apartheid. I
can I
knew.
respond?
Okay,
That's
Can
the
I
only
respond
first,
thing
now?
they have,
No,
bro.
can I enter? Can I just
wait,
clarify
guys. I need to
something?
respond.
Can I clarify something?
No, bullet. Let me land a point.
Wait, one
Let me
second.
land my point.
Wait, one second. Feshi, can you say something? Hello? Feshi or
Africa millennium. Africa
How are
millennium.
you? Yeah,
Africa
good.
millennium.
Good. Yeah. go
Africa
ahead.
millennium.
Yes.
If somebody get disrespectful,
and
if somebody get disrespectful on this live, I'm just
my
gonna
gosh,
click
these
off.
guys.
You know?
I mean, just leave. Well, is anyone going to be afraid that you left? Why are you threatening to leave?
You see, Africa. You see, I will start. You see, that's what I told you.
Who's going to miss you that you're threatening to leave, though?
You see that?
But you shouldn't be. He just said his own mind that you just attacking him.
You see,
Yes, I think
What
we
did I
do.
that's
say?
what we're
I just
talking
said, why are
about.
you threatening to leave like anyone's going to miss you?
Listen, he's coming with
his son,
yesterday or
but
last
it's not your
week
business.
issues. That's a typical African. You know, he can't stick on
My
the
God.
subject.
Dude, we're talking the subject. Look, Lozi, it's pretty simple to understand what the West Africans are trying to tell you. They don't want to be part of any group where they feel like they're inferior. Not because they are inferior, but because they just feel they're inferior. When they look at you, Southern
How are we
Africans,
inferior?
oh my
How
God, can
we
I please
inferior?
just finish
You
the
talking about
sentence?
no, shut up your mouth. How we inferior? How we inferior?
Kidola, please.
Check the history of West Africa.
Kidola, please let everybody hear him. Let's everybody hear him. So we're gonna have a good time. You know, don't worry about it.
Look,
Don't worry
the
about
reason why they want to leave African Union, they look at North Africans, they feel racial inferiority towards them. They look at East Africans, similar shit. They look at you guys, they feel like you're way too rich for them, and they don't have any influence over you, and they feel like you mistreat them. That's it. I don't know why you guys are going around acting like it's anything else.
African millennial.
Yeah,
Can you
that
Google
makes
Morocco? Where
sense.
Morocco is?
That makes sense.
It's the North.
Who's begging ECOWAS now to come? Morocco. You
It's
say
the
we
North.
feel inferior. Morocco is begging us
Dude,
to come
ECOWAS
to
is a
ECOWAS.
French-controlled. ECOWAS is
Okay,
a
that's
French-controlled
fine,
asset. But
but
what
they're
are you
still
talking about?
begging us to come. So why do you come to something if it is controlled by the French? Why do you still want to come? You don't ask to come for something that would not work
Who
for you,
said?
right?
No,
Wait,
we're going to go for
because
small talks.
Morocco
We're going to
itself
go
is an
for
EU
this type
asset.
of
What are you
small
talking
talks.
about?
No. Listen, you said we feel like we are beneath them, but they ask you to come to join ECOWAS. So I don't understand your point now. You know how many times we told them we don't want them? You know how many times they tried?
They will be joining
we told
a
them we
French
don't want
alliance,
them?
bro.
Check it out. Check it out. So the problem with you is like you don't check the information. You come here to attack. That's what the problem is.
Dude, what are you talking about? First of all, you're from Bikini Pieces, so I don't know why you're talking for the whole of West Africa. Like it should be Ghana, Nigeria, and Ivory Coast talking for the rest of West Africa.
Where you from?
Secondly, so when when we talk
Without
about
West
West
Africa,
Africa, we should be addressing
No,
Mike. I don't know why we're addressing you.
don't divide
Secondly,
us.
Morocco
We're all
wants
West
to join
Africans.
ECOWAS for its. Oh my God, Morocco wants
We're
to
all West
join ECOWAS
Africans.
for its own.
Don't come and talk nonsense here.
All right, I have to bounce. I'll be back. Let me get my food order.
Peshi,
Where's
can
this
you
guy
go on?
from? Where's
Can
this guy
Peshi go
from?
in the African
Go and check the
millennium?
history of West Africa. Go and check the
African
history of West
millennium, can
Africa.
Peshi go on?
Talk about we're inferior. Go and check the history of West Africa.
African millennium, can
You
Peshi go
understand who
in,
we
please?
are.
Yep. Pechi, please. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hi, African Millennium. Can you hear me now? I think
Yes.
that's why in this particular juncture we don't need men as president.
Thanks for calling in. Yeah, you can go ahead.
African millennial. I just want this conversation to be a good one today. I'm not gonna take the bait. I'm not gonna respond to the attacks. We're gonna make this thing very nice today.
Yeah,
That's all I'm gonna
and
do.
we were talking about immigration. Please let us not now move from the topic.
Wait, what happened
Because
to the woman?
I think her internet connection is not that good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
stick to the migration topic. Yeah, Bullet is right. I agree. Let's stick with migration, which is the topic of today, African millennium, right? Entitled Africans in other of countries. Simple as like that. So let's stick with that and run with that. I believe African millennial it's a plan and should be happy with it. Go ahead, Bullet.
Yeah, I was saying like people should not think that we are speaking about them because we are speaking about migration. So we shouldn't catch feelings and start fighting.
I agree with that. Most of the I come from West Africa. Most of the migration that I have known growing up, was very limited, to West Africans. I didn't even know most Africans were venturing in other like Southern African country. When you hear West African travel, we travel, like my people, we go to Ghana, Ivory Coast, and maybe Nigeria's and all that things. I never knew if I never thought people were going, let's say, to Botswana or Namibia or Tanzania. I never knew that. You see what I'm saying? So when I came to the United States and watching all these videos, I just found out this was bigger than I thought. You see what I'm saying? So we're learning every day. Like I said, it can be a big issue if it's illegal, if it's not controlled, right? Everybody should be able to control their own borders.
Migration is a global problem.
I'm sorry.
It's a global problem.
It's a global problem, but in where I'm from, we still somehow, some way, we still manage to learn to live with one another somehow, some way. I'm not saying it's better for us or bad for us, but this is the situation we had, and we managed to live with one another. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
this is our grew up. This is our grew up seeing things, and I'm not trying to make up lies. If you see, whether you look at Ivory Coast, you look at Mali, you look at Ghana, you look at Burkina Faso, when you come over to those countries, you will see a group of people that don't belong there. But people always manage to live with each other. That's our story, and this is how it has always been.
Let me tell you, Estine, I agree with you because now, like in terms of West African migration, you guys have found a way to live with each other. You understand? Because if you check in the 1980s, 1960s, you guys had problems. You had immigration problems, but currently you have.
Can you be specific? Can you be specific on that and point out the country? Because maybe that happened.
Okay.
Maybe I wasn't born.
Ghana must go. Nigeria must go. Ghana must go. Nigeria must go.
Okay, two countries, right? Two countries. So we are talking about two countries, or do you have more?
Liberia also. Liberia also kicked
African
out
millennial might know more
fishermen.
because we're not from
Africa,
West Africa.
From
Liberia,
Look,
as it pertain to what?
it kicked
As
out fishermen. It kicked out fishermen from Ghana. No, my point is, listen to my point.
No, no,
Wait
no.
first, guys.
Listen,
Wait,
I'm not denying what
wait.
you are saying. I just want to
Yeah.
know when you're talking about it, because a lot of West Africans don't know about
I
this.
think
So when you
James'
Because
point
you
is
were not
instead of saying West Africans, you can just say the country.
right, so people can
okay,
understand what happened.
okay. Like 1983, I'm talking about Nigeria, and before 1983, it was Ghana doing it. So currently, as we are speaking, you guys like Nigeria and Ghana, they have learned to live with their fellow West African brothers. You understand? You are at a stage where you are a bit advanced. You have learned to live with one another. You understand? That's
I
why I'm
don't think you
saying,
know West Africa bullets. I don't think you know what's happening in West Africa for you to say that. It's not all like that. At the end of the day, in West Africa, there's no one country that is dominating in terms of advancement and economy. So they all kind of like on the same level. So when you in the same level, there's no really large influx of people going to one country at the same
uh,
time. So those
look,
problems might,
you are,
it's like
look.
competing with mediocre. It's all mediocre. It's all on the same level. So there won't be issue. But if there was a very unique country in West Africa that stand out and everybody's going there, tensions were going to rise. It happened when Nigeria was booming with oil. It happened before when Ghana, I don't know what was happening with Ghana, but Ghana had large migrants about 30 years ago. This thing happens, it's normal. When people run and flock to one country, is deemed to happen,
All right.
chaos are going to happen. It's only natural.
Okay. So Big Dog can reply, and then Bushland hasn't said anything yet.
Okay, thank you. When you talk about what happened in '83 when Nigeria said Ghana must go, it was not the citizen of Nigeria that asked Ghana to go. It was a corrupt politicians who were very corrupt, and they were looking for a scapegoat. That's what they turned to Ghana. And it was not even all the Ghanaians that left. Even Nigeria said Ghana is not in the accountant. Ghana is not in our banks. Ghana is not in anything. They were not like xenophobic against Ghanaians. It was just okay. They brought some truck, take some people on that truck, and take them back across the border. And the Nigerian politicians, we all know few after it seemed like 2 months, the army overthrew those corrupt politicians. You understand me? The army overthrew them. They were very corrupt. Then the country was broke. Then they want to turn it on people that they didn't even see in their eyes. You understand me? Ghana was doing their own thing. What keep peace between what really happened between you saw we and Ghana living together is part of the intermarriage and the other. West Africans have really come a long way, a very long way together. The both leaders don't understand. You cannot hate at each other while we are the same type of people. Then you think when you progress it, the other people will not progress. What do you expect? People will come to the other side. Just what is going on in now. Ghana is doing well. A lot of Nigerians are in Ghana. You understand? So these things are like why we said
There was
West Africa.
big dog. I don't want to engage too much in this petty talks of the regions, but there was a tensions not too long ago between the Ghanaians and Nigerians. I'm talking about 3 years ago. I don't want to dwell in it. I'm not here to paint any
Look,
region
yeah,
rosy.
yeah.
I'm
When
just
you talk about
stating facts. I'm just
you talk
yeah,
about
big dog.
business,
Let me
right?
finish, my brother. Let
So
me
are
finish,
we
brother.
going to get to a solution if we
I'm
can
not.
bring out
I'm
historical
not
facts?
here.
So if you want to
I'm
bring
not
out
here
historical
for.
facts,
I'm not
like
here
what
to paint
Kidola is
a
saying, is
beautiful
giving you
picture.
historical facts. So things
I'm
were
not
not
here to
that
paint a beautiful. We're
things
not
were
here
not
to
that
paint a
pretty,
beautiful picture of
but
a
they learned
region.
how to live
Because
together. So we
we
can't
do that,
deny that. We
if I
can't
was to
deny
do
that.
that,
So
already
you're the one who
Southern
came
region has
with
got the
dates. You
largest
gave us
migrant in Africa.
1983.
Listen.
So
Southern region, we're gonna listen to each other. Southern region has got the largest migrants in Africa. I'm not gonna sit here and try to paint a rosy picture. There's a reason why we attracted most migrants in Africa. I'm not gonna sit here and say how Southern region is so doing well. I don't have time for that. I don't have time to paint a pretty picture. I'm just here to say migration is an issue in many countries. I'm not here to say how good our region is. I'm not interested in that. But I can see you guys, that's the game you play. Good for you guys, but I don't believe it. I don't buy this bullshit that you guys are saying out of painting West Africa is this glamorous. It's so tribal there. It's a fact. There's so much tribal going on there. There's terrorism going on there. We can see those things. It's a petty approach. Let's take first. In fact, let's stick with migration topic. That was the initial topic. Migration. Let's stop with these petty talks trying to paint roses of our regions, if you know they're not. The
My
reality
brother,
is they're
you
not.
like to talk and take over the
Kidola,
whole show.
Kidola.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. A country that seems to do well economically, like far more better than other country in West Africa. We do understand that South Africa is doing better. I get it. It's a magnet. People would like to go there, to better their lives. No one can take that from South Africa. Like I said, if you have the resources and you, at least, instead of giving us that talk every day, you should use those resources to strengthen your own borders. Create some good. No, listen. When you spoke, I did not cut you off. When you spoke, I did not cut you off. Are we having a conversation? So you see, you don't let other people speak. That's a problem.
No, brother.
You don't let other people speak. That's a problem.
But let's be fair.
No. I did not cut you. You see what you're doing?
No.
No, okay. I mean,
Lozi, wait for him to finish. Lozi, wait for him to finish.
No. I don't. This is why I don't like this small talk. You need to clarify
you see,
before they finish. No.
You bring in small talk, and listen. Whether it's small talk or big talk, you're not the only one listening. You're not the only one listening. Okay, you can sit tight. Listen, you may not like what I'm saying, but I'm talking to other people as well. You may not like what I'm saying.
You cannot put this on us. African millennials.
No. I did not put. Listen, I said.
We don't discuss this.
I said, listen.
No, we don't. The truth is, we don't.
Lozi, sorry.
Listen, African millennial. We need some decorum. We need some decorum here. If you can't listen, that's going to be a problem. We let him speak.
No, you sugarcoating.
No. I let him speak. I have been respectful. Kidola has been respectful. Why is he cutting people?
No, but you saying.
No. I said. Listen. I still don't understand. Maybe I need to look into it some more. Instead, even the United States where I live here, everybody talk about immigration, illegal immigration. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to. Oh God, man.
Lozi, listen to him. Lozi, let him finish.
I can do what you're doing. I just want this stream to be nice. I can just do what you do. Trust me, I can do it. No. Listen, I can do what you're doing. I just want this stream to be nice for people to get something out of this stream. Listen. So, like I said, I'm giving you an example of one of the most powerful countries on this earth, which is the United States. If you look at the news, we are facing the same issue: illegal immigrations. You know what? I don't want to come on stream talk about illegal immigration as it pertains to the United States. I said the same thing. If you are the first nation on this earth, please secure your border. You have the means to do it. You see what I'm saying? You have the policy, put the policy in place to make sure that your country is not a magnet. You know what? Streamline immigration. You have the weight, you have the capability to do it. Let's not hit this. The TVs, the radio stations, and talk about illegal immigration while you are at the border doing nothing. The U.S. is the border to let immigrants come here illegally. They want that as well. You see what I'm saying? But the politicians, they play with people's mind like, okay, we're going to secure the border. It depends on who is in power. The Democrat, they call them open border policies, folks. When they come to power, they tend to let immigrants come here illegally. That's one of their policy. You see what I'm saying? But when the Republicans come, it's the same thing. So no one knows how to secure the border because it benefits the country to let people come here illegally. Let's be clear. So if South Africa, I don't know, maybe, like I said, I need to look into that some more. If you have the means to secure your border, please secure your border. Anybody that is in your country illegally and you feel like they should go back to their country, please do so. Deport them. I don't have a problem. Any criminal in your country that you guys want to get rid of, deport them. I'm not gonna sit here and
ST.
pretend. I'm not gonna sit here as a West African. If a West African is creating something in your country, right, that you guys don't like, whether it's there illegally or it's creating problem for you guys, and you guys want to get rid of it, please do so. You can also do that silently. You can
S,
also do that
All right.
silently. And when you
Wait,
watch the videos, when you watch the videos coming from South Africa, sometimes it's mind-boggling. But I'm not gonna get there. You see what I'm saying? I don't like illegal immigration. I want South Africans to hear me. I don't know. I don't do that. But coming here talking about West Africans, I, do, I, I can speak on West Africans, but I know the problem is not mainly West Africans in South Africa. I know that. Maybe I see
wait.
Zimbabwean and others from the southern part of West Africa, but I, I never thought about going to
ST.
South Africa. So people that
ST.
I know in West Africa, they never expressed the desire to go to West Africa. I didn't grow up seeing people telling me their dream is to go to West Africa. I find out people in West Africa are going to South Africa here in the United States, but living in Africa, I never heard of it.
ST. You know,
Wait,
there's
one
a
second,
part.
one sec.
Okay.
Wait, 1 second. Bushland, did you have anything to add? Bushland East.
Well, not really. It's just that the South Africans do have a point. But when it comes to the xenophobia and killing people on the streets, that's totally unacceptable. They have to find legal
When did you
ways
see
of
anyone being
getting.
killed, brother? We're sick and
There was
tired of
a,
this notion. When did you see people being
Bushland.
killed?
Bushland.
a while ago. A while
Yeah,
ago, there
Bushland
was a
was here for a
Congolese.
long time.
When,
Bushland,
It's
which
really
where are
country are you
you?
from
Where
again?
do people
Is
see
it
people being
Kenya
killed?
or
well.
Tanzania?
I'm from Kenya.
Okay, Kenya. Interesting. Hmm. I'm so question
Bushland, where
asking.
did you see people being killed in South Africa? Like, when did you see these things happening? I mean, we get
Don't be
lost.
don't be emo- don't be emotional. BBC
Wait, what?
interviewed a man.
What
BBC
happened?
interviewed a man. BBC interviewed a
Big dog,
man when he
big
said,
dog,
hold
are
on,
you, are you
don't
guys?
be emotional. BBC interviewed a man, he said, this is the way they do it. They hit him like this, they do it, they throw the tie into the person's neck. Don't be look, don't cover it in emotional way. Yes, it happened in South Africa, but we don't
Okay,
know
big dog, can
who
you
are
show
the
us
Africans
people
that
who are
been
being
killed.
killed?
So
I
so
mean,
so
I
so,
can
so,
send the link right here. It was a Congolese man that was killed on the streets by a
Okay,
mob.
African millennial,
It was in
African
Soweto, if
millennial,
I'm not.
African millennial,
Mm-hmm.
African millennial. You see how people are butthurt. You spoke about Ghana and migration. They didn't care because they don't all want to come to Ghana. We South Africans, we start to speak. They all butthurt here. They all come in and start to make up things, be emotional, and say certain things, and don't even allow us to speak.
Wait,
Because
hold.
let's be fair. South Africa is
Wait,
so
wait.
great that
Okay,
they
make your
immediately get
point, and then I have
butthurt
to go
when
to the
we
women
mention
here.
migration. Come on, let's be
Cats,
fair.
you can go
Can
ahead.
EM, can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to address what ST was saying. ST has a point where he's saying that the government, because if you check where these problems arises, the government is basically doing nothing. You understand? So in terms, I'm talking about like the illegal migration, the government is not doing enough. And then to big dog spoke about mob justice. Mob justice is happening to criminals, even South African criminals, but we are not going to go there because when people report, the news reporters, they just want to label things as xenophobia so that the news can sell. You understand?
Hey, my man, patience. We cannot explain this every day. We explain this in so many videos with the same people. And then it's not even about
this is
they know that everybody's being
this
killed.
is so
They know that
many
everyone's
videos.
being killed. It's just that they got hurt. South Africa hate them so much. Like they get hurt just to hear South Africa when we say we don't want influx of illegal migrants in our country. They get so hurt. Like it's as if they want to be here all of them. We
I
cannot accommodate all of
think
you
we
guys.
have
So
to
if you
really like
keep making up
one
your
of these days. I
stories,
think we really have to
copycat
really
stories, it's not
break
happening.
down the immigration between legal and illegal because I also thought you meant something else.
You know what, African Millennium? Lozi, I understand you. I hear you, my brother. I know people are having chest pains out there with something that they don't
Is
even
it just
understand. What they only know, if they can't say xenophobia, they'll tell you about pan-Africanism, which has been preached before I was even born, and it never show us any results. If it's not pan-Africanism, they'll tell you that South Africans, right now as we are speaking, when 8 women were raped by the illegal immigrants, most of these West African people, they were on mute. Right now, when our buildings are hijacked by these Nigerians, you will never hear any of these Nigerians on the media saying anything. Thereafter, they'll come and tell you that how can you take a flight from the west to south, right at the bottom of Africa? What are you looking for? Why are you skipping all these 53 countries to come here and come and tell us that you are xenophobic?
Which
We
building?
are
Which building
not.
they are
Wait,
jacked?
wait,
Which
wait,
buildings they are
Hold
jacked?
on.
wait,
Which
wait.
Hold
building?
on.
Which
Hold
buildings?
on.
Which building they
I'm
are
still.
jacked? You have a country.
I,
You have a government. If you don't want
hold
Nigerians, then
on.
deport them. Nobody. You know, it's your country. If you don't want Nigerians,
Hold on.
deport them.
Like Kidola and I,
We
we are
are
all West
deporting them.
Africans. I don't know if you did not hear us. Kidola and I, we're from West Africa. So does African Millennial. Like we said, you catch a criminal in your country, whether it's West Africa, North, whatever. We don't even don't put a title on it. Like deport the person. Like we hear, we already said
That's
that we
what
don't like
we are
criminals.
doing. And what are you guys, the other guys saying? They are like South Africans are xenophobic. They are chasing. These people are here illegally. These people are doing crime.
Both of them
And
can be
nobody is
true.
saying
Both of them can
anything
be
about them.
both of them can be true. We got criminals in your country.
It's
Everybody
true. Not
everybody
to say
agreed
it
to that.
can't
Wait,
be. It's
or
true.
But
wait, one
we
moment,
got
one
we got
moment,
a few we got some people over there in your country
one moment,
who
please,
are
one moment.
very
Wait,
xenophobic.
wait, wait, wait.
So
One mic.
What is
Yeah.
xenophobic?
well,
Describe
you can see the
xenophobic
videos
for
for
me.
yourself. You can see the videos for yourself. You know,
No,
we see.
How about
xenophobic
saying
is a.
xenophobic?
Oh,
How
this
about
guy.
saying
Okay.
xenophobic?
Wait, one second, please. Yeah, Kat, go ahead. She hasn't said anything yet. And she's from yeah, actually, yeah, introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Carlton Cat. I was just interested in this conversation. I was listening for like the last 20 minutes or so, and I didn't want to interject. I was just listening because the conversation is getting a bit passionate, and
Mhm.
I can't really give my own personal experience, but I just wanted to hear what they want to say. I appreciate you, sis. Thank you for welcoming me here. I've subscribed to you just recently, and it's just nice to hear well, I hear there's some contention going on, and I just wanted to get a better understanding about where this is coming from, or the animosity. It feels like there's some
No,
Did you
animosity
have
going
any
on.
particular question?
No,
Or
it's
did you
simple.
have
Like
like
I was
any
honestly just
okay.
listening and learning.
no, it's simple. What you're going to hear here is people crying for South Africa. They're all crying for South Africa or to be in South Africa one way or another
For
way.
the
They just hating.
xenophobes.
Yeah, so that's what you're gonna hear on this panel. Even though African millennial is from Ghana and she was speaking the same thing, we saying they're gonna isolate South Africa because they hate. They just hate it because it's the best on this fucking continent. It is what it is.
Mm. I don't
African
Yeah,
know.
I'm
millennial. Do
asking
you
a
I
have
question,
video? Do you
Kat.
have
I wanted to
videos?
ask you a
Do you do
question.
you,
Do you deal with a lot of immigrants flooding your country?
For me,
I'm just saying it
is that
not
for me?
yeah. You
Yeah, in Sudan,
yeah.
yeah, we have a
Mm.
lot of Horners that come, a lot of other East Africans that come, but I wouldn't say flooding. I
Right.
welcome. I think we have a different approach to immigrants because our infrastructure is maybe a bit more um, solid than other people. So I understand what you guys are saying. So if your infrastructure in your country is not able to cater for as many people coming in, I don't know why. I don't know. I was trying to listen to where the people were coming from, like the different
Yeah.
countries, but
Okay.
I
So
You
on here it's mostly South Africans. We have a
okay.
couple of West African and one East African. Well, now we have one North African as well, and a Central African. But basically, it's. I think this is South Africa versus West Africa because
Okay.
the other Africans are
Not
not really.
really. No, 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 no. African
What?
Millennium, no.
Hmm?
It's not South Africa versus West Africa. We are talking because we are living what we are talking about. We are not talking about TV here or the hearsay. We are living the life that we are talking about. What we are saying, because most of them you hear them saying, why do we single out Zimbabweans? Do you know how many Zimbabweans, people from one country,
No,
a
I
country that
trust
has
me. I know how many
that
Zimbabweans are here. It's like half of
no.
Zimbabwe is in South Africa. I always joke about that, but it's true. It's true.
Exactly. In their country, they are less than 20 million. And then you go and suffocate people who are more than 60 million. And then you tell those people that they don't even have a land. While you've got a land in your country, you leave your land. All what we are saying to our African brothers and sisters, stay in put, fix your country, fight your government. We, the South Africans, were very patriotic. We fight our government until they'll tell you that no, we will die. There is no war without death. If you are fearing death, you are not going to do anything in your life.
Right.
So people, so just because we are outspoken and we call ourselves Mosia Nyova, we can go out there. We are not afraid. And the government can, you must remember, in South Africa, the government doesn't rule us. We are the one who elected them. We employed them. So if we don't want them, we tell them in advance that we don't want this one and this one. Not like in these other African countries where a president can be a president for more than 20 years or
Oh,
die sitting in the
So why don't
parliament.
oh,
you like
No.
if the government doesn't tell you what to do, if the government doesn't tell you what to do, why don't you put a lot more patrol officer at the borders, whatever you can put, whatever you can
Listen,
put the
that's
human
what we are
resources.
doing. That's why they call us xenophobic, because
No, no, no.
the government is failing. The people are going out there doing the job that is supposed to be done by government.
Did you
Patient
increase
can
did
so
you
which
increase the
one is
border
the
patrol
not
Can I
over the
say
years?
It has been
Operation
I
done. So it
Blue?
means the news that you are watching news that are not up to date,
No,
because
I
it
don't
has
watch
been
South
announced
Africa. I
when
don't
when
really watch South Africa like that.
so then
I'm
don't don't speak on anything that you don't know.
No, no, no. I don't. I'm asking you a question that to understand. I don't watch you guys like that.
We have
I don't
beefed
have
up
stake in your
our
country like that.
borders. We have
Okay,
beefed up our
so
borders.
so that
Patient, can I
the
please
only
We
respond to
are
rule.
this?
Wait,
talking.
wait,
We are
what?
talking
One
in
second. The
terms of
rule on this
us
channel is if a
Africans.
woman calls, she has like the freeway because women never call.
No,
So I don't know if she's
uh,
finished her point.
African
Did
millennial,
she?
can I just please respond to this point only? Please.
And then we also have Josie Gold as well, and then we have Judith. So
Yeah.
let's let them speak as well.
Okay, can I go?
Can I just respond to this point only, please?
Okay,
Please,
go ahead.
African millennial.
So
Okay.
Africa millennium, you stop me and
Let's
you
see.
giving him a
No,
voice.
no, can
He's
I
been
respond
talking
now?
for a minute.
African millennial, can I respond?
He's been
See,
talking for
the
a
reason
minute.
why, the reason why we don't see us scattered all across the globe like you guys. I'm sure you are in the West. The reason we are not there, we are in our country fixing the same thing that you are telling us to do. We are doing it. It's not going to happen overnight. For someone who's failed by his own government and chose to run away, I think you know how that feels. You know the government can be very difficult, but the difference between us and you guys, we are on the ground, not running away. You will fix it. You ran away, so you understand what the government can make, don't you? So looking at where you come from, you probably ran away of your own government. It's rich for you telling us what to do to your government, knowing very well that you failed to tell your own government what to do. So don't worry about us. We got
Give
another
give
question.
give them an ice cream for not running away and fixing them the country. Give them some candies
Of
and
course.
cookies and for not running away and fixing their
Guys,
country.
let us not fight.
No,
ST, let us not let us
no, but
give the
SD,
woman a
that is
chance.
sarcasm. That's why most of you guys don't learn. That's sarcasm. You sometimes you need to take some other facts with some pinch of salt. Let us be
No,
real, guys.
no, my dear. I don't want to speak over on South African 100%. This is an African issue. and I'm not going to be fixated on South Africa. There's other issues on the continents as well. So let's not be fixated on South Africa.
Exactly.
Let's
And
not make this a
besides, before
let's
we
not make
can
this a
even
South
focus
Africa
on
and
the
West.
African issue, let's
Right.
focus on our country's issue.
Of
Because
course,
once you
like your
clean your house,
countrymen said,
then you can go
you
outside
guys
and
don't
check
flee.
your neighbor's house.
Right, like your countrymen say, you guys don't flee and fix your country. So let us also fix our own without you
AM,
guys saying anything,
AM,
because we don't bother you
Exactly.
guys.
We
African
don't.
millennial, African millennial. That I
Bullet,
want
can I
us
just
to
make my
also
point?
like
You're skipping me.
because wait first
Yeah,
because
Bullet, you're skipping me.
like the Mapele, because like there are similar problems in Zambia. Why can't we speak about Zambia and Congo? Because recently Zambians were beating up Congo. Like we can focus our energy on that.
Right.
To be
Joseph,
honest
go
with you,
ahead.
to be honest with you, African millennial man, like I said earlier, West African will do better sticking with ECOWAS. Trust me. Without triggering nobody, we can fix our own issue. I feel like we can do this. You see what I'm saying? The African
We need to
Union
be in
is
West Africa in order
it's too over cluster. It's too over cluster for us to even
we
fix
need to be in
anything.
West Africa
You see what I'm
first.
saying? We
We
have
need
to
to be
move.
in
We
West
have to
Africa
remove
first.
ourselves and stick to
Okay.
our issues.
Can I just
We will do fine.
Yeah,
okay.
Joseph, go
Okay.
God,
ahead.
Actually, St. James, we be the number one people to support you on that. So we'd be 100% behind you there and support you from a distance. But look, the reality is this: there's a huge influx of people that are coming into South Africa, and it's hard to manage this. Sure, there's certain things we could do as well. I think that's a fair critique, in terms of border control. Sure, there's been an increase in border management, border control, but another thing we also need to look at is that there are too many countries out there that are also collapsing, like across the continent, and some of those people obviously come to South Africa, and that's out of our control. So for me, to my fellow South Africans on the panel, and to everyone listening, like watching this, I'd like us to also focus on what we can control, which is the border, managing it, and deportation of people that shouldn't be here, that are illegally here. I'm nothing against people coming here as long as it's legal, but of course, the ones that are here illegally have to be deported, and we have to make sure that no one comes in illegally. So like things like the electric fence, adding more border patrol. Even though we've been adding more to the border patrol, we have no choice because we can't control what happens in other countries. So we need to just focus on ourselves as well. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, Judah, go ahead. Guys, let's just get through once before anyone responds. Judah, go ahead.
Uh, uh, okay. I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to, to express what is actually happening on the continent. I'm from Cameroon, so I'm guessing I have a better spot to speak. This is a thing that is happening, right? I see a lot of Africans coming and talking about building walls and concrete walls to protect other black people from entering their territory. It's very disheartening, right? It's like you have two criminals, and one is a rapist, and one is a killer. And the rapist is accusing the killer of being a criminal, of which both of them are both criminals. You look at the other person, black person, because he looks poor, and you don't want to align with him. I live in the state, yeah, and I don't live in Cameroon. And when I living in the state, it's funny how everybody that looks dark skin is bundled into blacks. They don't know where you from till they just bundle you and say you're black. But when you go to the continent, there's kind of this differentiation because you making more and the other person makes less. It's at this point in time you won't see any problem involved in it. But as times goes by, as years goes by, you call other countries collapsing. As years goes by, there are other problems that are gonna come through, right? You're gonna also have problems because even United States is also having problems, despite the fact that they're the biggest economy. They're having problems in high crime wave. They're having problems of food of food security. Most of their food is coming from Mexico. They're having problems with a whole lot of different issues. They do most of their manufacturing in Asia, and this is the thing: the countries that you call poor might one day be those countries that are gonna you're gonna be importing food from. Because when I see the topography of South Africa, it doesn't look fertile at all. Part of South Africa is mostly desert. Things don't grow there. And the way things is in South Africa, I shouldn't be even talking much about your country anyway. Why are Africans flooding overseas? This is where I want to go to. Africans are flooding overseas because Africans are incompetent. It don't matter where you from. Every country in
What?
Africa, it don't matter where you from in Africa.
Including yourself in that?
That's what I'm saying. Every African country is a shithole. The white people control us from South Africa to
Yo,
what country you live. The white people control you. You don't own your own economy. You sit down and think, oh, you are doing well, but you don't hold nothing in your country. Nobody
Well, we
believes
went
in
back
what
in
you can do.
Cameroon. When we went back
Nobody
in
believes
Cameroon,
in. Let me finish. When I finish talking, I just got here, so give me a couple of minutes to finish my
Cameroon
word.
is a shithole.
No, no, nobody believes in what you can do because you cannot actually do it. You cannot actually do it. You cannot manufacture anything. You can only believe in working for the white people. And this is the thing why African moving overseas is not only South Africa. I know a lot of South Africans that are here in the United States. They are going to school. If your country was more have good education, they will have been studying in South Africa, but they don't. They are studying in America. Now, let me say something. Why are Africans moving? Your country doesn't have electricity. There's shortages of electricity in South Africa and other African countries as well. These are the things that
Oh
people are
my
finding.
God.
I'm
So
telling
the
you,
things
this.
are not coming to Cameroon,
Let
man.
me give you.
Cameroon
Uh,
is a shithole.
let me
Stop
finish.
talking
Let me,
we,
nonsense.
we,
bro,
we,
bro,
wait
bro,
first, my
bro,
guy. We are not
let him
bro,
finish and
wait,
you'll
Cameroon is a
wait,
respond.
shithole.
Wait,
James,
wait,
James.
1 second.
You're from
You'll
bro,
Cameroon.
respond, you'll
bro,
respond.
We
Let
are
him
not
finish.
bro,
From
exporting
bro,
poor
Cameroon,
people.
Cameroon
We
is
are
something
not
that
bro,
exporting
bro,
poor
bro.
people
I
here.
just,
the
bro.
Cameroon,
Can
We
I,
the
are
can I
Cameroon
we
finish?
is
are not
incompetent.
exporting poor
Cameroon is a
people.
shithole.
South
It's
Africans
a
who are
Can
living
waterfront.
are not
Cameroon
poor.
is a
South
waterfront.
Africa.
You
can I
can't compare
finish?
South
When I
Africa to
came, when
Cameroon. You know,
can,
we live better than no, we
can I
live
finish?
better
I'm
than
not.
you.
I'm,
No,
Let
you're
him
co-
talking
finish.
shit.
yo,
You
Let him
finish your
finish.
nonsense.
can I
Let
finish?
him
Give me
finish. Let him
what the
finish,
heck is
guys.
wrong with people, man? I just got
Let
on
him
this
Cameroon
finish,
panel.
is
I'm
not
guys.
trying to
Cameroon.
understand
Cameroon
what,
is
Guys, let him
bro,
finish.
bro,
Yeah,
bro.
Jay,
Let me
just
finish,
talk.
and then you can argue your point. Why do you guys don't have manners? Speak, man. Come on. I just got here. I'm trying to put my point across so I can leave. This is the thing. I've met a lot of South
from a
Africans who have
war-torn
talked.
Cameroon. From a
Bro,
war-torn
I
Cameroon,
cannot
actually.
compare. There are things in South Africa that I cannot compare with Cameroon. There are also things in Cameroon that you cannot compare with South Africa. We have peace in South
Which is
Africa, in
what?
Cameroon, and you guys
Which
don't
is
have it.
what?
South Africa is the highest insecurity country in the world, in Africa as a
If
whole.
you've
Put that
got
in
peace,
mind.
why French speaking and English speaking people are fighting in
Right,
Cameroon?
despite what is
Don't come
happening in
here
Cameroon,
online and gaslight us with
it doesn't
lies.
mean the
Come
secure.
on, man.
Despite the problems that is happening in Cameroon, it still doesn't meet the standard of insecurity in South Africa. Out of
Cameroon is a shithole.
everything, poor
That's for
people
Mr.
sure.
get
It's a
Mo,
killed
can
every
you
day
war-torn.
on the street. Now let me finish. I'm still talking. You stop cutting me short. This is the thing. South Africa face problem of electricity like every other African countries. That's why they moved to to Europe to get better electricity for
South
most of
Africans
their
are not
companies.
running to Europe, man.
Well, I know a lot of South
You
Africans that live
mistake us
in
for your
United States.
neighbors.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I just got few minutes to go. So this is the thing. We face all this problem in Africa because our government are incompetent. No African country owns anything in Africa, including South Africa, Cameroon, and Nigeria. No country runs their own economy. No country could even manufacture their own currency. It's been pegged to UK and shilling and dollars. These are the things that these black people forget to understand. We don't own nothing in Africa. Instead of coming in and talking about facts, we are talking about putting borders on shit that don't matter, man. Come on. Thank you, Africa Millennium. I have to go to Africa.
African
Africa
American, can
demos
I
to
respond to this
certain
nonsense?
things.
Can I
Okay,
respond
So
to
wait,
thank
wait,
you
wait.
No
so
Let
much.
me
wonder you
respond.
are at the
Let me
worst
respond.
at the moment. As
Wait,
we
I
you are
let
speaking,
me
we
respond.
are
Hold on.
based in Africa, you are in the West,
Okay,
and then you come and lecture us. Come on, man.
There is nothing
I
wrong
need to
with being
respond
the
to
Okay,
you.
West. The
okay,
West
come
is
on,
in
I
guys.
need
Africa
to
as
Let me
well.
respond.
speak.
So
Let
there's
me
nothing
speak.
wrong with
I
Hold
that.
need
on,
to
guys.
respond.
So if our resources
I
are
also
being
need to
used by the
I
respond.
need to
West, we can
respond to that
also use
West
the
African
West.
millennial.
So
I need to respond to that Boba.
it's a
So you
narrow
need to respond
mindset.
to
I
blah
also
blah
It's a
need
blah
to
narrow
blah blah.
respond.
I
mindset
need
to
No,
to
tell
you're
respond to that
people
Boba.
don't leave your
no, you're
country.
just
Why
following
the
your
Blah blah
West
blah
colonizer
the
blah
where
West
they
blah
are
is in
from.
your
One
blah
plate?
second,
blah
wait,
blah
You
one
blah
eat,
blah
second,
blah
listen,
one
what you
blah
eat
second.
blah
come from
Somebody
the West
ask
blah
as
blah
you.
well.
blah blah.
So
Not
the
really.
human
I'm in
resources
South
can
Africa.
I get you, but the West is in your plate, my sister. The West is in your
Yeah, but
country, using your resources.
but look where you are. Look
So
where you
just
are.
just
Look
grow
where you
some
are. Where
intelligence,
are you? Are you in
for
West
once,
Africa?
you know.
Are you in
Okay,
West
let me
Africa?
speak.
Are you in West
I could
Africa? You ran
understand
away.
all.
Okay, wait, hold on,
You ran away. You
stop.
flee with your
Let
tail
me just
behind
respond
your
quickly.
behind. You flee.
Quick response. Okay, look, I'm gonna respond to what Jay, like some of the stuff Jay was saying. Look, we need to accept that as Africans, we've always had our own borders, even before European borders came here. We're very territorial by nature. So this whole bullshit that why would we want to put up a wall? Well, we have good reasons to. Are all Africans bad that come here? No, but to defend against the illegal immigrants, I support that. And South Africa is not mostly a desert country. Like it's lush and you can plant nearly everywhere. So that's BS again. And look, and we have our own problems. No one can dispute that. But we're trying to fix them in our own country. Like I can't speak for why other people leave their countries. I've never been there. You've got your own issues. And it's unfortunate, but for us, we're just trying to fix our own problems within our own country. So look, guy, this is a difficult thing that everyone's going through. Like a lot of countries on this continent, even though people are talking about go back to Africa, blah blah blah, and this whole huge Pan African thing, we need to be honest. A lot of African countries, economically, even though some of them are peaceful, economically are completely dead. Well, not completely, but people are running away from those countries to other countries on the continent. And if not on the continent, they're going to Europe and America. Like this thing is problematic and affects some countries in a negative way. You might argue why is South Africa, why is there a lot more tension in South Africa? Look, some of our people are just xenophobic. Sometimes it's just people protecting themselves from crime. There are a lot of reasons, but we're just trying to fix it ourselves in our own country. So yeah.
All right, wait 1 second
Can
before
I
anybody
respond? African
responds.
millennial.
Wait, no. Write in the private chat if you want to go next before anyone speaks. Thanks. And in the meanwhile, we have a $50 super chat from MS Delta guy. Thanks. He's saying, as an American who traveled through Africa, which is where you need to mention that the African countries like Ghana, South Africa, and Kenya, the people seem more stronger like fighters. Or in other countries, which shall not be named, people want illegal to go to other African countries. Entitlement. And then
Exactly.
he wrote another. I agree with him, but he wrote another super chat. There's nothing wrong with legal immigration. Africans, you are not entitled to illegal immigration. I think this is what's getting lost in
Thanks.
translation. Um, the illegal versus legal migration.
But who's legal though? Even the guy that is talking about Ghana, I know a lot of immigrants from Ghana seeking refugee status in the United States. What is going on? If your country is there's no country in Africa that is better. Everybody is traveling, no matter where you've come from. There's no country that looks great. It looks great on paper, but it looks nasty on the ground.
African millennial,
That's
you
just a
give me
fact.
African
way too much
millennial, African
time.
millennial.
Okay,
Can I go
so
next? Let me ask you a
wait,
question.
1 second. Bullet asked to speak next. He followed the instructions, so he can go next.
Who's going next?
Bullet.
Bullet, go ahead. I'm after Bullet, African millennial. I asked Edwin.
Okay, then I'm
Um,
after
wait.
Dozy then,
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
because I
Bullet.
also asked in the comments.
so guys, I wanted to respond to some of the things that Jay was saying. He said that South Africans are leaving South Africa because our education system is not okay. Well, you are not informed about South Africa because everyone almost every African is studying in South Africa. That's the first thing. And the second thing, you should check the South Africans that are going to Europe and USA. It is those South Africans are not selling clothes on the street. Those South Africans are educated and they have money. That's the second thing I wanted to say. And the third thing is that I talked about Zambia. I've been seeing things that you can label as xenophobic in Zambia, but it doesn't make international news. And in other African countries, I've been
What things? What things specifically? What things?
currently the Zambians
Congo
were
migrant.
chasing away Congolese. They were even beating them, but it did not even make international news. So if something like that happens in South Africa, we are being labeled as xenophobic. Only last week they found 25 Ethiopians who were murdered in Malawi. No one is saying anything about it. It seems
Wait,
like xenophobia.
Ethiopians were murdered in Malawi?
Yeah, they were crossing
Oh.
down to south and then they were killed in Malawi. 29, it's not 25, it's 29, and more bodies are about to be discovered. They were killed in Malawi in large numbers. It seems like it happened in the same time, like sort of like a genocide, but the numbers are few at the moment. Then we need to talk about that.
I wanted to say, like, if these things are happening in other African countries, it's like it's okay. We are not saying anything, it's okay. But let it happen in South Africa. It's like the world is going to end. Everyone has something to say about it. And they do not even research on what is really going on. Yeah, that was my point.
Because South Africa is the best country in Africa. The largest tree, the tallest tree will catch the most storm. Don't you think about it? Hey, can I respond now, African millennial? So I'm going to respond
wait,
to Jay.
one second. St. James and then you.
Like I was saying, I'm gonna make mine short.
What the
I'm gonna
hell,
make
man?
mine short. So because I like to listen, I'm gonna make
No,
mine
but
short.
African millennial,
It is
Yeah,
it is
me
very
and Lozy asked before him. What's this?
okay.
No,
This
It
is
is very
now.
isn't it in
African.
the
Is it my turn or it's not? It's my turn.
it's
Yeah, it
my
was
turn.
Zola
I
and then
asked to
St.
come
James.
up.
African. It's my turn. I didn't hear you.
Yeah,
No, it's
go
my turn.
Okay. All right.
It's my turn, guys. I asked you African millennial a long time ago, but I didn't
Exactly. Then I asked Dr. Lozy. It's literally in the private chat.
Yeah.
Lozy asked first, then it's me. The hell? This
today
nigga
I'm
just
not
came
in
in now.
Today I'm not in African millennials' favor. African millennial, I thought we're on the same page. Come on. So anyway, I'm just gonna quickly respond to Jay. Jay, my guy from Cameroon, you are not well informed, right? South Africa has got the second best education system in Africa as we speak. And the leading country in Africa is Mauritius with less than 2 million people. So we're comparing 60 million to 2 million. The best universities in Africa are found in South Africa. It's unfortunately, this might hurt you, but the best universities in Africa are found in South Africa. So Bullet was right when he said almost you can find all kinds of Africans studying in South Africa because people migrate to study in best universities around the world. In South Africa, you don't only find African migrants studying here. You find people from all over the globe. I guess you know that University of Cape Town is number 150 in the world, which is like it's like a good number to be there. 150 is the leading university in Africa. So no, we're doing good in education. And the other thing is when it comes to electricity, yes, we're struggling now with electricity, but keep this in mind. South Africa is still the largest producer of electricity in Africa. So if at our worst, we're still far away from Cameroon. So you can't be talking down on us when you're from Cameroon. I mean, you can do better than that. It's obvious. I'm done.
Who was next again? Who was next? Sorry.
The order is in the private chat, though. The order is in the private chat, like you said.
Bro, on our side, you're the last one. I can literally send you a screenshot.
Yeah, but who? Ethiopian guy. Lidge, you said it was you.
Yeah.
Lidge, talk, please. Just talk.
This is why everybody has beef with you West Africans, bro. Like I could literally hear the disingenuous comments that you guys always say about South Africa. You guys can't ever praise South Africa and then just leave it at that. You always have to throw an underhanded comment. like, look at what the other guy said. He said South Africa can't feed itself. First of all, South Africa is one of the most diverse climates. You have deserts, semi-deserts, Mediterranean climates around Cape Town. You have even savanna areas, and like South Africa could feed 5 times or 10 times its population easy. There's no problem with the farming. There's another situation where you guys talk out of your ass without knowing shit. Another thing, look, there's no way on this planet that you can compare South Africa to 99%, almost every African country. Like South Africa is a second world. It's not a first world nation. It's like a second world nation. The rest of Africa is clearly and utterly a third world nation. There is no comparison. You guys talking about, oh, you have electricity problems. At least when the electricity goes out in South Africa, it's on schedule. Like, you know what time it's going out, you know what time it's coming back. You African Negroes go without electricity the whole day. Stop acting like your countries are anywhere near the level of South Africa. Secondly, I mean, finally, look, there are clear problems of crime from illegal immigrants. So I don't know why you guys act like South Africans are being xenophobic. Because I can guarantee you, none of you guys would tolerate this bullshit if it was happening in your country. You could literally go to a Nigerian place now and get a fake license. Everyone knows this. What country do you know that will allow half the stuff that goes on? And when they say taking over buildings, yes, they do take over buildings. That's just a fact. So whoever can go next. But this is why you West Africans are battling everyone online. You're battling the East Africans. You're always crying about the North Africans. Now you're battling the Southern Africans. You have no humility. You don't even want to admit you don't know what you don't know. For fuck's sake, like, how can you speak about that? Never mind.
African Millennium, can I go next? I am talking again to my West Africans brothers and sisters. Based on my observation, we will do better by sticking together under ECOWAS. We don't have to compare ourselves to any country that is thriving, doing better for themselves, or is doing bad for themselves. We can stick together and fix our issues. You see what I'm saying? Today, I'm not going to come here and talk about putting one country up and put one country down. If you look at historical events, each country needed the other at one point of the history. You see what I'm saying? So there is no point when you're on top to sit on top and laugh at other country talking about, yeah, we're doing better than you, you guys are behind. I'm not going to do that. You see what I'm saying? Even the poorest country that you can see on the continent has contributed for something in somebody else's country. You can't take that away from them too. So we're talking about humility. There goes your humility. You see what I'm saying? Even the poorest country with the United Nations has helped other country when they are asked
Didn't you say yesterday that Somalia has never contributed to anything?
Listen. I didn't cut you
You
off.
said Somalia has never contributed to anything.
Listen.
Let it finish.
Listen, I don't want to talk to this guy. I don't even know where he is, who he is. He's on my lap, man. Can you get him off my lap or something? So,
oh my God.
I speak on West Africans again and again. Based on my observation, I have so many people that work at the African Union, and they made the same conclusion that I did. We will be better off by speaking to one another. You see what I'm saying? The African Union, again, is too overclustered for us to even find a solution for ourselves. Trust me.
All right.
Didn't this guy say yesterday that Somalia has never contributed to anything? But now he says even the poorest country has contributed something. So when he's the poor one, he wants sympathy. But when he's the rich one, he wants to shit on them. Have the South African shit on bikini feces the same way he shits on Somalia? Let's just be real.
Abi, are you Somalia or Ethiopia? Why not talk about your country, man? You come here and want to play.
Jude, like I said, sometimes in Somalia, sometimes it's Ethiopia.
But let's just admit
he's ashamed of himself. He's ashamed of himself.
I come here and tell people I'm Cameroonian, bro. I come here and tell people I'm
I know I hurt your feelings. You can go suck on some cheese.
No, you don't hurt my feelings, man. You don't hurt my feelings.
He lives in South Africa.
Look, I don't care if you live in South Africa or not. Claim your country, but you keep saying Somalia and Ethiopia.
The guy lives in South Africa. He lives in South Africa.
Like I'm not. Yeah, but I'm Ethiopian. I think they want my actual country.
Yeah,
they want my actual country. I'm Ethiopian. At the end of the day, you're from bikini feces.
Yeah, but
he's
how
from
he's
Cameroon.
phrasing the argument. No. It's how he's phrasing the argument. Look, Look,
So,
Yeah,
so
like look,
I
They
think,
want to
look,
attack you because
yeah,
you said
Josie,
the
I
truth.
just wanted
They
to
want
say,
to attack
Josie,
you.
the
ignore them.
guy said
Yesterday, these guys,
he's
you see,
Ethiopian that lives in
when
South
they're the
Africa.
richer country, when they're the richer country, they will freely shit on another country with no problems. But now when they're in the poorer country, they want to turn around and act like saints and say, "Oh, it doesn't matter about whether you're rich or poor."
When you are poor, you don't talk about sticking to yourself. Like if you're poor and you talk about sticking to yourself, that's
Bro, who
pride.
was holding you
That's
back from
pride.
sticking
That's
to yourself?
like you talking up your ass like
Who's stopping you from sticking to yourself?
you
Who's
talk
stopping you from
listen,
sticking to yourself?
listen,
Who's stopping you from
dude,
sticking to yourself?
listen. Learn
It's
how
too
to
hard, bro.
get up. Learn how to
You
get up. You see what I'm saying? Learn how to get off your knees. You know, that's all you
You're
have to
from,
do.
oh
Be
my
a
God.
man.
No, no,
I
no,
Listen,
can't
bro,
please,
help you.
please,
my
please.
country,
I can't
Wait,
help
wait,
you.
you two,
how
you
can
two,
you be
you
from
two.
Bikini
No,
Pieces
no
talking about
correspondence.
getting more? Like,
Listen,
even forget the fact I'm
you
from
the
Ethiopia.
only
I don't
one
even
throwing
brag about being
insult.
from.
You the only one throwing insult today. Look at yourself. You the
Yo,
one throwing
AM,
insult.
how can you
You
be
have
from Bikini
nothing to
Pieces
say.
talking about
You
rising off
listen.
his
No,
You
feet?
talk.
Abby,
Listen.
Abby, it's alright, it's alright.
His butt hurts from a conversation that
How can you
he
be
didn't
from
have no
Bikini Pieces
argument.
talking
So
about getting off your feet now?
today is coming here, clicking the link, try to settle some scores, and you are
No,
an
no,
embarrassment. You try to
no,
settle
no,
some
no,
scores
no,
that
no.
that happened 2 weeks ago or a month
Oh
ago. So that's an
gosh.
embarrassment.
Bro, how can you be from Bikini Pieces telling someone from Ethiopia to get off his feet, bro? My
Oh,
country could wipe your country off the face of the map
Ethiopia is
tomorrow,
the
bro. Stop it.
embarrassment of the African
Listen,
Union of Africa.
listen.
Well,
You
what are you
guys are the
talking
face
about?
of
Wait,
mankind.
one
Ah,
second. Wait,
ST,
wait, 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 wait,
ST,
wait, wait, wait,
ST.
wait, wait. Bushland,
You
Please,
wait,
are the
wait,
face
please,
of
no,
please
no,
mankind.
bring up
no, no,
AM,
no, no.
ST,
You two
please
need to
bring
be
up
Abi,
quiet.
Abi,
I'm
proving
gonna take you off.
Ethiopia. No.
Bushland,
Abi,
ST.
Bushland.
proving
No,
your
no, no, no,
country,
no, no, no,
Ethiopia
no.
has no place in
I'm
Africa,
actually
bro.
very
It
bro,
used to be
serious.
the
bring
liberation
Okay,
capital,
bring
man.
serious. I'm
Stop
actually
talking
very
stuff.
serious. I ain't saying it more. Bushland meat, did you have something to add? It's
On to
okay if you
what?
don't.
Oh,
Did you have something to add on the panel?
not really. Just that the
Okay.
South Africans do have a point. Everyone can't be going to South Africa and they have their own problems. And the West Africans also, to some extent, they have to learn to give credit where it's due. The South Africans have really helped a lot, and people are not really saying it. They're only looking for opportunities to roast them left, right, and center. That's
Very well
all.
said, brother.
I
Well
mean,
said.
Los, did you have something to say?
That's the point. Yeah,
Los,
obviously, African millennium. My country has been the main topic today. Yes, I would love for something to say if you allow me.
we didn't, we didn't even, we didn't even put South
I mean,
Africa in the title.
people are so hurt that
We didn't put South
people are
Africa
so
in the
hurt. So
title.
they not even give,
Go ahead,
they're not
Lozzie.
giving us a chance to speak on our country. They're so bad about the name of our country. They want to speak over us. Imagine that. Even a guy from a country that has failed as Cameroon, he's got something to say about us. That's how great
Bro,
South Africa is.
shut up. You,
A guy,
bro.
a
Don't even
guy
go there.
like
Don't even
Joe,
go there. Talk about your
even a
country,
guy
man.
like
Don't.
Joe is looking up and saying, getting something to say. He's at the bottom of the barrel, below the belt. He's got something to say. That's how great
Of
our
course, I
country
have
is.
something to say. I'm Cameroonian. What you have to say
So
about Cameroon, man?
imagine that. Do you respond? Give me a chance. Imagine that
Your
African
country is the most insecure
someone
country
from
in
a
Africa.
failed
People are
state
killing
that
each
has
other. What are
never
you talking
achieved,
about?
a state that has never achieved anything since the downfall of mankind. They've got nothing to show, but they
And
have
what
a
have you
lot to
guys
say about
done?
us.
What have you guys
Imagine
done?
that.
Your people are the most suffering people in
That's how
South
big
Africa. Have
South
you gone to
Africa is.
Soweto and see
And
how
he's
your people
had.
are suffering?
Listen
What are
to
you
me.
talking about?
He's had.
Lozi,
He's had. And I'm
Lozi,
saying he's had. And I'm not even doing. Brother Habib, you are a soldier, my brother. I'm grateful to have you on our side. You're the migrants that we need, brother. It's your hope. People like they,
Yeah,
you must stay there in
Habibi.
the West and whatever. You know.
I
So
think Avi
No, I
needs to
didn't
go to
laugh,
Malawi
man.
to stop those people from killing Ethiopians.
All
Those South
Africa is
Kifaru,
Africans.
shut the
shithole,
fuck up.
man. Even South Africa. So shut up.
I mean, you need to go to
Kifaru, go and
Malawi.
dethrone that 40-year-old president
No,
that you
no,
have
no,
before
no,
you talk
no.
about another
Habibi,
African country.
Habibi,
Your
Habibi,
president is
Habibi,
wearing diapers and you're
Habibi,
talking about other African countries. Have some humility,
Habibi,
man.
Habibi, Habibi. It's all right. It's all right.
Listen, this Ethiopian even said they were not African. Why is he here?
No,
Why is he here?
When did I say I'm
forget
not
about
African?
why,
Wait,
This
Kifaru, have you
Ethiopian,
why are
ever
this
you
heard me say I'm
Ethiopian
attacking?
not
said they were
African?
not even Africans. Why is he here?
Kifaru, have you ever heard me say
ST,
I'm not
why are you
African?
attacking?
No,
Why are you
I,
taking
I want to talk to the South African
Ethiopia?
brothers. Forget about Abe. Just leave Abe. Look, this is just what I want to say. Okay, yes, I don't know. It's just there's just so many things going wrong. You know what people are talking about. Well, I don't know more about Africa, but if we start looking into the statistics, okay, there's so many things that is going wrong in South Africa that's going wrong in most African countries. I don't know about the numbers, but if I tell you the number of people from different countries that are presently in Cameroon, is my country, it's so many people from Sudan,
Oh my
from
God! Stop the
Chad.
cap.
Abi, let me talk. Can I talk, man? I
No
don't
one's
want to. I don't want
migrating
to
to
curse.
Cameroon, bro. Why are we lying to one
Why?
another?
Why?
Shut
They,
up,
they,
there are
they,
people in
African
they
Cameroon.
are
millennial.
killing you
Chinese are
guys.
moving to
Can
Cameroon.
you
What are you
Oh
talking
my
about?
God.
African millennial?
Oh my
Can you
God.
help us?
Oh my God. Abi,
This
just
is
shut up.
he need
Let
to
me
be
talk. So
domesticated, man. He's
yeah.
too wild to be on the panel.
So do
Yeah.
you
So
think
the
people are
thing
only
is,
moving to South Africa? Who's this guy?
exactly. So, but if you see those who are doing so, when these South Africans come and say you're most educated, I don't see people who are educated promote xenophobic. To me, that is an act of vandalism and less education. I don't know the kind of education you're talking about. If you really this educated country, you should
Oh, here comes the
at least
bullshit again.
educate your people for not doing that xenophobic. It's not bullshit. My idea is like Africans are migrating to other African countries. And
Okay,
there's not
Kifaru,
this big
Kifaru,
deal
look,
of we're
look,
fighting. Liz,
Kifaru.
I
That was
understand
never
you
the
when you talk
argument.
about illegal
Kafar,
immigration.
No, but
I
that was
Kafaro,
never the
understand that.
argument.
Kafaro.
Okay.
Wait,
That was
Kafaro.
I
never the
understand
How do you feel
illegal
argument.
about
immigration.
Africans going to other countries? How do you feel about that?
I don't care. I think they're
You
free to go there
wait,
because say,
hold on.
look,
Wait.
see, my
How
country,
about
most African
Africans
country.
that are not helping
Listen,
their country? How do you feel about that?
listen. Let's be factual. I'm a African millennial. Africans migrating into other people's country would
Kifaru,
never
that was
change what that
never the
country.
argument.
Listen, I know it. Just let me so. Is that Juicy Gold Logic? I don't know. Africans immigrating in other
No,
people's
Skills.
country. It's not going to change what that country, their parliament or their politics or what's their political or economic development is going to happen. It's never going to change that. I don't believe like you're going to other people's country, you're making them worse and bad. I don't see that argument as even a valid point. Maybe you just hate people for a different reason, but you can't prove to me that just because people are coming to your country, it's making your country weaker or less economically important. I don't see it.
Okay,
You can't prove that with
can I
any
ask you a
data.
question? Can I ask you a
That's
question?
just my point.
Don't you think that some African countries should straighten their borders? Don't you think that
Look,
travel in
most of
Africa
the
should
see,
be free?
most of these people are going to these African countries. No one cares about them. These are like really low people, like poor villagers that are
Do you
just
need
trying to
something
go.
bad to happen before you change your
Not
mind?
no. Okay, now we're trying to project. We're trying to project. My
Oh,
idea is these
oh my
people live fleeing to these other countries. It's not changing anything for these countries. You understand? It's not making them getting poorer or richer or whatever. I don't think so because in most countries, all of us are countries. The people that are going to be committing the most crimes is always the citizens of those countries. It's
And that's
never
a
going to be.
facts.
It's
And that's
never
a
going to be
facts.
some other people coming. That is it. So my point is, people traveling to your country does not change anything. So be if you want to build your borders because you think some people coming to your country so making your country bad, do ahead, go do it. But it's not. I don't believe because these people coming to your country is not good. It's getting worse. I just want to ask you a question. Okay, I think there was one lady. She was bragging as how South Africans are controlling something. There's one. There's a history, something that happened in South Africa. I'm not so sure. There were some two Indians. I don't know, company or lawyers. They had to sway. What did they do? And they had to do some fishy stuff, and they were kicked out of of the country. What was that, Lozi? Those Indian family. Who was that?
You're talking about the Guptas. Kifar, usually I think you make
Okay,
sense. So you need to
okay,
understand
good.
that this. But listen. Your
Okay,
J
okay.
brother here came
So
with his
okay. This is the point.
own big ego. Listen,
Uh,
Kifar, I need to
He's
respond.
not. I
Your
don't think
brother
he's
here
finished.
came with a big ego. So we have to deal with him. Usually I have a little respect for you because you got common sense. But today I think you're also offering him. So I'm counting on you as well. So if you affirm a lot, I'm gonna come for you as well. Because there's a lot I can say about Cameroon. You know my point. We didn't attack Cameroon. Your brother came here and attacked us. So you need to understand where we come from.
But okay, so my point is, can you prove to me, because these immigrants are coming to your country, or this illegal immigrant is making your country bad,
Okay,
or it's making it's reducing your economic standard of your people?
saying,
because to be
prove,
honest, I believe, okay, these people coming to your country don't even care about them. They should not.
Okay.
Ifan, you're asking,
can I answer that question?
The influx of migrants is hitting our economy. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
It's hitting our economy. It's hitting our economy big time. Be it in the healthcare system, be it in the present crime as well. Because the more we have, even if illegal migrants, the higher the crime rate we have. Will you believe us if we tell you that before this so free South Africa, before we saw the large influx of migrants, although we had crime, it was not at this level. Will you believe us if we tell you that? And one of the largest amount of people who commit crime in our biggest city, which is Johannesburg,
is illegal immigrants.
It's migrants. It's just migrants in general.
That's further from the truth, man. Come on, man. The facts are there, man.
No,
listen,
don't.
Let's not do this.
I watch a lot of South African TV news.
Let's not do this.
It's mostly South Africans.
It's mostly South African committing the crimes in South Africa. Let's not do that. You know, I'm not saying the immigrants.
Videos.
We're not listen. African millennial. We're not going to sit here and say immigrants don't commit crimes.
Almost 27. Look, there was a crime that happened in South Africa where almost 30-something people were killed in a club in South Africa. They accused immigrants, but it was South Africans that killed those people in the club.
Are lying.
Come on, man.
My brother, you are lying. Those people are immigrants.
That's a lie.
Jay, you are lying. Those people, they are looking for them. They are not from South Africa. You are not updated. Those people, they are.
No, man, you are lying. Come on, man. Come on.
AM can check it right now.
No, we can check it. Listen, the stats can be checked. The stat can be checked. It's not difficult. This is public. There's a lot of documents. Anybody can Google. Listen, you can jump on Google and you can see the videos for yourself. These are not illegals. These are South Africans. So I'm not saying we're not saying Africa. So migrants don't commit crime. They do in every country. It happens. It's not particular. This is not particular. This is not particular to South Africa. It happened everywhere migrants live. You're gonna have your criminals. You're gonna have the one that do well. You see what I'm saying?
ST. Can I respond? Wait first, Lozi. Can I respond?
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. So it's gonna go in order, right? So it's gonna be Lozi, Bullet, and then Josie Gold. I just want to say thanks to Nigerian Prince, and also thank you to MS Delta Guy. Are these West Africans really trying to make a case for illegal immigrants? No. Look, illegal immigrants get treated. No, it's not about illegal immigration. It's just about immigration, period. Nobody in their right mind would fight for illegal immigrants. But yeah, Lozi, go ahead.
Okay. Just to respond to ST, I said the stats show that in Johannesburg alone, there's a large amount of migrants committing crime, and it makes sense if you look at the hotspot of where the highest crimes are committed and who stays there. I'm not going to dwell on that. I want to respond to Kifaru because he made a few points. Kifaru, at the end of the day, the large amount of migrants migrating to one specific country, it does have an impact on that country, especially looking at what kind of migrants are coming to that country. Now, if you look at the Western countries, they tend to get, even America, they tend to get even better migrants on average compared to countries like South Africa. We get migrants that most of the time are not educated. They come into the continent with nothing. They literally probably they fit to be refugees and kept probably in the camp. But South Africa doesn't even have a single camp. At the same time, South Africa has got the largest migrant in Africa. The estimated amount in 2018 from our home affairs that has lost count, it was 15 million of estimation. They've lost count. Nobody's running to Cameroon like they run in South Africa. Let's be honest sometimes. Let's just speak facts. Yes, Cameroon does receive migrants, just like any country in the world. But we have to talk about numbers. What matters is numbers. Do we have enough resources to cater to everybody who's been coming in the last 28 years? No, obviously no. And South Africa receives the highest migrants. Obviously, The brother SD earlier on said, we cannot come here and talk about migrants every day and not doing anything. We are doing something. But the topic of today came with African millennial, and I was just engaging her on just aiding. It wasn't a serious conversation. I was just aiding to her and saying, you know what, we still have got this problem. I didn't need for anyone to take it personal because I believe in your own country has got migrants. So if we all can agree that we cannot accommodate everyone in one country, and the more we have the large number of migrants, it's going to have an impact in the said country. It is a fact. The impact also comes on our national budget. When we do our national budget, the national budget takes in consideration of South African population, mainly the South African citizens. We end up with large number of people we cannot even record or understand where they're from, and then they also take in resources. Remember, these people are not just here sitting; they are here taken care of. Those who commit crime, when they go to prison, just to keep one head in South African prison, do you know how much that costs our taxpayers? And I'm part of the taxpayers, by the way. So yes, we do feel that effect from migrants. It's only logical. You can't be asking that one. We do feel it. We need to have a solution.
That's why I really want you to give me the data. How is this migrant? How do you feed them? How do you take charge of them? That's training your economy. Are you sucking them? So if an illegal migrant comes to South Africa, he's sick, can he go to the hospital?
Yes.
Yeah, they can go.
Yes,
Our laws.
Wait. Can he go to the
can
bank
go
and
to the
open a bank account? Can he work?
Yes.
They can work. They can work.
They can work.
Olozi, can I respond to this? Can I?
Before you respond, let me just respond to him. Illegal migrants are actually preferred in the manual labor jobs, where in the farms, construction. I'm in construction. I see what's going on there. People who put tiles, you know, the petty jobs, because they tend to exploit them. Why? They're not part of union. They cannot go even report. Even for them to go report if they've been exploited, they might go to jail. So it's good for the corporations, the people who run their companies, like in construction, they benefit a lot from those people because they can pay them however they want. This is not happening in every construction company or every field, but it is happening, and the people are feeling the effect of that as well. To what scale, I don't know. But I've done many projects that I've seen this taking place personally myself in big scale projects in South Africa.
So okay, can I go now, Lucy? Okay,
yeah,
Tifaru, you talked about what does an illegal migrant benefit. Lucy just explained where they are preferred for work. I want to explain another thing. They tend to grab land and put up shacks. That's why you see informal settlements that are so large, because it's filled with illegal migrants. On top of that, they get free healthcare. If they have children, their children are getting free education from primary to high school. You understand? And now we are the ones who are paying tax, because even if they start making money, maybe they opened their own business, they don't want to contribute to tax.
How can you run a business in South Africa that you don't contribute to tax in the country? You don't have some kind of fiscal.
Come on. We know that everyone. If you buy something, maybe a small bit of tax is deducted. But now we are saying, for example, I run a business, or.
Can I ask you a question again? Because obviously nobody's fighting for illegal migrants to come. They all need to be deported. But how do you feel about legal migrants that are needy? Like they don't add anything to
most of them need to be deported. The illegal ones, we need to revisit our migration laws. I can tell you 90% of them need to go back where they are. And I'm talking about legal ones. If we revise our migration laws and match other countries that are strict about their laws, like Botswana,
okay.
90% of them will go.
So do you want more legal migrants too? Because I think people are having different conversations.
I was
there's an order. Remember,
I was still talking like AM. You said legal migrants. Nah, but
AM,
but Josie Gold, I'm talking now. I said, AM said, do we want legal migrants? If someone is legal, maybe it's
Yeah,
that person
go
is a
ahead.
lawyer. Aman Josie Gold, you are talking too much, man. Can I finish my point? Sure, AM, I'm going on now. Like if someone is legal in the country, maybe they are a lawyer or a business person. Most of us we don't have a problem with that. The problem starts when you cross the border, you do not have papers. The next thing you commit crime, we cannot even trace you. You
So
understand?
to be clear, you're only talking about illegal
Yeah,
immigrants,
yeah.
not illegal.
Most of the things I'm saying, I'm talking about illegal immigrants, and most of the South Africans I know, they have a problem with illegal immigrants, not
Okay.
someone who came here legally into our country. And to be fair, we not all legal immigrants are going to be lawyers and engineers. We know some will low skilled jobs will be taken by legal immigrants, but there must be a quota to that. You understand? Let me make an example. If you go to Ghana, there are certain jobs that are reserved for people of Ghana, specifically for people of Ghana. But now come to South Africa, there's nothing that is like that. In South Africa, they said in every sector, 60% of the people who are working there should be South Africans. Then 40% is reserved for foreigners. So now the employers are not following the law. They are hiring a large number of foreigners so that they can exploit them. Yeah, someone else can go.
Yeah, let
Yeah,
me
can you
just say,
hear me? Wait,
okay,
hold
go.
on. There's an order. There's an order. I think there was a delay or some shit. Look, here's the reality, right? I'm gonna start with the hospitals. If you go to, like, let's say over here in Gauteng, where I am, here in Johannesburg, you'll notice that most of the people that are in the hospitals are not South African. And not only is that, and let me tell you how that's a problem. It's a problem in this case. South Africa has a budget for its citizens. Now, too many people that have come here illegally can cause problems because we won't be able to cater to our own people. So you'll have people from all over Africa. Of course, there'll be the usual suspects, Zimbabwe, what is it, Mozambique, and then you'll have people as far as West, some even East Africa, some even as far as North Africa. It's just packed to capacity with people who are not from here. And then
Can,
when you
can,
talk
can,
about the
I, can, I-
crime
can I
factor,
ask a question? Can I ask a question?
wait, hold on. Let me just finish talking.
You even talked enough. I
And
mean,
then you have,
go ahead,
yeah,
yeah.
hold on. And then not only is it that, then you have to look at the crime factor. There's a certain style of crime. Look, I'm from Johannesburg, meaning that the early years of my life, I lived in Soweto, south of Joburg, Alexandra Township. There's a certain style of crime these people do. I know it. I know them because I've been around them as a little kid. Even when I
Josie,
go back
speak
to these
speak
communities.
about them in specific. Speak about. We want to know the crimes so we
Yeah,
can all
hold
learn.
on.
What are they doing?
Wait, hold on.
Because Josie's
Guys,
lying.
listen. There's a style of crime that is there that South
Please,
Africans commit. We
please
can
give the
tell.
names because be
Hold on, let me
specific,
finish.
please.
Let me
Can
finish.
I can
Let
I
me
get in here,
finish.
folks?
No,
Bro,
you just let
wait
me
for your
talk.
time. It's Josie then me. Wait for your time, man. This is not a West African
Okay,
market.
I'm gonna use. Hold on, I'm gonna use the incident.
That
I'm
was a
gonna
good
use the
one.
incident that happened in.
Mr. Corny
You're
was
going to
good.
hell, man. You're going to hell.
Okay, okay. Listen, I'm gonna use the incident that happened in Soweto, for example, where gunmen went into a bar or tavern and shot and killed 15 South Africans. From the moment that happened, the people there in Soweto, people like myself, we knew it wasn't South Africans. That's not their style. How they even do the shooting, it wasn't their style. They just went in there and just did a mass killing. That's just not how
Okay.
things happened there. We knew from, and then when these people were arrested, you know where they were arrested? They were arrested in their home country and they had to be extradited. So they did that and ran home.
Oh, they did?
Look, illegal immigration, yeah? What? Illegal
Go,
immigration is a
please go
problem.
ahead.
The type of what? What are you saying?
Sorry, please go ahead. Yeah.
Illegal immigration is a problem in terms of crime, in terms of healthcare, in terms of the standard of living. There's just too much of an influx of people coming into the country that are poor. We don't mind someone that's an educated guy, let's say an engineer coming here, because we might need, because in certain sectors we might need more engineers. We don't mind that. No one has a problem with that guy. Too many unskilled, poor people coming here when we have too many of our own people that are also unskilled and poor is not a good thing. It's just too much of an influx, and we don't have the capacity to deal with it on many levels. In terms of crime, where we already have our own criminals, it adds to that. Healthcare, education, which is free, those things are free. It puts a burden on our own infrastructure and our own services. We don't have the capacity to deal with it. That's just the fact. There's no in between. That's just how things are right now. We don't have the economy to deal with it. Yeah.
All right, thanks. So, by the way, just to be clear, we're going in order of the screen this time, to be fair. St. James, did you have anything to add? St. James? Okay, Kifaro?
Say when you listen to people like Josie and the Logs speak, you understand that they understand what's going on in the country. This is not like ordinary, like on the educated low level South Africans. So what I'm saying here is a political agenda. Okay, I think politicians are kind of brainwashing these people to continue to spew this narrative that migrants are making South Africa economy to go down because they want to use that as a political weapon to gain some kind of a political favor in South Africa. Yeah, because I don't believe, okay, that migrants coming into South Africa would do anything to make South African economics go down or increase the crime rate or make or shaking their political, I don't know, the political decision of the country. I don't believe that. I just say this is a political, just a group of far right politicians that have brainwashed these guys, or they themselves are just far right politicians and they're using these migrants as escapees to promote, to push your political agenda. That's just what I say.
Hey, who's after Bushland?
I'm totally in agreement with the South Africans on this one.
Okay, thanks. And Abi.
Look, Kifaru, this is not Europe, bro. How are you going to debate? Can I just, your title of this video was entitlement. What have these West Africans shown on this panel besides egregious levels of entitlement?
Stop talking about West Africa and talk to the point, please.
No, because you're the guys complaining here. You're the guys complaining here. Who else is complaining here?
I'm talking about South
Who
Africa.
else is complaining here?
Don't talk about West Africa.
Who else is complaining here? Wait, who else is complaining here about
West
not being
Africans
allowed
are not even
illegally?
the majority floating in South Africa. It's not even.
Bro, you guys are the majority. What are you talking? It's either Southern Africans or West Africans, then followed by Ethiopians and Somalis.
Not. They've told you it is not. What are you talking about? I've told you it's not the majority.
I just said it's Southern. Oh my God. Do you follow? I just said it's number one, Southern Africans, meaning Zimbabweans and etc. Followed by West Africans, mainly Nigerians. Then followed by East Africans, mainly either Somalis or Ethiopians. What of that did I say that contradicted what you said?
Make your point. Make your point. I move on.
Exactly. You're just chatting shit. Bro, how are you going to debate with people that are telling you the facts and then you just come up with your own conclusion without bringing any fact? It is a fact that the reason I said stop comparing South Africa to Cameroon is, yes, I'm sure there are migrants in your country. There are migrants in my country too. Over 2 million just from Ethiopia and Yemen. I'm not complaining about that shit because Ethiopia, just like Cameroon, has no social securities that these people can take advantage of. In South Africa, a second world country, they have social securities that illegal immigrants take advantage of. These are just facts. Please follow what they're telling you, bro. Stop just arguing with them. This is why they don't respect you.
Yeah, talk about the fact that your country is the face of hunger, man. Let's talk about that.
Bro, you come from Bikini Faces. No one can even point where your country is. There's a reason The AU is not in Burkina
Man,
Faso, it's
hey,
in Ethiopia.
people
Humble
put your
yourself
people.
and push your
Man,
country.
listen, they put your people on the
Bro,
news for us to
wait,
see,
wait.
man.
ST,
They
ST,
put your
please don't
people on
do
the
that.
news for us to
ST,
see. That's an
ST,
embarrassment.
ST,
Why did you let that happen?
Man, ST, you are
It's not
disturbing the
even
order. It's
Ethiopian.
not
They,
your
they didn't
chance.
even consider
ST,
themselves
it's not your
Africans.
chance. ST, it's not
Yo,
your chance.
AM,
Give the
why
guy
is
a
it always
chance.
these irrelevant small African countries that have the
Man,
most to say?
Ethiopian
Look,
has been
if the top 10
irrelevant since
African
its
countries were called
conception.
up, your country would.
Ethiopian has been
Ethiopia hasn't been
irrelevant since its
relevant.
inceptions. Since we were kids, we were raised watching your people starving to death.
Dude,
We
AM,
seen this
wait,
in
can
your
you tell me
people.
one?
Listen, that's
Wait,
your
tell me
people.
one
That's Ethiopia.
Burkina.
Listen,
Oh my
you
God,
can't
this guy.
take that
ST,
away.
you
You
had your
can't take
chance.
that away from
ST, you
Africans.
had your chance.
When we talking about hunger,
Why
that's
don't you
you.
let your West African buddies?
You're right after Abby. So let Abby finish.
Wait, let me just say this. Name me one corporation that Burkina Faso has that can even rival Ethiopian Airlines. I'll wait. Ethiopian Airlines
Listen,
makes more money than your whole country
listen.
put together. So just
Everybody
humble yourself
gathered
and
to give
sit
money to
down.
your people, man. You
Sit
guys were
down.
the
It's
face of
okay. Sit down. Please sit down,
starvation,
bro.
war,
Sit down,
conflict
bro.
on the West African continent for the more than 30 years. If you are the best
Sit
on the
down. It's
continent for
okay,
more,
bro. Sit down. We get it.
your country
How
can't
can you
even get
compare?
stable.
Oh
Listen,
my
my country is small, right?
Hey
But
James,
we
hey
got
James.
peace.
Dude,
We
your
got
country
peace.
is
No, no, no,
irrelevant.
Africa,
Not even
let me
small.
finish. Let me finish.
No,
I give you all
dude,
the
please.
points
This is
talking
not
about
a
my country,
West
right?
African
At
flea market.
least
This is not a
we
West
got
African
peace.
flea
We
market.
got
Just humble
peace in
yourself.
our country. We
Oh
grew
my
up
God.
watching these people for more than 40 years.
Just
If they are
Google,
more, if they are
AM,
more
just Google,
successful for more than
AM.
40 years, you guys have been fighting, killing each other,
ST, you
starving
will
each
get
other
your
to death,
chance. ST, you
and you're
will
gonna
get your
sit here and
chance.
tell me your country is better than mine. That,
It's better
bro.
than yours.
Come on, bro.
What? Name me one. Okay, name me one category your country is better than us.
Let's not make
GDP, we're
this
higher. GDP per capita,
Burkina
we're
Faso
higher.
versus
No, no,
Ethiopia.
no.
Let's
Let's not do
Corporations, we have bigger
GDP, man.
corporations than you.
Let's address the 40 more than 40 years
We're
and
literally richer than you.
stable country that you guys are. Let's
ST,
address
you are
that.
going to
If
get
you
your
guys are
Okay,
chance.
better,
ST,
why there is no peace in your country?
AM, talk
If
to
you are
ST.
better, why
dude,
there is no peace in your country?
imagine how rich.
Why there is no
Okay,
peace?
you have peace, but you don't have.
No, 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 no.
So your country is
Listen,
better because this.
if you are
ST,
better,
come on,
right?
ST.
For
I'm gonna
me,
How
say
can you?
I'm
James,
not
you have
gonna talk.
one more
Listen,
minute.
I'm not gonna
I'm gonna
talk
say
about
James,
GDP, African
one more
millennium.
minute.
AM,
If you are better, you have to have peace in
Yeah.
your country. Let's not talk about GDP.
oh
Let's
my
talk
God.
about peace. Just peace. If you are better than my country, I give you that. Why there is no peace in your country?
Can I talk now?
If you are better.
Are you done? Are
No,
you
no, I'm
done?
not done. If you are
Get your
better,
contact.
my people have never been the face of
Get
starvation in Africa.
your
Never.
tampon and
AM,
please,
can you talk to
please
ST?
shove your
He's
Kunta
disturbing
Kinte
the order.
tampon. Exactly,
Italian
exactly. But
looking
you know he's West
Italian. You
African,
got
so
we
AM
knew you
will.
guys we knew you guys didn't want to be African. We all know. We all know. We all know
Hey,
you guys
just say
didn't
your
want to be
insecurities.
Africans.
No,
Now
wrap
it's
her
cool.
up, man.
Now
Get
it's
her.
cool to be African,
Okay,
right?
finally you're
We
saying
know
your
your people,
insecurities.
man.
Finally
We
you're saying your
Africans, we know your
insecurities.
people.
Finally you're letting out your insecurities. We get it. Finally you're saying your
Bring
insecurities.
peace in your country and
Just
then
say
come
that.
talk to me, bro. For more than 40 years, man, you guys have been the face of hunger, starvation.
ST,
All right,
come on,
all right,
man.
all
Come
right.
on.
We
Bikini
got it.
pieces.
We got
Bikini
it.
pieces.
Can
AM,
you just
AM.
finish your point
Okay,
without addressing
no,
somebody?
AM. Now you're not just going to let this man from Bikini Pieces insult anyone, and we don't lose. Bikini Pieces
Ethiopia's a
might be
shit
peaceful
old
with
country, man.
Wait.
Listen,
No, 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 no,
Ethiopian is a
no, no
shit old country,
responding,
man.
no responding,
You
no
know the
responding,
population
no
of Ethiopian in
responding.
America, African millennium. They came here, they begged the U.S. government.
Dude, our country is richer
Finish your
than you
point.
in every
Finish
way.
your point. Finish your
GDP
point.
per capita.
No.
No,
Finish.
AM. Let me respond to him.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
okay.
Go.
Anyone in the comments can Google GDP per capita of Bikini Pieces and GDP per capita of Ethiopia. It's like double yours, bro. So humble
No, no,
yourself. You're peaceful, but
it's not
you're
that
too
different.
dumb to even make an
It's
economy, a
not much
functioning
different.
economy. Just sit down.
Abi is
Sit
not
down,
much
bro.
different.
Okay,
Faso.
Abby, finish your
Sit
point.
down. Humble yourself. The Ethiopian Airlines makes more money than your whole country. No one knows your
So
country. Just
Ethiopian
keep
Airlines
quiet.
is great. We all accept you've got a great airline in Africa.
Yes, it's bigger than his whole country. We get it. Just sit down. Just just tell your boy to sit down. At the end of the day, Kifaru, these guys came with facts. All you came with is, I just feel. If you're just going to feel and they're telling you facts on the ground, no one can take you seriously. This is why you Pan Africanists tend to be jokes in this part, bro. Because all you do is just come up with feelings
You see
and
what you're
emotions
saying
and
now.
theory.
You see what you're saying now. You're trying to attack Pan Africanism. If I try to attack you now, you're not gonna
No,
like it. Then
wait, one
I'm gonna
second. Abby, finish your point. We still have one person who hasn't spoken. Abby, finish your point. You're done your point? Okay. Kala Janet, actually, wait. St. James technically
Oh,
hasn't finished his point.
come on.
Well, we're going in the order of the panel. St.
State J was
James.
just talking. He should give him his time because he talked. Yeah, he was talking just all the time. Come on. Yeah.
St. James, do you have anything to say? If not, then we'll just move on. Wait,
let
one sec.
Genesis speak.
Kala go. Let Kala go. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kala go, Kala
Thank
go.
you, thank you, Afro Millennial. Thank you for panel for having me today. I was working today and whatnot, and this topic interests me and whatnot, saddens me, interests me because you guys are younger than me. You guys are the next generation, you millennials and stuff like that, and it sort of breaks my heart when I hear all this talk. Black people fighting against each other, and let me tell you something, right? Before I get started, right? In 1955 in Jakarta, Indonesia, they had a conference called the Bandung Conference. Okay, all these one shithole countries got together, right, and say, you know something, you know, we're shitholes. We're all shitholes. Some might have be a little more than us. Some might have a little less, but we're being discriminated against by people who are out from outside the Westerners, right? We're poor. They humiliate us, right? See, black people all over the world, right? The humiliation is so bad, we internalize that to start hating ourselves. That's what you see right here. So we can't deal with the global hatred, humiliation put upon us. So what we do is we fight against each other to see who we can one up on each other. My shithole is better than your shithole, instead of saying, something, let's look at the bigger picture. Why can't we as black people build the black world up where everybody has a chance to survive? Now, I'm not saying that it's all right that people don't have legitimate concerns about people bum rushing their country. I get that. But what I'm saying is this: that's one issue. But the overall issue is I don't want people sitting there thinking, I'm in South Africa, we got it together, and all my problems are these illegals coming here. No, it's a global problem. And South Africa has another problem, right? Which is white people, Indians, Chinese, everybody else still dominate the economy. They put black faces on corporations and everything, but the economy is still in the hands of white people. The land, the infrastructure is in the hands of white people. South Africa controls a sub-region, okay? All the goods you see in all these countries in Southern Africa starts from Cape Town to Durban. So most of the logistics in the Southern African hemisphere originates in South Africa. So South Africa now, under the guise of using what we should be using, Pan-Africanism, right? They're now to have MTN and all their corporations, ShopRite, and everything, have access to the whole entire continent, right? As a white-owned business and everything like that. But they put black faces on it. The black people, the black South Africans, have completely divested from the other part of Africa. So there's no black networks of business operating in South Africa. It's white-owned Indians. Indians have trucking companies that stretch from Durban to Zambia, okay? Rail lines, all the stuff like this. There's no black African infrastructure. So therefore, so what we do is we get the crumbs because we don't really have the confidence in ourselves to maintain and manage the modern infrastructure, the modern world, and give everybody else a chance to be part of this global economic system. We're not doing that. And so what we do is instead, and we always get the crumbs. Black America, we get the crumbs when white people leave us, right? The Caribbeans get the crumbs. Black America fighting against other people. Black Americans fighting against the crumbs. Who gets one up and everything. And the bottom line is this: life is passing us, and we're wondering why we haven't made any progress. Progress is ultimately going to mean confrontation with the people who are determined to destroy us. There is no major trade going on between Africa and the West right here, right? I live on a port city, right? I can go down to the port terminals, right? I'll see containers written in Japanese, Chinese, Arabic and everything coming in and out of the fourth largest port in the world, right here in Portsmouth, Virginia, right? I don't see no African stuff like that coming in here. I don't see no major supply trade going to and from Africa coming in like that, and that's a shame. While we have an AGOA agreement, which is an African Growth and Opportunities Act, right? There's nothing major being shipped to the U.S. market from Africa, manufactured, right? And then the people who are using AGOA, right, while we're fighting over crumbs and everything, are the Indians and the Chinese who are setting up shop in Africa and shipping goods as an African product to America with mainly textiles, right, using the free tariffs. So what I'm trying to say is this, right? We can have all our squabbles, beefs, and everything like that. It's always going to exist. I'll take shot at Nigerians. Now Nigerians will call me a Kana. Hey, we'll go back and forth. But in the end, right, what are we doing seriously, while we have the time and while we're discussing this, right? The discussion should be, and I'm not trying to say like this, we shouldn't have the discussion and everything, but I don't see enough like I do with the ages and everything. They're sitting down designing new cities in chat rooms, They're sitting down designing futuristic trading systems and everything. They're sitting down deciding, and they basically understand that one time the Thais will look down upon, the Koreans look down upon the Vietnamese. Now the Vietnamese are caught up to the Koreans and everybody else, and they're all working on this thing called Team Asia to win. And what we don't have in the black race is black love, so we can be pro-black and win like that. We need the people with the brains and the skills to come together on a higher level, and talk. Other people have these kinds of conversations. Japanese and Chinese go at it and everything like that. But guess what? China and Japan has $400 billion a year worth of business transactions and trade a year. Okay, $300 billion worth a year goes between Taiwan and mainland China. Billions of dollars a year go from Japan and South Korea, two countries that hate each other. Okay, you see where I'm getting at? There's nothing going on between the black countries, right? While we're hating each other. That's why if we could keep this up, we will die. I'll yield my time. And this guy Rock is a clown, right? And I'm going to be on Bomani Tamba's show tonight. We have a very special guest, Mr. Rosenthal, tonight. He's going to be on the show tonight. You don't want to miss the show, okay? He's what I'm talking about. BAL member, founded the African Gold Bullion Bank in the Congo, right? In Angola. He's going to be on the show tonight. So we're talking about real Pan-Africanism and everything, and Pan-Africanism. Just because you got a YouTube channel, don't make you an authentic Pan-Africanist, all right? So we're going to basically talk about that. So make your point, bro. I did make my point. The only point you have is on your head, All these eggheads that get on these shows and whatnot, talking a bunch of nonsense. Antebellum Black American. How can you be antebellum? That was slavery. And the Black American, come on.
Yeah.
I'm sick of getting off FBA. Let me see. He said, college says, I hear what you're saying, but college, you must understand the Africans, which we are, selling. Would you stop with this talk about this selling? So like that Africans were forced into the slave trade. I'll give them that, You had no damn choice. Listen to that Africa dumbass nigga, what I'm saying? Talk about we sold slave. No, you sold because it was your ass was gonna be on that ship if you didn't,
About people like that, for they're just like distraction.
You had no choice. Everybody, the slavery stained the whole entire race.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah.
Ain't nobody don't know.
We'll have a stream on slavery. Don't worry. We'll have a stream on slavery.
Oh, come on.
Please don't have Afro dumbass on.
Well, but see, at the end of the day, I just want to say this. We're not taking it from the fact that each African country should be trying to do their best to build your countries. No one is going to refuse that. We have different history. We've come in history in different ways. Some are taking time, but I don't think there's any African country that's not trying to build itself. People in Africa, like Africans who are moving to African countries, these are merely villagers. I don't think a Ghanaian can be a Ghanaian that is rich who want to go to South Africa. I don't think so. The people who are moving like really poor people that they don't even understand what is going on in the. See, sometimes what I believe, I know I'll let you talk. It's ignorance. Sometimes, most black people, when they say infrastructure, good infrastructure, in the back of their mind, they just believe, oh, that country must be better because it's got good infrastructure. Sometimes it's most of these things, the people that are really moving there. Well, if you're telling they're coming to commit crimes, that is bad. You should be able to stop criminals in your country, whatever. They might be foreign, they might be nationals of the same countries. Yeah, so I'm just trying to say, we're saying that it's true. Africans countries should be trying to do your best, but all this shaming, we are doing that, we're doing that. It
Kafar,
doesn't matter
Nah,
because
we should
what
have. Let's
what
do
what
it.
Kala
Let
Like
me
I
said is
said,
true.
can you hear me?
What
Can you hear
I
me?
asked to come off, thank you.
Wait,
I
Can
one
you
asked to
hear me?
come off,
second.
thank
Africa
you.
Stop.
Millennial, can I
Wait,
speak?
no,
I gave
no.
my
He's
turn.
not
I
done.
gave my turn.
He's not done.
I'm
Oh,
not
okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
not
Go
done
ahead.
yet. I say like
Go ahead.
what Kala said. That shows a reality. I don't know about South Africa, but you have a group of a massive chunk of South Africans complaining about the Indian interfering in their economy, in their politics, whatever. They are there. Those are the kind of people that we should be warned about, not some
Let's
dusty
stop
immigrants.
isolating
That
South Africa. All your countries have got
Wait,
problems. Let's
wait,
stop making
wait,
it
wait,
sound
wait,
like South
wait, wait,
Africa.
wait, wait.
I
He's
did
not.
not.
Only
Did I
country.
say anything other than that? I said so. I
Yeah,
say
stop
yeah.
isolating us because you guys are running to us. We're not running to your country. So let's
No,
deal
no.
with facts.
See, this topic is about South Africa. That's why we're even talking about South
No, it
Africa.
was about entitled migrants. Read the title. It was about entitled migrants in other countries.
Okay, I didn't know, but
This
when
is
I
not
well,
came,
about
the
South
biggest,
Wait,
when I
the
can
came
I
here
can
biggest
I
talking
can I
about
go
political
South
now?
Africa,
entitled
Africa
are
Millennial,
white.
can I go?
that's all right.
The
But
whites are the most
it's about
entitled.
South
The rest,
Africa.
Africa
So
Millennial,
I
can I
was
go?
talking about South Africa.
I'm gonna have to repeat what I kept repeating throughout this stream. I want West Africans, please listen to me, and even Central Africans. We have a track record of doing things together. We should pull out from the African Union and focus on something that can better unite us. You know what I'm saying? That I keep telling you, African Union is too over cluster.
it's
You
called
see
the
that guy
African
from
Union.
is too over cluster for us to even figure out what kind of solution is needed on the continent. Trust me. Like I said, I did not want to talk to that Ethiopian guy. I have a question on the panel. Why we have the African Union headquarters in Ethiopia while these people can even broker peace within themselves? Why do we
Yeah.
have the African Union in there in the first place?
Okay, see, we'll get to that. Can I
So
respond to Carla
that's
because
that.
he made
That's
some
one
good
of the
points.
point I was
I want
telling
to
you. We
respond.
will not get further if these people
Okay,
don't even know how to broker peace within themselves. So
I'll get to
African, we have to
we'll
get
get to
smarter.
that.
We don't have a track record. West Africans, we don't have a track record of those things happening because we need to link by affinity. You see what I'm saying? We should know how to live together as West Africans before we even branch out to the rest of the African regions. You see what I'm saying? Those immigrations issue, the African Union started it. They started those things. The one that we have in the
Okay,
past, it was based on affinity. You see Nigerians coming on the West African coast, African, Burkina, Mali. We don't have these issues. We don't. Be honest. Check the track record. We live in
AC,
peace
lend your
together.
point.
You see what I'm saying?
Don't be
So
selfish. Lend your point so that
entering
we can
of
speak. Don't be
the
selfish.
East Africa and South Africa, you will always find this problem. I am not taking away from what these people are saying. Some migrant cause problem in countries. I get that, but the punishment, the level of punishment, the level of humiliations is proving my point. We are too far away from each other, man. We can't do that. You see what I'm saying? We have to think wiser if we want to progress in Africa. That's all I have to say, bro. I'm going to keep repeating that. The African Union is a failure. It has always been a failure.
I
That
have
this unity doesn't address any problem on the continent. Any.
Hey, say James, let me ask you a question, right? The African Union describes African as anybody. You got these white girls that in America right now talking about, how many Africans live? White people that are born on the continent, right? They're going around and they got dumb Africans living here. Yeah, I'm a fellow African. So the whole idea is what Asian. When you talk about Chinese Asian, they're talking about people who are phenotypically Asian. That's the gene pool that they're doing. The gene pool and the land, everything, the indigenous thing. Now Africa is so conquered that anybody could come in and become an African. And India can come in, I'm an African now. And nobody says anything because we're so weak. We're so used to being conquered and enslaved. You can live in China for 300 years and you'll never become a Chinese. You can live in Japan. You got Chinese people Chinatowns in Japan. How come they never became Japanese? Because it's different culture, and they're the same race. The bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. Let me say this. Right. The African, the black people hate themselves. These people have no smoke for the Indians, the whites, and everybody else is on the continent doing what the hell they want to do. And everything, you know. Oh, the people that's complaining about the xenophobic people is talking about the migrants. Migrants are a problem. I get it. You know?
What makes Africans run from their countries first? If we are the problem, so let's discuss it. I need to respond to you, Kala, because you did make good points. When you spoke about economy and who controls the global trade, even in South Africa, those you were hitting the nail. Even in the southern region, South Africa is the largest exporter, but who's really behind it? They obviously also coordinate with our black allies, which is true. And on average, obviously, black South Africans tend to have just better living standards than the rest of Africa, most countries, not all. So I want to address this. The problem is this. If African countries stay in their countries as well and hold the ground, unlike pushing pressure on other countries and creating chaos, that will also mean other African countries can hold their ground. Then we can all emerge like that. People like
let me say this, right?
No. Let me finish. Let me learn. I'm going to be quick. People like you are encouraging Africans to be weak and run away from their problem. What you see now is that the Western go there when the smart blacks ran away and flee to West or Asia or South Africa. The West go back there and still exploit them. That's not a solution. The solution is to get these people to stay there and work, because obviously we will always have these tensions in South Africa. The reason is that we have got a giant as well to fight, which is this Western system, and the whites are here. You know, it's not going to be easy because they control the economy. It's easy to look at an African brother who's competing with the next black.
I think we're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing. I'm not saying. I'm like this. You should stay in your country and build to like 90%, right? And the whole thing is, I'm saying, look at the situation like this. The West is telling the world, right? And all you millennials and everything, you know, I don't know everybody's age right here. Climate change is nothing but an attempt, right, to keep Africa underdeveloped and everything. They already talk about we got to get rid of fossil fuels and everything like that, right? Now, if Africa wants to industrialize, right, and we want to provide jobs for ourselves, you know what the solution of Bill Gates and all these other people think? Prince William saying, Africa got to cut its population in half. The official policy of the United States government, right, is depopulation of Africa. They don't see you thing. So you have this one thing where we want to develop our continent, right? We want to provide jobs. But why is this happening? There are outside forces saying that we do not see you. We see elephants. Protecting elephants is more important than the people of Africa. They don't care about you. You know, when you understand that, you understand there's global forces are the reason why there's poverty and everything, because they see Africa as a threat. They see African success as a threat. Because Europe, if Africa rises, that's the end of Europe. And the way they think that, they say, okay, if we die, Africans are so inferior, the world would die. White liberals even think like that white people always have to be in charge, right? Even though it doesn't even make any mathematical sense. Europe is getting older. Wouldn't it be better if Africa is a place where the minerals come from, that the infrastructure and the industries we built at? Wouldn't that make sense? Yeah, of course it makes sense. But there's one problem. The people in Africa are black Africans. We can't have that, because that means they will have power. They'll have some sort of leverage. So therefore, all the countries that have a little bit going on in South Africa, you know, and everything. Look, I'm not going to knock you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to knock you. You, black South Africans, are blessed to be in a situation where that white people never thought they were going to lose Southern Africa, that country. They put a lot of infrastructure in that thing. They built the South Africa at one time. The rand was equal to the dollar. South Africa was a huge manufacturing center. At one time, it produced half the continent's electricity, you know, and water supply and everything like that. So South Africa has a huge modern infrastructure. And the result of that is the black South Africans have some of a better standard of living and quality of life than the rest of the continent. I get that, you know? And so what I'm saying is, let's not covet that. Let's say the same thing that happened in South Africa, we could build for the rest of the continent, but we cannot do that going on the same thing. if you're a South African and you're believing this stupid nonsense, like you got your president talking about getting rid of the coal. Now you want to get angry with somebody, talk about Ramaphosa. He's telling that idiot Joe Biden that he wants to shut down the coal industry in South Africa.
Yeah, we
I
agree
did
with you
mention
on that.
Suicide, you know.
I did mention that earlier, Kala. You were not here. Kala, sorry to stop you, Kala. I did mention that you were just not here earlier on. That the ESCOM situation is a sabotage, and we know Germany, UK, US, they behind them. But what you must understand, Kala, is that South Africa alone cannot depend on Africa, because Africa is yet to be a powerhouse that can sustain itself, looking at security military-wise. What you will find us also trying to partner with BRICS, which I think it can be a step, because those are also emerging powerhouses. If we can play our cards carefully there and protect Africa, then we can. The fact that the West knows that we've got alliance with BRICS, even though it's not a military alliance, but most wars, when they start, economic alliance can also bring military alliance during.
And what about Russia? I think South Africa should just go ahead and just say, "Yo, look, Putin, let's sing the Volga Boatman together." You know, let's bring Lokisi says Africa with the Volga Boatman.
We are doing that already.
Let's do this. Let's show it to the world. Let's know about it. That we don't give a damn. Let's don't hide about it. You know, don't go to the Queen of England's funeral and say, you know something, fuck the Queen. You know what I'm saying? And let's go with Putin. Let's do it all out in the open. Let's say, you know, look, let's build Africa, and we don't give a damn about what the British and all these other people think. You know, let the chips fall where they may. You know, let the chips fall where they may.
I think it's not. Carla, just to speak on behalf of my government, I know these guys, they tend to be puppets. I'm still confused with my government. But I think the other thing is they have to maneuver very careful, because the West still controls large portion of our economy. Like the use of our economy.
I get that. Yeah.
So we have to play it smart, because the economy of South Africa is linked to the rest of Africa as well.
Right.
What we can do is the government of South Africa can hold Africa at ransom and also work with BRICS. We can say, look, the African countries that are not on code, that don't want to abide by the African principles, then we isolate them. That's the game we need to play. But I think that's what our leaders are working on and doing. The problem is, you see, Kala, what we're trying to say is that while as Africans, we are expected to fight this global system, just like the Black American, we're one of the most judged people. Nobody's questioning other Africans what they're doing. The only thing they're running away, and people are giving all kinds of excuses.
I get you 100%. I understand exactly what
Black Americans don't have a country. You were talking about America. There's no Black American country, so that's why it's America.
Yeah, but we have a lot of political influence, man. You know, Black America picked who was in the White House right now. You know.
Because when you were saying Black Americans, it's just America. I don't see there's no Black American country.
But what I'm trying to say,
but it was Black America who brought down sanctions in South Africa. It was a boycott and everything, and we basically like that. So, but don't underestimate Black America. We don't have a government, but Black America has a lot of political influence globally.
My point was this, Kifan. I feel personally, I feel like Black Americans, as Black Africans, we are the most judged. It's obviously because we have got close to the Western system, if I may say, right? We are one of the most judged. And I'm looking at this, I'm saying it's not fair. Let's all judge the Black world equally. What are other African countries that don't even have white people at their present? What are they doing? We know that even white people are not there. Also, white people are not in those countries. The system is a global system. You guys are still getting affected by it. I understand that, but it's running away to other countries the solution, especially South Africa, because now it's the Black country that we should be fighting the West and try to organize Africa. But now in average South Africa, and it's feeling the pinch as well. So we are going to destroy an African country that has already built the base. If we can keep the Western out now and put the entire continent on code, and probably at some point for now buy protection from nations like BRICS until we've got our own continental military and our own monetary systems and banks, then that might be different. But at the moment, Africa on its own cannot face the West. That's why you see other countries need to join emerging powerhouses like BRICS and play very, very careful, because the BRICS nations are also not our friends, right? We do that for one step to the level where Africa can be liberated and be independent. You know, the West is not going to leave us now. We need to be careful. So I'm asking you guys, South Africans are feeling the heat, the high influx of migrants. We cannot sit here and ignore them. we need to come up with solutions, because if we're gonna downplay that and say we've got the whites here who are probably controlling the economy, you guys also got your problems in your countries that you're running away from and putting more pressure on us. So we need to.
This is a thing. Sorry for cutting you. I don't know much about this data, but I'm going to look into it. So, when did South Africa had a migrant crisis? When did you start having this migrant crisis in South Africa?
I was 17 years ago.
So
I don't know
you
about
said 17 years ago. So you said 17 years ago, it was a migrant problem in South Africa. So you're going to tell me before that, South Africa was better? Is that your argument?
No, it wasn't better because we were just through apartheid. It was better for the whites. Like, South Africa has always had that infrastructure, but we just walked out of apartheid where we were trying to build
can I
ourselves.
answer that?
We had the largest influx of migrants, but crime rate was lower. I won't lie. The crime rate was
can I answer the question?
Okay,
yes, go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah. Okay. Look. South Africa's always had problems. I won't lie to you. Like, it's not a matter of if or maybe. And we do have our own problems, and we do discuss our own problems. We don't just discuss migrant issues. With many other problems that we do discuss. Was South Africa better before? Look, they've always been migrants, even when I was a little kid, like in the 90s, early 2000s, they were there. But I think the influx is like what started happening across many different countries, like around like 2000s, 2005, 06, 7, through its own issues, and many other different countries, coups in other parts of Africa. When that started happening, and then you took the global financial crisis, but I remember global financial crisis happened. Like, I remember, like I was in high school at the time, like I was in 08. I did notice that more than ever, even when I was in the townships, because I haven't lived in the townships in a long time, I realized that there was a huge influx more than before, of illegal immigrants before. And then over time, of course, it started affecting people's lives, like I mentioned earlier, healthcare, etc. So are illegal immigrants the source of all our problems? No, but it doesn't mean that it's not a problem. So yeah.
How do you guys know that they're legal?
Oh, it's easy, man.
So people are being checked on the street. They're being checked on the street to show their paperwork.
ST, can I please respond?
Yeah, so that's what you have in South Africa. They have a movement called I forgot the name of that movement. They go to places, they go to neighborhood, and they shakes people so they can show their papers. So that's what's been going on. And even yesterday,
we don't watch your country, man. What's the obsession with
I know. You don't have to. Like I said, we're talking about Africa in general.
Give us
Listen, I come to find out South Africa, when you guys were under apartheid, there was a lot of crying in that country and a lot of misery. So that's how I came to find your country, So there was nothing good about it. When I learned about South Africa, there was nothing good in there. You see?
Where you from?
And I respect the fact that
my dear, his name is St. James.
No, I respect the fact that you guys have come a long way. I give you that. You see what I'm saying? But I grew up watching your people. There was a lot of misery, a lot of struggle. You see what I'm saying? A lot of poverty, and today you guys are doing good. So I give you that. You see what I'm saying? So, and I do believe, you guys have to, like, when you say the news, I mean, I see the news. If you don't watch my country, that further prove my point. If you don't check for other countries, that further prove my point. That further prove my point when I said West Africans should stick to West Africans. You see, so African millennia. You remember what I said, right? We always look into those people's problem. Like I said, I learned about South Africa because of apartheid. You see what I'm saying? I didn't learn from South Africa because they have the best lawyers or they have the best engineers. I learned from them because they were under a brutal system and they need to be freed from that. You see, my mind was programmed to know these people as African because of the things that was happening in the country. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, ST, can I there's
but I did not turn our back. We didn't turn our back like, okay, these guys are better than us or they're beneath us or whatever. So you know what I'm saying? But it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny, right?
to sit here. We got the best lawyers. We got the best engineer. Our country.
No,
But
we
listen,
do.
you guys
Shouldn't we
live with
say,
white people
why shouldn't we
already.
say that? Why does
You
it hurt
live
you?
with white
If we
people
say so,
already,
why
so
does
you
it
don't
hurt
have
you?
to leave your country. You don't have to
Why
leave your
does it
country.
hurt your
You
ego? If
you
we
you
don't say
benefited.
so, why
You
does it hurt
benefited.
your ego?
Listen, you benefited
No,
from
man,
their
that's not our
investment.
problem. That's your
You
problem.
you more
That's
out
a me
of
problem,
all
not
the
our.
countries in Africa, right? You guys benefited the most from this white
So
people
what?
investment in
So
your
are
country.
you
They
angry?
did.
Are you hating?
So
So are you
listen, okay,
hating?
you got a leg up. You got a leg up. So we should still good. I'm not hating. Do you?
Yeah,
But don't
so
sit
stop
here and
hating.
talk about it. Like he said,
Nah,
the
man,
world is
come on.
global. If
Grow
you
up.
said the world is global, the
Get
world is
over
global,
yourself,
and
man.
the Western world lives in your country. So why do
Get
you hate on
over it.
people who left their country
You
to
have
find
your
greener
own country
pastures?
that is in a
You shouldn't be
mess.
mad
Why
at
don't
that.
you discuss
You
your
shouldn't be
country?
mad at
Let's talk
that. You
about
got a
your
Let
lot
it,
country.
of white
wait,
people
guys,
fixing South
guys,
Africa.
one
Let's talk
second. Let
about your country.
You got a lot of white people fixing South Africa as we speak, and they are white
Thanks then why should
Afrikaners or
then
whatever
we
they
should
call
not chase
themselves.
them away. We shouldn't
So what's up with that? What's up with that?
Yeah. Nothing wrong with
Yo,
that.
can I
You're
talk?
running to the white country.
Man, you don't have to run. You don't have
Okay,
to
can
run.
I
White
talk?
people already took over everything in your
Yeah,
country. You don't have to run.
because this guy is
Can I
mad.
talk?
He's angry because the
wait,
white man is not his
wait,
country.
one
He's
one
mad at
second.
that.
Okay, Lozi and then Josie Gold and then Musanda.
Thank you, African Mania. So
angry
I don't know. We just had a very productive conversation with Carl. And then we go back to people like ST because they're holding on something that they cannot really come out and say, what's the beef? You know, like what's really the beef? We came out here, we had a
There is no
conversation with Carl.
beef. There is no beef. You turn it into a beef. There is no beef. We all
talking.
talking.
Let me talk.
I have no interest. I have no desire to come to your country. Trust me, I don't have a
Carla
desire.
was trying to be objective as possible. This guy has emotional. He's only focused on South Africa. What South Africa is doing.
I never focus on South Africa. I never.
Not his country. Not his country.
I'm just giving you facts. I'm giving you facts. We learn from you guys because you guys were under apartheid.
You know why he ran away from his country? Because his country ain't shit.
African millennial. We learn from South Africa because these people were under a brutal regime.
He even knows our politicians and our movement because he sees us as the light. Let's be honest. Africans see us as a whole, and if we can all admit to that, the reason why South Africa is getting so much beef, so much attention like this, is because we are the light of this dead continent. And we need to act our part as South Africans and unite with other Africans. I will admit to that, but we cannot ignore the fact that we are also having large influx of migrants that are affecting the country at the moment. This is not to say migrants shouldn't come. This is a call to say let's all manage the migrants. And one step to manage the issue of migrants. It's fixing other African countries. They need to work. That will also curb the issue of migrants into South Africa.
Wait, Lozi, are you trying to say that South Africa is the undisputed giant of Africa?
It's champion, man. We can't be hated like this.
Okay,
there's a reason why.
Okay, wait, let me just talk.
Yeah, go ahead, Lozi, please go ahead.
There's a statement that was made. Look, South Africans don't benefit from white people. We benefit from our own people's struggle. It's our parents that struggle for us to have what we have right now. It wasn't given to us. We didn't ask anyone to come here. We didn't ask white people to come here. We never did any of those things. They came here on their own. They oppressed our parents, grandparents on their own. It wasn't given to us. So no, it's our parents, and we here and we have what we have today because of them. Even with all their corruption, the ANC itself has done a lot in terms of infrastructure, implemented a lot of things that have benefited us, that have educated many of our people. So, like, be careful what you say. It came from our people.
And to add to Josep's point,
I'm just gonna go and leave you guys soon. So I just want to say this. I'm going AM. I'm leaving.
I just thought Musanda could go.
I'm leaving. Musanda, please. I'm leaving. So this just as
I want to say
this. The African Union has not helped to bring Africans together. I think from listening to this convo, the African Union has helped to divide us. So we need a new African Union so that we can come together as Africans. So thank you. Bye.
Hey guys,
we need a new African Union.
I just want to say
Girl,
that.
Why would we need a new African Union when the current one doesn't work?
To be honest with you guys.
Yeah, Musanda, please go ahead.
Yeah, if we're gonna be honest, and I was saying this before, and I wish Kifar was here because I said it on the stream. I feel like a lot of Africans are not honest about one their own governance, right? Because one thing that most people never talk about is what happened after most countries all over Africa were colonized. Did that government really give back to its people the way the African National Congress did? You see, if you look at South Africa, in fact, from the department, right, from concerned from the side of energy department, in South Africa, only 34% of South Africans had access to electricity in 1994. That's when Nelson Mandela came in. In 1994, only 37. Today, if you check, and Kaiser, you saw it, you did a stream on it the other day, 91 point something percent, let's just say 90% of South Africans today have access to electricity. This was done by first the ANC taking a huge amount of loan to one, making sure that the people that were hurt during apartheid and all of that benefited the most. They invested heavily. There's this thing called RDP. These are houses the ANC built, right? I'm not bullying for them now, but I'm just saying a huge part of why a lot of black people today are doing better was mainly because of governance. That is a fact because the African National Congress at that time cared way more about its citizens than I think most African governments really care about theirs. Today, I actually found out this, or at least I heard, I haven't looked it up from Penwell. He was saying that apparently on the grant scheme, the 350 that's given out in South Africa, even foreigners qualify for it. So you can literally be an African immigrant in South Africa today, right? It even legal or not, and still get welfare, literally get amount of welfare. How many African governments can even confirm can even do such things? We have to come to a realize. I just want to also bring up the point that most of what South Africa is today is built by the African National Congress, not by the apartheid government. They weren't doing this whole give to the poor and like even electric wires, giving it to the large masses and building roads. None of these things the apartheid government ever focused on. So let's stop with this. South Africa was built by whites bullshit because even during apartheid, it was black people were doing the hard labor. That's why they were even able to accumulate so much because you didn't have to build anything for poor people. South Africa is built by the black government. That is really what it is. The South Africa you have today is heavily built by South Africans, or at least black South African government. I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, AM. I was just speaking then.
Wait, 1 second. The new people need to go. The new people need to go, and then anybody can go.
One more thing, sorry, one more thing. I want to talk to that black American guy because a lot of Americans like to say this whole "we were crying for you" and you're the reason. This no, that is absolutely like Afrikaners don't give a fuck about your fucking cries and whatnot. The reason they were
I
saying
want to say,
there were
Sandra,
two
leave
unique
these blackies
reasons.
alone.
One,
Leave the blackies alone, Sandra. Guys, I've lost my. Listen, I got more important things to worry about than some blackies
I'm not
crying
attacking
to
them.
you.
I'm just saying this
I know.
idea
I have more
are the
important things to
reasons
say,
why.
Musanda, than crying about blackies. So, guys, since I've lost my channel, I would like you to subscribe to my new channel.
Kaizo, let
Now we
Musanda
are not going
finish.
to subscribe, Kaizo. Kaizo, we are not going to subscribe. You like coming here and telling us to subscribe and causing havoc here. We are not going to subscribe.
Stop calling your channel
The
because you talk a lot of rubbish.
first 10 new subscribers on my new channel will get a wrench. So
Okay,
yeah,
guys, subscribe to Kaizo channel. Is
it's
the
the
name
same
the
channel
same
name.
as it appears?
Yeah, it's Kaizoran Experience. Just find the one
Alright.
that you're not subscribed to, and
no
yeah. So I've
problem.
lost my channel because it was too dusty today. I played I showed a video of cows pissing on African's head. A YouTube reviewer, someone reported me, and then the YouTubers removed my account. So.
Thank you.
This is so sad, man.
But that's crazy.
Yep.
Can I
listening to this?
It's probably black Americans. So go ahead.
So you need to your channel, Kaizo. But I'm subscribed already.
No, he's just blocked.
Then click the bell notification.
Kaizo, what happened to that video? I thought that video was what happened?
Yeah, the YouTube. Someone.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Black
subscribe,
Americans
man. What happened, man? Somebody report you?
The Black Americans reported it and
oh
said
yeah, the guy was on the panel.
Remember, we said slavery. We're gonna sell you. Yeah. So
Kaizo.
Yeah.
What's up with that video with the Somali man? When I took learn from them, that video is still there.
Yeah, that one's still there.
The one I came and took learn from them.
Yeah, that one's still there. It's just the
Okay.
newest one video
Yeah,
with the
because we
Black
have a lot
American.
of Somali who are very hurting today, and they want to,
Yeah. I know
they want to, they
you
want
did a
to,
good job. You
because
did a good job, brother.
they came today to settle some score 2 weeks. Like I believe that was last week, or I don't even remember that
Mhm.
day, man. Every time they lose, they come back to try to settle it.
Pat Kaizo, she's saying sorry to you, but donating to me.
Mm.
Marasaka.
Yeah, but the only person that
Millennium.
want to
I have
talk
a
after
question
so
for
much.
Jude. I have
Yeah,
a
so
question for
Jude,
Jude, please. Yeah, let me
make sure you
ask a question
subscribe.
to Jude.
Yeah,
How did you know about South Africans? To be honest, how did you know about them?
come on, man, come on. What?
No, I'm
That's
just
just that's
I'm
just,
just asking. No. I'm just asking
Yeah,
you. Honest
here we
question.
go again,
Like the
ST.
way
Here we
like
go
the way we
again, ST.
let me give you an
Here we go,
example.
ST.
Listen, Cameroon,
ST.
right?
ST. ST.
Listen, I'm
Listen,
No,
asking Jude.
listen,
it's
ST.
Come on,
ST.
man. It's just a
ST.
question.
it's all
Honest
right.
question.
Here we
No,
go
no, no.
again.
It's okay.
It's always
Let him ask
it's
his question. Let him ask
This
his
is just
it's
an
question.
honest
no. The
question. Why
thing
these
is,
guys always try to
the
make
thing
me?
is, let me tell you, AM. The thing is,
let
West
people talk,
African.
man. This guy doesn't never
Damn.
let
Nah,
people talk,
James,
bro. This is
you
not your
won't talk.
channel. Go and create your own channel,
You won't
bro.
talk.
Go and create your own
African
channel. Let
millennium.
people
How
talk.
did you?
What the
How did
hell?
you?
You are talking
African millennium.
nonsense. You are talking nonsense.
How did you come to
Go
know
and create
Burkina
your own
Faso, man?
channel, bro. This is
Yeah,
not
you
your
are talking
channel.
you egghead. You egghead. You are talking nonsense here.
You call me
Jude,
This is
Egret.
the thing
please,
that
please.
yeah. What do
Answer
you
the
do?
question.
Egghead.
Jude, don't worry
You're
about this
calling
dude, man.
Egret. A South
Don't worry
African
Yeah,
about this
slave
dude.
egghead.
calling me Egret. A South African
Don't.
slave working for the white
Wait,
man. You
Jude,
calling me Egret.
Jude,
Are you kidding me?
Jude, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
You call me
Saint James,
Egret, a
sorry.
South African slave working for the white
No,
man?
Jude, please.
No,
Wow.
Jude, it's
Jude,
okay. It's
Jude,
okay.
This is
It's
crazy, man. You really
okay.
don't know me, bro.
Jude,
Jude, it's all
please.
right. It's
Let's
all right.
we
He's
No,
gonna
it's
calm
not
down.
all right,
Saint
bro. It's
James.
not all right. Calling me an Egret,
No.
a
Wait,
South
Saint
African
James.
slave, calling me an Egret working for the white man because the white man is giving you a job? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
You ran to the white
Oh,
man's camp.
Man,
So
you
what's your
shut the
point?
fuck up, bro, and stay quiet, man. Nonsense.
You ran to the
Who the
white
fuck
Jude,
is you, bro?
Jude, just
White
ask
oh
me a
my
man's
question. Just
God.
me and
wars
you. I'm
in
just
Cameroon.
asking you a question. That's because I'm from
Who
the
the
West.
fuck
You're
is
from
you,
the
man? Because you from
Wait,
South Africa, you think you got a balls to talk to everybody in
Relax.
Africa?
Relax.
Just the fact that you from South Africa doesn't give you the balls to talk to everybody in Africa, man. You
It's
stay quiet.
enough. Eh,
We're better than you, man. That's
ferme
the
la
point.
Jude, bro.
bouche. S'il vous
Jude,
plaît.
my bro,
We're better
don't go
than
there.
you. Okay, deal with it. Live
Don't
with
go
it.
there. Ignore that dude, man. Don't worry about it. If you can't answer the question, that's fine. You can skip it. I'm
No,
just
this guy
asking.
is so angry because South Africa paints him a lot. The name of South Africa alone, and he paints him a lot.
Listen, African millennium.
Your behind is
Yes.
it's
When
Wait,
if the
it's
wall,
wait,
if the
wait,
cheating.
wall,
wait,
like
wait,
let me
one
tell you
second, wait a
something.
second. Please let St. James speak.
You know
He's
the
my
biggest joke, right?
bro.
You know the
Yeah,
biggest
go
joke, right? You know the biggest joke,
ahead. Huh?
right? When someone tells you the biggest joke, when somebody tell you I don't flee, right? But everything that you
No, we're not
mimic
running away.
everything that you mimic come from the West. You see, that's the biggest
Yeah,
joke. You
but we're
don't have
not
to
running
you don't
away.
have to flee physically, right? But
No,
when
the
the West
West
is
will
when
choose
the
the
West
winners.
is
They
in
don't
your
choose the
plate,
losers. The reason why
when the
the
West is
West
in your
control you
plate,
without
right?
even being in your
So that's the
country. They run your
biggest.
country without even being there.
That's the
What's your point?
biggest
You ran away
Africa.
because the
So
West
South
control
Man, let
Africa.
people
I'm
talk,
asking
man. Go and create your own channel.
they're
Stay
not
quiet,
giving
bro.
you shit.
African
What is
millennium.
going on?
Come on,
They're
Stay
bro.
not
quiet
even
and let
giving you
We are
people
shit.
trying to
talk.
be be
The
respectful
West
here.
is not doing anything
We
for your
give
country other
turns
than
and
taking,
we
but
stay
you gotta
quiet.
you got
This
a
guy
knife
doesn't
to
want
talk
to say
about.
quiet.
Hey, you can't take
God damn.
Africans nowhere. Jeez.
African millennium.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
South Africa, if you compare South Africa to other nations like West African nation, which country has the biggest populations of white folks?
In South Africa.
Okay, so the West live in your country already, so you don't have to flee.
Yes.
So
Yes.
okay, so I don't mind the West being in your plate, right? But I take offense to people who eat from the West, shit from the West, sit here and talk about other people fleeing the West. It doesn't make sense. Like you said, the world is global. So your body,
St. James, you are talking
is
to a guy who is spoon fed. St. James, you are talking to a guy who is spoon fed by a white person. A white person tells him what to do in his own fucking country. And you want to sit down and say Cameroon is doing work? At least we have people that we see they are own leaders. You guys are run by white people. people. You guys have places in South Africa where your own people don't even go to. Who the fuck are you talking to, man? Come on, man. Are you kidding me?
So
South Africa?
your body's in Africa, but your mind is in the West. You understand what I'm saying? So that's the same thing. So you telling me you don't flee, right? So if you don't flee and I look in your country, that should be 100% South African blacks or whatever that situation may be.
Yo, man,
You
this
see what I'm
is getting
saying?
xenophobic, man.
I'm supposed listen. If you don't flee, you should have a South like a brown country, black people doing things in South Africa. I don't have to see the split. The split shouldn't be there. So, but if you have a split and you live, you are okay living next door to white people over there in your country, but you complain about other people fleeing their country going to the West.
Bro,
And you
this
sit
guy
here
is
and say
gonna
the
call
world,
me an ignorant,
and you
call
say
me
the
an
world is
ignorant, an
global.
African, call me an
One second.
ignorant. Are you kidding me?
Judah,
You
No,
sit
man,
here and you
no,
say the world is global.
no,
That's
bro.
the biggest contradiction I'm hearing today. And you sit here and say the world is global. White
And
people
these are the
all
people
over.
that are chasing other black people out of their country. You call me an ignorant? I can fit your whole generation in South Africa, bro. What the fuck is you, man? Are you kidding me?
Hey, relax.
No, man, I'm not relaxing, bro. You ain't gonna call me an ignorant, man. Being an African, but I'm proud of who I am. Come on, man.
Relax, bro. Relax.
You let them
Are you
walk
kidding
in
me?
contradictions. You let them walk in contradictions, and we stay quiet. We stay quiet because they say we dusty, we poor, we broke. All of that could be true. I'm not gonna click the link and debate those issues with South Africans. I know they have a good country in there, but you can't walk that contradiction with us. You can't do that. Your country split, white and black. Everybody knows that.
Yeah,
So you don't
guy,
have to flee.
St. James,
So
I
you
need
don't
to
have to
correct you.
flee.
St.
Like
James.
you said, you don't have
St. James.
you don't have to
St. James.
you don't have to debate that with us.
Look, I have to respond to you. St. James. Here's the deal here. You saying we split, but where I grew up, all races lived there. So you might say that one town far off in the middle of the desert, they have something like that. But that's not true. Like there's a lot of things that you guys see that are not entirely true. I grew up in neighborhoods that were fairly mixed. Of course, they were majority black, but they had other races in them. So when you say we split, when you talk about South Africa like it's apartheid, that's bullshit. That's not true.
No, when I say split, I'm not saying it's divided like the whites. No, I'm not even trying to go there. But I'm just saying, you guys
It means they are
somehow,
saying
some way.
that black people doesn't do it. That's what it means.
Wait, no. There's wait. No queer. No. No queer. No queer. 1 second. There's a new South African in here, and Kaizo. Do you have an opinion on this?
Wait, AM, please. Let St. James finish. He was on something. Wait, hold on. Let St. James finish. St. James, finish your
The
point.
takeaway from what I was trying to say, you guys manage well to live together. Right?
What are you saying?
I know. Stop. Bullet.
You got. Don't be sorry for me, man. Take that. Keep bringing it. Keep bringing it. I don't take offense to that. No, trust me, it's a word. It's a word. It's a word. It doesn't matter. You can say that. No. I'm that one guy. I don't take offense to query. I raise my hand. I don't take offense to query. You can bring it. Bring it to me. No problem. No problem at all.
Guys.
No. It's okay. No. I take query. It's a nice word. It's a nice word. Query is a nice word.
It's funny how an African is calling his own brother query. This nincompoop, man. You don't have nothing and you calling your own black person query. Nincompoop. Come on, man. What the fuck is you, man?
No. I don't think St. James is finished. St. James, where are you finished?
Listen, I live in America. Query is a little word for us, man. We dealt with so many things here in America. So for someone to call me query, that's a good thing. I think it's even a blessing for an African to call me query. It's a blessing because, like I said, that proves my point and it keeps proving my point. You see what I'm saying? Throughout this life, I kept telling West Africans and Central Africans, we got to do what we got to do. I believe we're going to get some better results by speaking to each other. In case of, that was Lozi or whatever who asked me the question, I said, you guys manage to live well. You manage to live well with white people. So you manage well to live with white people. You see what I'm saying? So your country is a little westernized. You understand? It's westernized. You have the best infrastructure in your country, which is good. So I take offense to someone who got that in their country, who managed to live well with white people, to tell others you flee into the Western world. You see what I'm saying? It's funny. That's what I was just saying. When I say split, I'm not saying you guys are divided. You don't know how to live together. No, that's your decision to make.
What's happening in your country? ST, what's happening in your country?
What's happening? We can talk about
in
it.
your country?
I'm not afraid.
Your country.
If you have something to talk about it, we can have a conversation. I don't run away. You know, I don't run away from what's happening in my
asked
country.
you what's happening in your country.
What happened? A lot of things happen.
Kaizo, do you have anything
a lot
to
of
add?
things happen.
Kaizo, do you have anything to add?
Yeah.
No.
Guys, you have to help me, man. Get my subs back up because the white man has removed my channel because of the black man in America. It's really sad.
I love my friend.
Doesn't give a shit.
No, I'm just joking. Anyway, no, I'm not joking. That's true, but I don't care.
I'll
So
subscribe to your channel, guys. I'll subscribe to your channel.
Do you have anything to add to the topic?
Kwere.
Come on, man.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, this whole kwere thing. I don't. The thing is, we don't want to come to South Africa, right? I'm in Kenya. Okay. Apart from some issues, Kenya is a great place to be. So South Africa will not really be somewhere I want to go, personally. But
Guys,
I'm happy for them.
the side of the losers, man. Stay with the winners. Don't play for losers.
No, I'm not gonna go with them either. But I'm just saying, Kenya is in a nice middle place. We have electricity. I've never had a power out. Okay,
guys,
I've had power.
Stick with the winners. Say good things about South Africa now, man. Stop defending losers. Stick with winners. You know.
Yeah. So I think okay. Let me put it this way. I think South Africa should be doing more things when it comes to developing African technologies, in the sense that like they need to be creating new patents for new technologies that they can trade with the international market, and then they can kind of create like little factories around Africa. I think that would be great. And a simple example would be South African scientists are pretty good. I've seen some of their researchers. I've spoke to them. They seem like actually very high intelligent people. So if South Africa then starts to focus on niche markets like, let's say, hydrogen, splitting water and creating hydrogen for storage purposes, energy, then start looking into international market, I think that would be great. Like really just have like a streamlined focus. If South Africa does that, then they can kind of start creating like mini, factories around Africa. And I think that would really do a lot, because you guys already have infrastructure. You already have skilled people. And also what you could do is you could actually kind of create like a South African, well, it doesn't just mean South African, the other countries too, like let's say Nairobi, but what needs to happen is we need to be able to pay the best Africans good money for research based on commercializable technologies. If we can do that, trust me, there's no reason why we won't be able to now start competing with the international market. At the very least, we don't have to rely on the international market. We can actually do an intracontinental market whereby we buy from each other, as long as the quality of the product is to stand. And of course, at that point, then you can start doing external transcontinental trade. So I think really we need to be supporting countries like South Africa because of some of the infrastructures they have. And if that happens, I know it won't happen because we're dusties, but if it did happen, that could be a game changer.
Okay, African millennial. Let me help you get rich. Let me help you get rich.
Wait, one moment. Wait, one moment.
I'm trying to help you get rich.
No, but one moment, please. Shout outs to all the super chatters today. You guys are really doing a super chat face off. Shout outs to all you guys. Go ahead, St. James.
Okay, since South Africa is the best, right? And is not denied, right? Let's have them drop 50 to you. 50. And the West African will follow suit. Let's do 50
man,
each.
Stop crying. It is what it is.
So,
man, stop begging, man. Come on, let's give the next person. African millennial. Give the next person and we tired of this ST. He's begging, like,
no, let's do 50 to African millennial. Let's donate $50 to African millennial. The South Africans can go first.
Oh my god. Okay, there's another South African here and he hasn't spoken yet, so let him go ahead. He's new on the panel. Welcome. No, what says you? What says you?
Hello.
Malvin. Yeah.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's just that these people talking in the background, I can't really, but if I'm audible, then it's fine. So, I just want to talk
Guy,
to
please turn off your YouTube. The YouTube. Yeah, Guy.
It's not just that.
Like, I don't know
South
what you mean.
African
Please turn
internet
off
is
the YouTube.
dusty, man. And you people are trying to get us to
Please turn off
love
your
South
YouTube.
Africa. That's it,
Kaizo.
Kaizo.
South African internet is better than Niger internet.
No. Look, this is the thing. Let me say something. I'm trying to leave. Can I get on the point? I want to say something and leave. I have to go to somewhere. But this is the thing.
No, man, the man is talking. No, Jay.
No,
Jay,
someone
I'm leaving.
No, Jay, let the man talk. No, Jay.
Jay,
No, we don't
I'm
care whether
leaving.
you leave
I
or
just
not.
have two words to say.
No,
What is
no,
it?
no, no.
No,
Why
We
you
don't want to
guys
hear
so?
you. We don't want to hear you. We don't
No,
keep your
let the South
opinions
African
yourself.
man talk.
We
We
don't
don't
want to
want
hear
to
you.
hear you.
No, guys, come on.
Keep your opinions yourself.
Like,
So you got us.
you
So
just let them
Africa Manila. So you got us. So you got us sitting with broke South Africans. Is that what
we
you're saying?
don't need to fight. Just let them talk and leave.
You are
So
fucking
you got us. You got us
No,
sitting
just
with
saying,
broke South
turn off your
bullets.
YouTube.
No,
YouTube
no,
tab,
no,
like,
no.
turn it
No,
off.
no, no. You got us sitting
And then
with broke
speak.
South Africans. Is that what we're doing here?
Oh, so AM, you should say that, and I
These
should
guys
keep
are
quiet.
broke as hell, man. They're so
These
broke and
refugees
dusty,
should
bro.
talk about my country in
True,
such
actually,
a way,
I'm seeing
and I should
Nigerians
keep
in
quiet.
Nigeria donating like $200. I'm seeing no South
Nigerians
African.
stepping
The
up.
most of South
They're
African
talking.
donating is $2. $2
No,
from the richest country. They're from the richest country in Africa. But I've never seen them donate. What is going wrong?
One second. Malvin, I'm
Look.
giving you like 3 minutes. Wait, no. Malvin, I'm giving you 3 minutes to fix the mic. Judah, go ahead.
Look. Can I? Thank you so much. Africa Millennium. I'm glad you are giving me an opportunity to talk, but at least I have to go to work just 2 minutes, right? This is the thing. People come out here. Look, in all African countries, people are so interested in the cities that they see. Can somebody mute their phone, man? When I'm talking, I'll stay quiet.
You can have. Also, what you do is you actually kind of clean South African.
Who's talking, man? Who is talking?
Yeah,
That's
go
the
ahead.
South
Go
African
ahead.
brother.
All right, thank you.
That's the South African brother.
Okay. This is the thing.
Kaizo.
Look, Africans. We know that countries in Africa, some countries are a little bit step up. When I mean step up, is like they have things going for themselves, and other countries really don't have that. But this is the thing. I'm not interested in what you have. I'm interested in what you don't have, what the normal person doesn't have. And since I'm about to go, I want to say that there are places in South Africa that are poorer than certain countries in Africa that you wouldn't even go. I've seen places, and I'm like, where is this South Africa?
What? The floating slum
What
of
you mean, like what?
Nigeria.
See
You
your
are talking
villages
about
and
the
your villages
floating
Asia.
slum of Nigeria.
Why
And
do
these are
they
the
love to cut people,
Egghead,
man?
fucking
Why do they love to cut people? Is that a
What?
tradition? Like, what is this?
I'm gonna leave Africa Millennium. Thank you. I don't want to overtalk, but it's okay. Thanks.
No worries.
Africa
Can I
Millennium, man.
speak?
This is
South
not,
African
man.
guys called African
You got me sitting with some broke people, man. That's
African millennium was led by South
weird,
African guys.
bro. That's very
Floating
weird,
slum
man.
of Nigeria.
The
The
feeling
floating
is
slum of
weird for me,
Nigeria.
man.
Wait. Nobody talk. Except for Malvin. Malvin, go ahead.
So I just wanna say some few things that I'm gonna like deep. So there's a lot of attacks on South Africans. I see here in the chat somebody saying we're broke. That's fine. You know.
There's another African here. Yo, you have to mute your YouTube tab.
Yeah, we all got to mute, man. African millennium, you cannot lead from behind. You can't lead from behind. This is what these South Africans are doing. They're trying to lead from behind, you know. So this is you have to show that. You see the Nigerians on the chat donating. They talk about them. They put up the money. We got more than 5 South Africans here. No one gave $1.
We are poor, man. ST, we are poor, man. Get over it. We are poor. Brother, continue.
Yeah, that's honest of you. I accept that. That's honest of you, man.
Salute,
I got
salute,
a lot of humility, man. I accept it. You know,
salute,
that's good.
Yes. Guy, you need to
Sorry about that. I didn't turn off my forgot. It's my stand to the stream. So So actually, I just want to say some few stuff because I can hear that there's a lot of hate towards South Africans, but I do understand that. But speaking of the matter of immigration, well, it is really bad out here in South Africa. I'm not gonna lie, right? We can fight all we want, but at the end of the day, the truth is, immigration here it's really bad. And some of the things that South Africans were saying that crime is happening, it's actually happening. We can't just say it out of nowhere, you know. And there's this whole thing about burning people and calling people magwakwere. Fine, that's happening, but why? You know, people can't just wake up, you know, like in the morning and start burning people without a reason. What's happening in South Africa, I think it's more political as well, is that we're getting a lot of policemen who are actually getting bribes from criminals and whatnot. I'm not gonna lie about that. So what happens is that the community takes charge, and it happens a lot. I mean, I'm from Limpopo, you know, the north side of South Africa, in a province called Limpopo. Just for instance, to that guy who said that in Limpopo we can die out of hunger. Well, that's cap because in Limpopo it's one of the most fertile province in South Africa. So back to the burning of people. People are actually mad and angry because nothing is actually happening. You know, police just go there, they get bribes from criminals. So there's no other option. Where I live, there was a guy who stole a baby. You know, a Zimbabwean guy. Sorry for saying that. You know, it might trigger a lot of people, but I don't care anyways. So this Zimbabwean guy took the child, right? And ever since then, here in the place I'm staying, ever since that, if you're a guy, right, you're old guy, and you're found with a child, they burn you like instantly. There was a guy who just got burned some few weeks back, right? It was burned, and he's a South African. Let me tell you, we don't care who you are, whether you're migrants, as long as the people are angry, they will burn you. So this guy got burned in his car to ashes. That's one of the things that you need to understand. It comes from our political history and how we used to do things back then. South Africans are not really bad people, and we don't hate Africans. There's this thing that we hate Africans. No, we don't. It's that when we're saying that a lot of immigrants are coming into the country and doing bad things, they hate them. You understand? So it's not like we hate other people, and the word it's not a bad word. It's just meaning immigrant. Like really, it's just type of a language. That's what I'm saying. You know.
Stop talking kafar.
What?
Kaizo, you fucking kafir. What are you saying? Yes, yes.
Kaizo, you have a death
Oh
wish.
God.
You have a serious death wish.
If you think about it, guys, yeah,
Blasphemy.
let's analyze these guys, right? No South African has donated. We got Dusty West Africans donating all the money, and even like people from Black America.
Well, they
The South
probably
Africans
sending
claiming they're from a
Yeah,
good
we are
country,
poor, Kaizo.
and they can't even afford $2, man.
So
This
what?
is a
So
mess.
what? We are not donating. So what?
In fact, if
The
you
drugs
really
are
think
on
about it,
demand
from
in
all the
America.
history, there's only one South African I've seen donate. That's Mr.
The
Musanda.
drugs are on
One.
demand in Australia.
One. Mr.
Why are they
Nigerian
not
prince
in
is in
Nigeria?
Nigeria right now, living in a
Why are
dusty
they not in
country.
Nigeria or Guinea
I don't know, man.
Bissau
You South
or
Africans are a lie.
Guys, why are they not in the West? They
Well,
sending
we
from
cannot all
America
be
because
rich.
they're
I mean,
selling problems.
come on,
We
are you
can't compete
dumb?
with that nonsense.
Even I tried to donate, but unfortunately, I've lost my password.
Bullshit.
Not password.
Yeah, we
You
all
look
lost
South
our
Africans.
So
Guys,
yeah,
I
they
should
have
you
all
look
of
at South
you lost
Africa.
your password or your passport.
That's why South Africans
Guys,
are not donating.
guys,
We
you
don't
lost
have
your
our
passport
password.
or your password.
Man,
Guys,
hey,
you lost
African
your passport
Zero,
or
millennials.
your
zero
password.
South African
African
has
millennials.
ever done. No,
Oh,
one South
Nigerian
African,
Help,
Mr.
friends,
help,
thank
Musanda.
you.
help,
Guys,
help
we're
this
going to
God,
African
you're
remove
rich.
your
Nigerian
channel. I
You're
don't know
friends,
where
rich.
this
You
South
gotta,
Nigerian
I
Rich.
don't
friends,
know
and
where this
MS
Rich.
Delta
from.
God. Thanks, man. You
African
guys are
millennials.
really,
You
Things
gotta,
really
now that you
showing
can
out
actually
I'm a
watch
today.
it.
Dusty
When you
Kenyan
donate to
living
your
in
channel,
you gotta release
I'm a
them from
Dusty
the
I
Kenyan.
don't
misery,
know where
man.
these
You gotta
when
release them
What do
from
you
the
want
this
people
misery.
to
from your
donate
channel.
to your page for? What do you want
We're going to
subscribers to
donate.
donate?
Don't worry.
Kaizo,
Yo,
Hold on,
shout
are
out
you
to
not the one
Nigerian
stomping on the
friends.
piano
Wait,
all
one
night?
second, one
Yes.
second. Shout outs to
We know
Nigerian
you
friends.
need them, so don't
Shout
worry.
outs
Hold
to
on,
John
guys.
Nola. Shout outs to who else? MS Delta guy. Shout outs to you guys. It's especially just saying Nigerian prince. I'm actually really shocked. I mean,
Mm.
you're
No,
fulfilling
he's
the
a scammer.
stereotype.
No, he's a
He's
scammer.
fulfilling the stereotype.
No, but he's a
African
scammer.
president is
Yeah,
killing
he's a
drugs.
scammer. He scams old ladies.
You are
That's how he
giving
gets his
drugs
money.
money.
Oh
I know
God,
this guy. He's a big scammer, man. Be careful.
is
You are
he?
You know,
paying drug money.
No, no,
no,
no,
not
no, no,
drug. No,
no,
no.
no, no,
He does
no.
stuff online. He's not drug. He's not a drug dealer. No, no, no.
He's
He's
not
Nah,
Nigerian.
Oh,
He can't be Nigerian. You
African
can't make
millennial.
him
oh
Like I
God.
Nigerian.
told
no, no.
you, like I
He's
told
told you he makes money from like old ladies in Europe, those things. He doesn't do drugs. He's a
He's
Yahoo boy.
a scammer for real.
Nah, it's not. It's not that, bro. Let's not do that.
No, you're
Let's
my
not
brother.
do that.
Yeah.
Nigerians in Americas are getting it. If it's
But
in
guys,
America, they're
listen,
getting it. So
St.
That's
James,
not lying. That's
no
cap.
South
no,
African
it's not a
apart
lie.
from
It's not a
Mr.
lie. I live here.
That's a
I don't no
cap.
no St. James.
That's a
Let's hold
cap.
them these
Nigerians
people.
are deeply
They claim their
dishonest. Like
country is
they're being
great.
Right.
registered by so many
Their
countries.
internet
It's
doesn't
Go
not
ahead.
work,
Go ahead.
and they
Talk to
never
me.
donate money. Are you
Yeah.
sure
Go.
their country
Listen.
is the best?
You know what we do in
Kaiser,
West
why are you
Africa?
hating on? Why are you
No,
hating on
what's your
South
Kaizo.
point?
Africans?
Kaizo, what's your point?
Kaizo.
What's your point? You came
Kaizo.
here,
Like,
you are not
Kaizo.
adding to the topic, you are just
Kaizo.
talking shit
Kaizo.
here.
Kaizo. We always acknowledge the big dog. If you're big dog, I'll let you lead. If you say
Mm.
you're big dog, I'll let you lead. That's what we do in West Africa. If you said you're big dog, we let you lead. You
Yeah,
take the
big
lead.
dog in America. You are
You,
big
you
dog in
let
a
you lead.
refugee camp.
You see what I'm saying? We let you
You are
lead.
big
But
dog
when
in a
you
refugee
when
camp.
you try to lead from
A
behind, then it
refugee.
becomes a problem. You
Fucking
see what I'm saying?
kwere.
You keep talking about West Africa, but
French,
yet you're in America.
Afro-Saxon, French,
Listen.
Afro-Saxon.
So you came late. So you missed my point.
No,
Wait,
no,
MS
you,
Delta.
Your
was
MS
also
country,
Delta,
here.
your
you're
country.
mistaking.
Your
I
point.
love
Your
Nigerian
country,
Prince.
Not at
your
all.
country is a
I'm not hating on him.
concentration of white people. There's a lot of white people
Yes,
compared
there's
to
the
my
white
little
people.
country.
Let's not
So
talk
listen,
like all
my
countries were not
country.
colonized at what
No.
point. All countries were
Listen,
colonized.
of
Stop
course
talking that.
they
They
were.
left you
So
with the
you bring it.
infrastructure.
It's not a
They
fact.
left you with everything, right? They
Listen.
left you with everything. Each country in Africa, almost all of them is, I think, except Ethiopia. Could be
No,
wrong.
Ethiopia was
Yes.
colonized. The only country that was
They
not
were.
colonized is
They
Liberia.
were.
Just
Let me
Liberia.
finish. Let me
Okay.
finish.
You can finish.
Let me finish.
When did you get your
Right.
independence?
So you're talking, you're
1994.
saying,
It's
can I
still,
talk?
Whoa, come
Everybody.
on. No. Let's not do
No,
when did you get
we're
your
gonna go there.
independence.
Let's
No,
go
no,
there.
no.
When did you get your
No,
independence?
Let's go
no,
there.
no,
Let it
no.
go.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
1994.
1990.
After
1990.
everybody, after
AM,
everybody else.
let me tell you,
Yes.
AM, let me tell you, you know the problem. There's one problem. You were
What's
talking about influx of migrants. No one said Ghanaians are this,
Always beating on the
but
poor.
when South
These
Africans
people
give
love to
out
beat
their
on the poor.
opinion,
Listen, that's bad. They love to beat on the poor. They love to beat on the one that are begging to
Sorry,
earn a
where are you
living.
from?
African
I just
millennial.
want to
Can I
know where
finish?
you're from. Actually, where are you from?
African
Where I'm
millennial. Can
from,
I
I'm
finish?
from Africa, soon to be the African Union of West Africa.
No, which country are you from? Let's talk reality.
Oh, you know Kwere Kwere?
Kwere, shut
This is where
up.
I'm from.
You fucking
I
kwere,
said,
kwere.
which
No.
You
country
fucking
are you
kwere,
from?
kwere, shut up.
My country is gonna be called Kwere Kwere from now on.
No,
Where
but
are
no,
you
let's
from?
be
Tell us.
serious.
Tell us
Why is it
where
that
are
it's
you
only the
from?
South Africans who are killing Africans? In Kenya, the Nigerians are also committing crime. We don't kill Nigerians. Why is it that it's only
That's
you guys that's
rubbish.
killing
Who's
foreigners?
killing who here?
Black foreigners.
Kaizo,
Yo, why is
who's
he
killing
killing?
who?
I
Who's
was just
killing
telling you
who?
right now that were Ethiopians that were killed.
Who's
I don't remember which country. That
man?
Africans have been killing each other. And also West
No.
Africans also.
What I'm saying is, right, Ethiopia is
killing each
having a
other.
war, bro. Oh, yeah, go ahead, brother.
So are they not killing each other?
No, you're not making.
That
That's not the point I was
in that
making,
war.
brother. I was making that in South Africa, you are killing other
tell me
blacks, but you're letting the white man be stepping over your neck. Why is it that you're doing that to your other brothers from Africa? That's
The
not
white
really
man
making
is
sense.
still the white man is still
Can I
called Massa.
respond? Kaizo,
The white man is
can I
still called
respond to
Massa.
you?
Massa.
Our country.
I'll add you guys on for a second. Thank you, Ontario. Are you from Kenya, by the way? So shout outs to Nigerian Prince. You know, that's over 2 racks. racks. I can't even lie. Shouts to MS Delta guy who's always supporting. That's over 1,000 racks. I can't even lie. Shoutouts to John Nola. I can't even lie. Showing out today. Shoutouts to Dua and I have to go up to scroll who else. But whoever donated, shout outs to you guys. You know what I mean? Queer forever. You know what I mean? Queer power. Oh, you're from Kenya? Okay. Maybe I do like Kenyans. Actually, Kaizo's not Kenyan, so I do like Kenyans. Go ahead.
Shout out to all the supporters, man.
The
Well
Quere
done, well
Quere
done.
out on top today, man. The Quere Quere out on top today.
Yeah, yes. You see, this is a lie with the South Africans. You know what we should call them? South Africans. South Africans. We can't call you South Africans. You're South Africans since you can't donate.
Ian, can I respond? Can I respond to you, Kaizo, can I respond to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. You see, Kaizo, you know we are always telling you guys that in South Africa, if you commit crimes like kidnapping someone or raping someone or murdering someone, whether you are South African or not, the community will beat you to death. You understand? So the media, when the media comes and they found out that this is a non-South African, they are running with the xenophobia story. You understand? Most South Africans are the ones who are getting mob justice. Most of the
That's
time,
true.
it is South Africans. It is rare to find a foreigner being beaten up by the community. Most of the time, the community is beating up South African criminals. So the media is the one that is giving off these stories so that they can get more viewers. And Kaizo, we are always explaining this. And another point I want to make is that why is it every time, like AM was saying that AM was giving out her opinion on immigration, but no one came in and talked bad about Ghana. But the moment South Africans give out their opinion, like West Africans now are turning it into something that is bad, that South Africans are not supposed to give their opinion. You guys are doing this, you guys are doing that. We have double standards for South Africa.
Is Ghana doing that? Is Ghana having a problem? I missed something.
You are not getting my point. My point is
No,
that
I get your point, but
are we not supposed to add on this conversation of migration? Should we
the thing
shut
is
up
that you came late. I think
when
you came late.
Can I finish?
Sure.
When this type of topic when AM talks about this type of topic, you guys should tell us that South Africans should sit this one out, because every time South Africans give out their opinion, everyone is coming for us. You understand? But say, for example, I want Zambians to come in and give their opinion, because they are also doing bad things to Congolese, but no one is saying anything. And I've been giving examples of other African countries, but no one is saying anything. But when it's South Africans, like, everyone has something to say.
Yeah, and let me just add on that, right? You see, I live in the northern side of Limpopo that borders Zimbabwe. So something that people don't know, because it's not advertised on the media, is that Zimbabweans actually do burn themselves, and for even lesser reasons, like witchcraft. In Zimbabwe, if they somehow think or suspect that you're a witch, they burn you alive, right? But you will never see that on the internet, because what? South Africa, it's always to be us.
The solution we're given. I don't know if you guys came late, but the solution we're given, I believe most West Africans and that I heard, and Central Africans, when they click the link, they gave you the solution. They say you have to strengthen your border, revisit your policy, your immigration policy, to address the issues of the South Africans. If you have criminals in your country, deport them in their countries of origin. You see what I'm saying? These are so remove the magnet. If you guys are doing free stuff for everybody, remove that magnet because people do kind of move because there is a magnet. I live in America, we have
ST,
the same issue. You see what I'm saying?
ST.
So
Let me tell you something. It's not that we're not doing nothing about it. We're doing something about it. But each time we try to do something about it, we are labeled as xenophobic. You don't understand. There's a lot going into this. There's also
now
Is
people
it
political
label
actionless?
people
Is it
label you
actionless
because
the Operation Dudula?
yes, it
let,
exists.
let, let,
And
let me tell you, let me, can I respond? Earlier on, I said that Botswana deported 25,000 Zimbabweans in 4 months. That if South Africa deports 25,000 Zimbabweans, I'm telling you, we will be on BBC. We will be on BBC. We will
let's
be
talk
on
about West
Sky News.
Africans. Let's maybe the Zimbabwe need to click the link. We're talking about West Africans. If you guys deport illegals, criminals who are from West Africa, no one will make an issue out of it. Trust me. We will stand by you.
Okay. Let me
We will
respond.
stand by.
That's a lie.
Let me
That's a
tell
lie.
you.
Okay.
Let me say something that
Let
just
me tell
happened.
you.
Just happened recently.
Why would it?
Let
Why
me
would it
tell
be a
you, my
lie?
brother.
Why
In
would it be a lie?
Johannesburg, let me tell you, in Johannesburg, there's a part that is called Hillbrow. The buildings you see in Hillbrow, they are hijacked by Nigerians. There was a time when our government wanted to take back those buildings. Do you know that the Nigerians took our government to court? They were running this campaign of we are xenophobic, we are taking people out from their homes. Where are they going to sleep? Like every move that our government is trying to make, they are labeling us xenophobic.
So I'll give you an example. So if you catch someone who's, let's say the guy is selling drug, and the police get the guy, and he's not from South Africa. What's the process? So he get to court, right? He get his day to court, in court, right?
Yeah.
So if he's found guilty, do you guys release him on the street of Johannesburg, or you guys deport him?
No, if he's found guilty of drugs, they are sending him to jail.
Okay, after do like the United States. After he completes his jail time, deport him.
Yeah,
Deport
you
him. That's
see,
what the United States is doing.
Well, that was done just
Okay, keep
recently
doing that.
to
Keep doing
Nigeria,
that.
and there was a whole thing which the general did, saying that he's so disappointed in South Africa doing something like that. Like all of the Nigerians that were deported, most of them were criminals. So if a general of Nigeria, army or whatever, I don't know whether it's the police, is saying that he's disappointed in us and giving them back their own criminals, how do you like, what do you put that off of? Like, what are we supposed to do? That's what I'm trying to say. We're doing all of those things, but the time we do them, it's either we're xenophobic or we're bad people, right? We're doing that. We're sending them back. So many, like, I love Lesotho because when they were deported, some of the criminals, the Lesotho people actually issued out a statement saying that if you find any criminal in South Africa that's from Lesotho, bring him back to us, we will kill them. That's what they say. They will amputate them. They will kill them, cut off their head, right? But you don't see that in Nigeria. In Nigeria, you will see a sergeant in TV saying that I'm so fucking disappointed in South Africans. What are we supposed to do? We're doing all of that. And that's what the hijacked buildings. There's been courts that are fighting in court that they should be taken back and redone to be state owned, something like that. But there are so many hijacked buildings in Hillbrow, it's bad. Right? In Sunnyside, let's not even talk about Sunnyside. I've lived in Sunnyside. Damn, Nigerians are bad. I'm talking about drugs. I'm talking about prostitution. And I'm not saying this because I hate them. It's just the truth. They're there and they're concentrated. Fake money. They were printing fake money just recently. Some of them were gotten arrested. there was also this Nigerian guy who's been swindling people. I don't know if you heard that from South Africa. Swindled like almost, I don't know, 20 or 50 million off of old women. Doing that in South Africa. Like the most Nigerians we have in South Africa are bad. I'm not saying that there aren't no people in corporate. There are good Nigerians, but most of them are bad. And we're trying by all means to fix our own country, like you're saying about borders. There's even a new parole system that was launched, I think, last month, right? That caters Zimbabwe border because it's one of the most used one that people route into South Africa. So we're doing all of those things. It's just that when we do them, we're xenophobic. You get it?
Yo, AM. I wish like the Nigerians who are in Europe or US, that I wish they came to SA, because we got bad bad apples in South Africa. I really don't wanna lie. The good ones went to Europe and um, USA.
Saying the good ones went to
Yeah, the
the
good
West
ones
and
went
the
to
bad
Europe
ones went
and
to South
yeah,
Africa.
I don't wanna lie. I'm serious about that.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
But
Um
honestly, from a South African's point of view, let me tell you, we don't burn just like Nigerians or Zimbabweans. We don't target them. The last guy who was born was named Alphas Nyacha, whatever. They made a big fuss of him. Here where I live, they were fucking mutating people by the community. That's what we do. We like to keep our place clean, and the only way to do that is to get rid of the person. It's not evil. I don't like to think so. It's just what it is because our um, police
When it when,
system
when you are doing the
compromised.
right when you are doing the right thing for your people, you don't have to worry about others. Like I told you, the United
Exactly.
States, when you get caught dealing drugs as a foreigner, trust me, 99% out of the time that you'll get deported in your own country, and they don't play with that. You see, so
Exactly. And funny thing,
if you got those kind of issue, you shouldn't matter. If the guy get arrested because he's pushing drug or is involved in criminal activities, you shouldn't be listening to what other people are saying. If the facts are there and the guy is committing those crimes, deport him. Deport him. You don't have to listen. You don't have to seek for a conversation to be had with criminals. You don't do that. You deport them. So
okay.
yeah, it's
everybody's
Yeah,
giving you everybody's
wait.
giving you that right to do so. So why
Okay.
is the problem?
Okay, 1 second. Before anyone responds, Milk Millie, did you have anything to add?
for me.
Milk Millie, Radical European. I don't know why I clicked the link if you're not there. But yeah, go ahead, Malvin.
Right. I just want to put this on that also in the South African Constitution, there is a law that grants like the community permission. It's called community arrest, whereby the community can literally arrest somebody. Is that when people are overly angry, they tend to do other things, but it's also legal, to do that here in South Africa. I'm just putting it out there so you don't think that all of these mobs and whatever are unregulated. It's actually the constitution that the people, if choose to go after a criminal, they can. That which is something you will never see on the media because obviously the media has its own agenda. You know,
I mean,
that's
South Africans sometimes make themselves look bad. Like, I remember the biggest riot, like thievery going on like a couple of months ago. That was like bad. So,
that wasn't
um,
that
I,
wasn't bad. That
well,
happened
no, you're saying,
in a small amount of places. That was not
yeah,
bad.
but it was huge.
I'm
Like the
telling you,
amount of
Yeah,
the
damage.
media.
it happened. It happened, my brother. It was a bad thing, but like, check USA, the Black Lives Matter. They were
Yeah.
also destroying things. You
No,
understand?
okay.
This type of
Let me put my
things
point in
happen, my
context.
brother.
Yes, I
Okay.
agree. But let me put my thing in context so you understand what I mean, right? Like like the brother was saying earlier, South Africa does not need to worry about what other people think or other countries think. You need to defend, protect yourself. It don't matter if it's other African immigrants coming to your country because there's limited resources. And niceness, if you're too nice, you lose it all and your people will suffer. You have to defend whatever you have, right? So I know you guys are kind of making excuses for all these things. At the end of the day, like when it's all gone, you can't say, well, we were trying to be nice and therefore we ended up spending on these illegal immigrants and all that stuff. If Nigerians know that they're bad, like they have a huge reputation everywhere, right? And if you guys feel Nigerians are like that, then you need to implement some kind of law to make sure you're keeping up with these scammers, right? Doing whatever they do, because some of these crimes are extremely brutal. Like you almost can't hear these crimes anywhere. People getting mutilated and shot, raped, and the way you guys describe it's just horrible, right? And the fact that you guys have not even made an effort to change your laws to fix these problems is it's more like you guys are to blame, right? So I have a second point, but I'm going to let you guys chime in on that before I make my second point.
Yeah,
Those of
yeah.
you who are South African.
I agree on the part of the of changing some laws. Yeah, I agree because our politicians, I do not know what are they benefiting for them to keep these laws that are really hating us. Because imagine someone goes into a club and shoots
Yeah.
everyone in that club. Everyone was dead. They shot every South African in that club. And they specifically went to a club where you will find only black South Africans. Then they do not steal anything, they don't take anything, then they go. You understand? When
Wow.
when we cry, like it doesn't matter. We are black South Africans. We are supposed to die. And then when we react or retaliate, then everyone is labeling us as bad people. We shouldn't be doing this while our kids are being kidnapped and their body parts are being cut off. We should keep quiet. This is what people are telling us.
That's
We
like
should
a
keep
war
because
zone. That's like a war
you,
zone.
you understand. We will retaliate. It's obvious that people cannot just
Wow. As Kenyans
say
don't
that.
retaliate against foreigners. So why do you guys are not good people?
No, listen, Kaizo. I've been telling you, if you are
Don't
found
listen
that
to Kaizo, man. He's just
you have
don't listen to
hit,
Kaizo. He's just trying to like get at you, man. Like he's just fucking with you when he say you guys are not good people. Come on, you know you're good. For all the shit, the brutality you guys put up with, only a nice person lets that happen, which is generally Africa, right? But anyway, sorry to
Yeah, they want to give the brutality to when these guys got the independence, they never gave the brutality to the apartheids or the descendants of the apartheid in any real number, and they really did some bad things. They used to kill them, they used to shoot them, they even used to rape them. But when the black is coming to a better life, kwere must go, and then they kill the kwere, they burn him to death. You see, this is
Kaizo,
docile,
Kaizo,
selective
Kaizo,
docility.
Kaizo, do you think that white people were not affected during apartheid or after apartheid? Because there were a lot of white people who were dying. Black South
yeah,
Africans,
but
search about what black South
no, but
Africans
hold
were.
on here, hold on here. When you have a conflict,
Wait first.
either
Can
side
I
will
just
die.
make this point?
But
Can I just make this point? Black South Africans were going into white restaurants and setting up bombs, even in their cars. You understand?
So
Let us not
you
act as
admit
if
that
we did nothing.
so you
yeah,
admit
but
that
not
Nelson
the
Mandela
level that you
was a
guys got
terrorist.
killed. Not at the
Huh?
level you guys got murdered. Not at the
Yeah,
level. Yes, it
yeah, I
happened probably,
agree.
but
I
the
agree.
level that you guys got killed, it's not comparable, man. You guys
Yeah,
are
yeah, there I
protesting, you're
agree.
just getting shot in the open.
Yeah,
So
there I
Mm.
it's
agree.
yeah.
So you
I
see,
But
agree,
no,
on the
it's a
same
real question,
but
bro.
right now,
Bullet.
Kaizo,
Okay, go ahead.
right now, we do not see white people giving our children drugs or coming into poor neighborhoods and kidnapping people. We are seeing black people who are doing that. We do not see
okay, no, but
white
hold on.
people.
No, the white people do blue collar crimes against you, though. Like they're doing their crimes in the offices, like major corporations. So there's a difference. You guys are just the scraps at the bottom fighting for the scraps, right? So
See, can
they
anybody
do
hear me?
invisible crime. They
Very
commit
smart.
invisible crime.
So tell me, my
Can
brother,
anybody hear
you
me?
want people to be banned
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
we
for,
hear
can
you.
hear you.
doing white collar crimes? Even black people are doing it, and they are not being banned for doing white collar crimes.
Yeah, because those black people fall in line in order to get decent scraps, which is the politicians of South Africa. They know
Besides
that
Very,
if they
very,
fall
very
out
politicians,
of line,
few
besides
people die in white collar crimes. Very few
Man,
people
you
die.
dusties are not subscribing. Click the subscribe button. Why are you guys so dusties? You can't even support your Africa. You see, this is the issue, man. You support women because you guys are
not us.
simps, and you
Listen,
won't
it's not us. It's the
subscribe.
YouTube. It doesn't even tell me that I mean, it doesn't even send me notifications. I just turned on my YouTube and then I saw this. So
No. I lost my
yeah,
other channel, so I need you to subscribe to my new channel.
It can't be found. It's
no
been
wonder I
suppressed.
didn't. No wonder the African millennial. I was like, yo, what if Kaizo doesn't like moderate and do all this shit? His channel's gonna get taken down. That was what, less than 24 hours ago.
Keizo wild, man. Keizo very wild. You got wild videos, man.
Yeah, but I got a
You got
second point that I want to make about what Kaizo said earlier, though, right? Because he said something interesting, right? He was saying that South Africa had the infrastructure to advance and probably help Africa. And there's something I always wondered. I always thought that when South Africa went through its revolution and got well and things changed, right? They received a baton,
Yeah.
right? And they were supposed to like run hard and actually win the
Yes.
race. However, I always felt like after they got the baton, they regressed. I don't know if they took the money and said, okay, let's just go build a bunch of townhouses for the poor and forget about research, development, advancement, economic growth. But I feel like they're stagnant. Now, I want to say to all the South Africans, I'm not trying to bash you. It's just something I'm wondering. Hopefully you guys will like not take this the wrong way. I'm not like the other guys who are just like making you feel like they're crapping on your country, right? But I felt like you guys had the nuclear technology. Why didn't you like
Everything.
improve
Yeah.
it more? I
Nuclear
do
And let me.
understand you are.
we
Yeah.
never
Can I
black South
respond
Africans
quickly?
never had.
Let me
Okay,
respond
can
quickly to MS Delta guy quickly. MS Delta guy, I don't know if you know me, yeah, but man like me was a big guy in the manosphere, innit? Like, check out my name, Mr. Noir. Man like me have several interviews with Bernard, several interviews with Obsidian. I was there when Obsidian started the manosphere. Check it out, it's all there documented. Kevin Samuels, man like me, beat him in a debate. You can't touch me. Man like me's been here in the manosphere, and I beat this simps. There's a video on my other channel, just check it out. Manosphere is full of simps. Man like me is manosphere, and you
so
are
that's your
man. Oh,
that's your
actually, I won't come
so
for you.
that's your
You're
black
you're Denator.
Americans. That's your black Americans voice.
No, that's Black UK. That's like a Black UK voice.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
Kaijo's got an accent and a voice for different Africans when he's talking. So you gotta pay
Black
attention.
American is more like, what you talking about, man? Like my single mother, she ain't giving me no money
The
for the
South
last 5
African one
days,
was dope.
man.
Hey, hey. No. We going back to topic.
The South
Okay.
African voice was
Wow.
dope, man.
Okay. No, it wasn't. Stop your
Wait, did
lies.
somebody not talk? Sorry, did somebody not talk?
Anyway, yeah. Let's get back on the topic, right? So to the South Africans, right? What I was trying to say is I felt like you guys didn't progress much beyond what you guys inherited. Right? Like when I
What
look
do
at
you
all
mean?
the other
Just
countries,
be specific. Be
like
specific.
wait, hold on. Hold on. For example, you might say, what am I talking about? I'm saying like for the past South Africa to be able to achieve the ability to develop nuclear weapons, even though they had all these odds against them, that's a very high achievement because it's a very complex scientific research and development thing.
Can I respond to you? Do you
Yeah,
do
yeah.
you the time I think it was 1990 the white South Africans gave up nuclear weapons because the black government was getting into power in 1994. So they had to give away those nuclear weapons. They did not want a black man to have that much power. Even
That's
even
fine.
now, even now, they won't let a black nation to develop nuclear weapons. So, and
Oh
then
yeah.
and then you say we sort of stayed in the same
What do you
position we
mean they
did.
won't let them do it, Bullet? If a black nation could have something that you give like Congo could go and tell the Russians or the Chinese, listen, we need you to show us exactly how to make these things, and we will guarantee you
What
20%
kind
of
of BS?
coltan.
What kind of
Hang on,
BS
hang on,
accent is that?
hang on.
Can you
Without Congo, right? You can't get uranium because they have a significant uranium. First
No,
of all, second of all,
we have
cobalt,
uranium.
tantalum. Oh, they have so much, all these resources
Right.
that are necessary for
Charlie,
semiconductors.
Charlie,
They can leverage that shit.
Charlie.
Yeah, they can. If they were serious, they could leverage it
Hey,
and give.
hey, you don't hear me calling you? Charlie, I want to ask you, why are we talking about Congo?
Yeah. Why? Why?
All I'm saying is these people, these defeatist Africans, always saying they won't let us. Listen, nobody let anybody else. North Korea developed their own nuclear weapon because they are high IQ dusties.
Oh, so
You see,
you're talking about the Pan African that say, oh, it be white
The
man,
Pan
it be
Africa over here
Oyibo,
called
it be
Bullet.
this, it be that. Are you talking about them?
Bullet is out here
Okay.
telling us they won't let us do this. Why do you always have to go for the defeatist mentality about them letting you do something? North Korea developed their own nuclear weapon. Did they
Why
not?
does
Of course they did.
why doesn't
So
Kenya
if North
develop it?
Korea,
Ask yourself, why
No, no,
isn't
no,
Kenya
no, no,
developing
no, no,
nuclear
no,
weapons?
no.
Ask
No,
yourself.
don't ask Kaiser. It's okay.
what did you say, Bullet? Can you please repeat? I have not heard what you said.
Africa Union, stay quiet.
Huh?
What did you say, Bullet? I have not heard
Sorry,
you.
what did you say?
Where are you from originally, Kaiser? Kenya.
Okay, yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
No, answer me, please.
Yeah, sure.
He's Kenyan, man. He's
Yeah.
from the UK, but I think he was born in
I was
Kenya
definitely
and then moved
born.
to UK as
I
a
was
kid.
born within East Africa region.
Kaiser's not
That's
Kenyan,
correct.
he's Kaisorian.
Yeah, I'm Kaizoran. That's why when you call me Kenyan, it's cringe. But I was born in East Africa. Yes, correct.
Where in East Africa?
He was born
I've
in
got
He's
Kenya.
Kenyan,
two.
bro. He's Kenyan.
I've got two
That's
birth
Kenyan.
certificates, but the point is I was born in East
Kaiser,
Africa.
Let's
just
just
say
get on the
Kenya.
topic, man. Let's get on the
Okay,
topic, man.
fine. I'm Kenyan. Okay, go ahead, brother. I'm Kenyan. Yeah.
Okay.
I was born in Kenya. Let's go.
Why doesn't Kenya build nuclear weapons? Because
Because
Kenya is
they're low
doing good.
IQ. That's why. They're
Nah,
low IQ, bro.
No.
Okay, that's enough
Nah.
about
My
Kenya, yo. That's
wait,
enough about Kenya. That's enough about Kenya.
okay. No, what Kaiser was trying to say is, look, North Korea is not allowed, but they managed to do it. So he's saying that he's saying that sometimes just because somebody says you're not allowed to do it doesn't mean you have to follow it,
Solo, how
right?
you graduated from a solo simp to now a
Shut
pimp?
up.
Okay.
So,
You graduated.
anyway,
Man.
so but the South African, you're also right. You can also ask the same question to Kenyans, right? Like, why do you not do it just because somebody tells you, right? It's a very fair question and assessment.
Okay, so let me answer that question. Actually, I'll answer it properly. I won't just call them low IQ, although that is not really part of the answer.
It's
Nuclear
not.
technology is quite simple. Even I can understand it. I know how nuclear weapons work. It's very simple. I actually applied to become of the nuclear weapons job in the UK. They said no for other reasons. It's not relevant right now. So, but the point is, the technology is very simple, straightforward.
Hey, yo, enough about this nuclear stuff. Let's get back to topic. I'm dead
Okay.
Go
serious.
straight on the point, man. You guys keep talking. We talking about
I don't
Africa. You guys talking about
listen.
nuclear
It's
stuff.
nice
What's
you
up?
got a job, nuclear. Can we get back to topic? What does this have to do with Africans flooding the countries?
Simple.
Yeah.
There's a
Okay.
lot of Nigerians flooding Kenya.
Wait, hold on,
There's a
Kaiser.
lot of
Like, it wasn't.
hang on. Yeah, I'll answer your
Wait,
question too. Let me satisfy the
no,
woman
it wasn't for you. It
as
was
well.
for the South Africans.
Oh, okay, forget
It
about
was
him.
for
Let
the
me
South
answer it
Africans.
first. So
Oh,
we're talking about flooding countries. Okay, in Kenya, this I tell you the people flooding.
no, that was not it. That was not it. That was not it.
No. That's African millennials question. Then I'll answer yours too, and then I'll let the other guy answer. So we have a lot of Somalis flooding Kenya because their countries are shithole. Okay, so we have them. We don't kill them. We have Nigerians flooding Kenya because there's electricity. We don't kill them. We have a lot of Ethiopians. In fact, I just came back from an Ethiopian restaurant right now, and there's shitloads of them. We don't kill them. So the difference is we Kenyans, we Kenyans, people over here in Kenya are civilized. South Africans are not. That's the difference.
What?
Does
What did you
anyone
say?
want to reply to that?
We've
He
got
said,
millions of Somalis
Kenyans are
flooding into
civilized,
Kenya.
South African
We
are
got
not.
hundreds of thousands of Nigerians. We got Ethiopians, hundreds
What?
of thousands of them flooding in. We even got. We also you guys also have Indians. We don't kill any foreigner. You know, even when they commit crimes. But you people are so backwards and uncivilized, and you kill foreigners. I will never stand with that. At least the people of Kenya don't kill foreigners.
But there's a time we rounded them up and sent them to Kasarani.
Yeah, but we don't kill them. We don't shoot them like these uncivilized people in South Africa. These kaffers.
Who shoots? Who shoots?
Now
Chill,
you are talking your balls. You fucking kaffir. Why are you using that word? You fucking kaffir. You piece of shit.
No,
You
you
pig.
can't call me kafir. The term is gala. Call me a dusty
You
gala.
fucking kwere. Don't
It's
use that
gala,
word. You
not correct.
fucking
Listen, I'll
kwere.
never go to South Africa. The term is gala. Use the right term
fucking
for the
pig.
region. Call me a dirty gala,
You
or
are
call me
kwere.
dirty
Nah, you
gerer.
are kwere.
Call me a gerer or gala gerer mix. Okay, get the right words from the right region, bro. Gala or gerer, one of those two, or both. Actually,
You fucking kaffir.
Okay.
no, it's gala or gerer.
That's not
Yo, can I say something?
Yeah.
I think that most people are putting undue pressure on the South Africans because it's a country straight out of apartheid. Only a few had the privilege of enjoying the economy. Most South Africans were dead poor. So even if the economy is
Man, you
large,
dusty Kenyan man. You stop defending these
man,
dusties.
I'm not
No,
defending
Kaiser, let
them.
him talk,
I'm just
man.
talking
He's not
facts.
defending. He's just saying.
Listen. Africa has a population of like 1.2 billion, almost the same as China. If you look at China, China is not even a first world country. It just got to the middle income status. How do you expect South Africa, with an economy of like $350 million, to develop the whole of Africa, like more than a
No,
billion
that
people,
was not the
1.2
point.
billion?
That was
That's
not the
not the
point.
point. No one said that, brother.
That was not the point. Nobody said for them to develop Africa. Why would they do that? Like, come on.
There was
What I'm
someone
saying is,
saying There was
yeah, that's
someone
why I was gonna.
saying that South
That was me.
Africa has
That was me.
regressed since the fall of apartheid. That's not the
Right.
case.
Let me
What
explain.
South Africa
Yeah,
has done
let,
is that
let me
more
explain.
black
Let me
people can
explain.
now benefit from their own economy.
Yeah,
Right.
can
Let
I
me explain, guys.
respond to you, my brother? Let me tell you, after apartheid, you should check what the government has done. Because for the majority of South Africans, things are better now compared to apartheid. I don't know. That's why
It's better, but it
I
could be
said
better.
because during apartheid, they only catered for white people. So they had a lot of money on their hands to even develop more for only whites. You understand?
That's not a good
So
excuse. No, that's not a good excuse.
where that's why I said be specific. Where did we go back?
Okay.
Just be specific.
Okay. When I say South Africa, like they didn't move the needle that much, I meant like
True.
when I read the news, right? Yes, I do know that South Africa does make scientific progresses, but it is just not. It's not enough where
Let's
I'm
make it
seeing
simple,
it.
Soloha. South Africa should be like Singapore. It's not. Simple as that. Let's not make excuses. You people have not done what you should have been able to do given the level of development, organizational structures that this apartheid created
Yes,
in your
that's
countries. You've just not really done anything significant. You've just been You've just been obvious, like in the middle somewhere. You see, there's nothing really that is actually amazing that you've really done. If you really want to compare yourself to Singapore. Singapore is a great country with like one of the highest
not
GDP
even-
per capita.
and you're
Nah,
not even
but
that richer than let's say Ghana, or you're not even that richer than the other African countries. You have you might have better infrastructure, right? But I don't think you're that richer. I don't even think you're richer
we
than
are
Nigeria.
not that rich. You are there. You are
In
talking
fact,
the truth.
only 92% of South Africans have access to electricity, man. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's
So, by the way,
embarrassing.
I'm not trying to
Kaiser.
bash.
You are talking the truth.
I'm not trying to bash South Africans. For any South Africans listening and thinking that I'm bashing, it's just questions that I always thought about and I can't
Soloha,
understand.
have you donated before to these streams? Simple question.
Listen,
Simple question.
yo,
Have you donated before? Yes, you have.
yes, I have.
Multiple times, correct? Kifaru, yes. St. James, yes. Everybody apart from the South Africans have ever donated. You see, there's a point here. These guys are dusty.
Yeah, we are dusty, Kaizo. We are dusty. I get your point. We are dusty.
Oh my goodness, man. But anyway, I need South Africans to kind of like give their side of the story. Like what's
My
up
guy,
with
I mean, like you can search what
No,
our
watch from the
government.
beginning to get their side of the story, bro. We're not doing this again.
Yeah, we don't want
Not
to hear
right
these
now.
dusty speak again, man. Like,
You
we have
can
been
search.
oppressed by
You
the
can
white man for so long. Everything is
can
like.
search.
Actually,
You
I
can
did apply for MI6, MLS Delta guy. Again, I didn't work for them, but I did apply for them. Yes.
you can
Oh,
search
God.
on what our government has done for for my country,
It's a different
because I really don't understand
force. We're
what you
killing
mean when you said we went back.
pathetic. Pathetic.
somebody's trying to speak?
Yeah, bro, is that
Marvin.
you?
Whoever's trying to
Right.
speak, you can speak.
He has bad internet. He's from South Africa, man. These guys don't even have internet. At least in Kenya, guess what? Ever since I moved out of the slums, you know, guys, I used to live in the slums, Kibera. I used to have bad internet, right? Now that I got Safaricom, my internet is perfect, guys. Perfect. Because that's what real Kenya is, not that dusty Kibera slum I used to live in.
So, guys, they won't tell me say now your internet be perfect.
Hey, my Chale girl. Every time me over
You
here
think
streaming, have you
by
seen
your
me running out of streams lately? No, because I live in a nice, comfortable neighborhood over here in
Really?
Pangani.
So
Yes.
you day in Muzungu land, right?
Yeah, I they Muzungu land because Muzungus know how the things they work. You get me, my sis. But these other dostis
so,
don't understand it.
wait, hold on.
I'm gonna
Explain
Huh?
explain why we only got 6 people on your stream allowed.
Oh no. Now it's 10, but then the white man put me in YouTube jail for 7 days.
Yeah, Kaizo's gonna work out a deal with me. We're gonna figure something out.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure that we can still do shit together, man. Because this is embarrassing. How am I gonna be not able
It's
to
like
stream? How can I project my propaganda against Africans, man? It's gonna be hard 7
it
days.
sounds like somebody's credit card is so bad they signed up to
No,
somebody
no,
else.
no. That's not what it sounds like. No, that's not what it sounds like at
Oh
all.
wow.
You guys was like, my credit is so
Listen.
bad. I need
Soloha. I live in a okay.
you
Let's be
guys been
realistic,
talking.
Soloha.
Listen,
Soloha, I
you guys
make
been talking over
$300 a
email.
month. Listen, Soloha, I make $300 a month on YouTube. That's the money I make. Okay, my rent is $200. My food is $100. Literally, I'm surviving on like an edge. I don't leave the house. That's why I do 10-hour, 11-hour, 24-hour streams, just trying to survive. And it's okay, right? I'm not going to complain about it, but that's just the reality. I don't need to brag or flex. It is what it is, right? I survive off $300 a month in Africa because I'm a dusty.
That's actually pretty cool, man. Like that's a decent life. Not
But you
like
see, I
us
work
here,
hard.
we
I
need
stream
like
for like
we
24
need
hours,
like
you see.
2 grand.
Other
We
Africans
need
are
like
lazy.
2-3 grand just
Wait,
to
hold on,
to
hold
pay
on,
the
hold
rent
on,
here.
hold on. Wait, well, hold on. Smoke all day. What did I do?
No, stop that.
Get out of my
African language.
street. Wait,
That
no,
dusty
can I
should be
speak?
blocked. That
Kaizo,
dusty should be blocked.
guys,
Go ahead.
get out of my stream. Stop the disrespect. Stop the coping. Okay, you wish you were rich as me, but you aren't. Okay, get out of my stream. Don't even be here again. Do you understand me?
Block
Don't
that
even
dusty,
be
man.
here again. Get out of my stream. I did nothing to you. Why are you talking to me? I wasn't looking for you. You're here talking to me. Go
He was
jump
trying
off
to
the cliff.
disrespect you.
Go jump off the
He needs to
cliff.
go.
I don't care about you. Get off my life. St.
He needs
James.
to go. He's a dusty. Yep, mans. I wish this channel was mine. Yes. No. I don't believe in jealousy, mans. I'm a poor African man living in Africa in my country. I'm okay with being poor. Trust me, mans. I don't need to be jealous of other people. I love when Africans succeed. I love especially Ghanaians. I love my Ghanaian sister succeeding. So no, I don't wish anything. But like I said, I'm a poor man living in a poor life in Africa, and that's okay.
Yeah, Kaizo, Ghana, Kenya alliance, we could do this.
100%.
Did anyone have anything to say in regards to the topic?
Uh, I guess they're all. Hey, Smoke. What's his name? Black Heart Man Solo. What do you mean? I'm always so spaced out.
No, we're not addressing the comment section. I mean, does anyone have any to say on
Yeah.
the
So I have a
topic?
question. I have a question for St. James, Bullet, and then also the new Kafa that came in earlier. So I have a question for you
You
guys.
stop saying that word,
Kaizo,
please.
Okay. Sorry.
Kaizo,
Sorry. You know, I
Kaizo,
apologize. I apologize.
Kaizo, don't.
I
Disrespectful
should not be
word.
calling you bad words. I apologize. I won't do it again. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Let's move on. Yeah.
it clearly has some historical context that we don't really
Yeah.
want to
They
get
feel
into.
very offended. Like, listen, if a white man calls me a nigger, I'll be like, yes, master. Anyways, let me ask you a question. So, St. James, do you think that the black government, do you think that if South Africa was run by a white government, it will be closer to Singapore? Again, I know they're going to say, oh, South Africa was only really developing the areas white people live. Yeah, that's all true. But let's say the apartheid ended, but then the South African government of whiteness was still in charge. Do you think that it will be closer to Singapore or closer to Somalia?
And wait, I want to add on something to what Kaizo just said, right? I want to add to it. What Kaizo, so I also feel like all of Africa, all the countries around South Africa were markets that South Africa can take advantage of because these countries did not have the infrastructure to produce goods. So many of these goods. So that's why I also feel like South Africa has not taken advantage of its position, right? So if you care to answer what Kaizo and I are saying.
Uh, the countries that are surrounding South Africa, basically, they are getting most of their products are coming from South Africa. What you are saying is already happening, and then
Right.
the part where Kaizo said, if we had a white government, if you wanna know what will happen if we have a white government, go and check Cape Town. Cape Town is highly developed only in white areas. Then you go and check where black people are living. It is very bad for black people. But then go to Johannesburg, where a city that is being run by black people, full 100% black people. Johannesburg is doing good. Then you go to Soweto, like you can't compare Soweto like Soweto 1994 and Soweto that you see right now. But Cape Town, nothing has really changed for black people. So yeah, if white people were running South Africa, I'm telling you, my brother, the city, the parts where you find white people, it will be advanced. They will be like it will be Singapore, what you are saying. But the parts where you find black people, it will only be slums. So yeah, they will use it to develop for their own people and oppress black people.
Can I say something in relation to the topic? This is a thing, okay. We always try to look for negative things, among what does happen in the continent. While people float in other African countries, it might be a search for, I don't know, education, search for new things that they don't know. If you look at Europe, these people share information. If you've been around Europe, one European country is not as much different from the other European country. They may have different language, but they have the same services. They have the almost the same because they share information. And I
Wait,
think
so
people should be
you
going.
think people are flooding to South Africa just to eat South African food?
Listen.
Is that what they're doing?
Yeah. See, if I'm Cameroonian, I'll be more worried, about maybe how do I call these people? Maybe first class or like experts, come floating into my country, taking these high collar jobs. Those are the people that I'll be more worried about But I don't think any high collar job in South Africa is being replaced by migrant. All these quere, you call them whatever, all these people don't even matter. If you ask me my honest opinion, they don't matter. I don't know. To me, I really believe this is a kind of a political agenda, just to make people feel like, just to divide people. You understand what I mean? It might be a good thing. So do you guys think Africans moving from one country to another, can they gain something from it? Is there any good thing that may come out from it? You
But
understand? That's just how we believe. Yeah. So I'll be more
Faro,
worried when
have you
like
signed up for my new channel?
intellectuals, intellectuals, people who've got like high knowledge coming to my country and taking these high collar jobs. I'm not worried about people that are coming to do some low end things. Those people don't matter, to be honest. I don't really think they matter. So to me, this is just a political, like far right politics that's use trying to use them as
That's true.
scapegoat.
That's no, what Keferu is saying is true, because if the people who are very advanced in skills, right, are able to do economic output, it will make up for the poor people. It's kind of like a scale, right? If one scale is going up, it's helping the lower scale come up as well, right? So I think what Kefaru is saying, like, don't worry about these people, just worry about these skill people. Like, I think he's 100% right.
I have a rebuttal to that, but before that, Rads, do you want to go ahead? Long time no see.
Oh, by the way, it
Hi
doesn't mean we should
everyone.
still let them in. Sorry, it doesn't mean. I don't think if I was also saying just let everybody in either, and I don't believe that either.
Yeah. This is what I believe. Like, if you take more resource, you concentrate more on these high end people, that's gonna change everything. That's what I believe. Those are the people who decide who makes the job. All the queries, I don't know what is even that. These people don't change nothing. They don't really change nothing because the country is not really coping. It's not like looking out for them.
Yeah.
Hang on. If you are in the chat, please just block smoke everybody. That's unacceptable. You are never gonna come for a
Well, I told the blocker. I told Joe
No, I
and
think it was only timed out. Yeah, just block that retard. No, you can't be disrespecting the host of the
block
show.
him. Why did you tell me now? He
Yeah,
needs to be blocked
block that
completely.
guy. No, block him. Listen, I'm as bad. I say bad things to South Africans, but I will never disrespect someone in their own channel. That's my morality.
Okay, Rads, go ahead. Raddy, you can go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Hi everyone. Long time no see.
I have long time no see, brother. How are you doing?
No, I'm good. Great stream as always. Just a quick update. I just want to let everyone know that I'm no longer in South Africa. I've
You
moved
fled.
10,000.
Congratulations. You fled. Congratulations.
He's
I've fled.
trolling you, man.
I'm serious. I am in South Korea.
Shalom, brother. You fled.
Yeah, and I'm working this side.
We're gonna need some videos to prove that.
Well done, brother. Well done.
Yeah, so I fled 10,000 miles away from South Africa, and
well done, brother.
This myth
you're
that
the colored. You're the colored, right?
No,
that's
I'm black.
actually a good point. That's a good point, because South Africa should be like Korea as well, considering that both countries were like pretty messed up. So you can look around you there and kind of compare, and I don't know, like tell us what you think.
That's one what I wanted to talk about, and I'm sorry to say this to my South African brothers, but South Africa isn't as fly as we think it is. Okay.
Tell us, brothers. Preach.
I'm serious.
When guy are telling us what is really happening.
Guys, let him talk.
Let him talk. Rad. Everybody, Rad, please speak. Please do not let the bullets speak over you.
Guys, can you do a Cape Town accent?
South Africa le country e wa di dintshang fe
Bullet,
So
let Rad
as I was
speak.
saying,
Bullet, let Rad speak, please. Yeah, go ahead, Rad. Bullet, please. Let's respect our South African brother. Rad,
Yo,
please.
Kaizo, stop.
Yo, Kaizo, yo, let him talk. Let the guy talk,
Please,
man. Let's hear what he's gonna
Kaizo,
say.
please stop. You're gonna make me laugh, man. Stop.
Yeah, let's hear what the guy's gonna say, man.
I mean, yeah, Rad,
yeah,
go ahead. Go
yeah,
ahead.
man. As I was saying, South Africa isn't fly as we think it is, us South Africans. And one caller, very disrespectful on the day, said something, and I only got it when I came this side. He said that we are the best of the worst, you know. And
Yes.
if if you are in South Africa, obviously that's an insult. But once you travel and go to countries that are far advanced than yours, then you would see what that person's referring to. You know, we aren't as advanced as we think we are. Perhaps in Africa, yes, but in comparison to the rest of the world, we're not. We are really not. One simple example is ever since coming to South Korea, I have never seen a pothole on the street. Okay. I can literally walk around at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, with my phone hanging out, video calling my friends back at home.
Exactly.
And I'll feel very, very, very safe.
Exactly.
You know, very safe. So
Red, can I ask you one question? I want to interrupt you. Just one question.
Wait, let him finish.
African stairs? No, just a simple question. Have you seen African stairs in South Africa? You know, African stairs is when every time you try to jump up or down, you miss a step because it's not even. Go ahead, brother.
Wait, what?
Have you seen African stairs?
He's like
South Korea,
you
so
gotta
the uneven stairs. Have you
in Africa? Basically, when the builders built like apartment complexes, some places when you actually step on the stairs, it's not even. So you might even miss a step or trip because they don't actually build things according to symmetry. Have you seen that in South Korea?
No, I haven't seen it. I haven't even seen it in South Africa. Does that happen? Does it happen in your country? Does that happen in your country, Kaizo?
Thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, in
Kenya,
Kenya, Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria, it happens. Yeah.
We don't have potholes in my country.
Jude knows that you have potholes in your country.
I was just showing. It's not about potholes. Every country has got potholes. It just depends what part of the country, what town or what city
But here's the thing.
yourself,
I'm living.
you know, but
here's the thing. I'm living in the most rural part of Korea, right? And still, it doesn't have any potholes at all. I've been moving around. I've been to different parts of. I've been to different parts of the town.
Yeah. Korea.
Potholes.
We can't be comparing Korea with Africa. That's just a fact. Those they have
man,
a different culture, a different mindset that most Africans don't really have. So
yes, but the point that I'm trying to say, is that there's this tendency of us South Africans separating ourselves from the rest of Africans and us believing that we are the best, right? And in comparison,
maybe you thought you are disappointed when I had
listen,
clever black away. You are a clever black. We never thought that, Radi. Maybe you were thinking that. Nah, Radi, you are disappointing. First time in a first world country, now you are thinking these things now.
No, Rad is right, though. Rad is right. Rad is right. No, Rad is right. South Africans tend to think.
Huge disappointment.
Come on, let's stop trying to censor Rad. Rad, speak, brother. Tell us the truth. Tell us the truth about how.
Actually, I got a question for Roddy, man. Please, can I ask my question?
Get off this life, Roddy, man.
Only speak the truth, man. Don't try to say anything to please anybody.
Think like you. They have South Africans who think different, so just allow them.
Roddy, I got a question for you about crimes in South Africa. Can you elaborate for the panel and the people who are listening to you? Who's committed the most crime in your country?
We already know all that.
Listen, no. I just want to hear the South Africans.
first of all, this is very sensitive, and I know that you want to weaponize this thing.
No. I'm not trying to weaponize. I just want, like I said, go by the
Yeah. Okay,
statistics. Let's do statistics.
yes,
Don't give the don't even give the name of the
yes. No, let
countries.
me give you let me give you an answer. Right.
This is not even
The
the
truth
topic.
is that
That's
it's
not what we're trying to discuss. So now you're like
It
taking
is
us
a
completely.
topic. Immigration. They talk about migration and all that, and
No,
the
we were
South
trying to.
Africans are
No,
complaining about crimes in the
no,
country. That's
that's
part
not.
of the topic, sir.
Well, we moved on to trying
So
to
who say
understand
who
why
say
South
who? Is that
Just
your
listen.
channel, or you the one dictating what
Just
to do
listen.
here, sir? Come on, man.
What?
Don't tell me what to do here.
I'm not trying to tell you what to
No,
do.
you're
All
trying
I'm
to tell me. You
Please,
actually trying to
let's not
do
go back
that.
to this
I was
argument.
trying
Come
to
on,
answer a question.
No.
everything
I
was
asked someone a question.
a
You
fight.
bring yourself in the middle,
No,
trying to tell me to stop.
no.
That we moved on, and
Listen,
that's not your channel. Come
he
on,
was
man.
trying to answer a
That's not
question.
your channel. That's not your
He
channel.
was
Let
trying
other
to
people
answer your
speak.
question.
If the
Well, you know,
owners of the channel doesn't see a problem, you shouldn't see a problem, right?
well, you know what? He was trying to answer a question,
Okay, I'm
and now
listening.
you're
So,
off.
bro,
And all of a
listen to
sudden
me.
now you're
Listen to
off.
what I'm saying. You don't
Going to talk
dictate
about
what other
crime.
people on the panel have to
Okay,
do. You don't
wait.
dictate. You
Roddy
don't
was
tell us what to
speaking.
do.
I try to dictate to you. I
Come
don't
on,
try to
man.
dictate to you, brother. I'm not trying to
No,
dictate to
you.
you,
That's
man.
what
Hey
you're
guys,
actually
can
trying to
I
do.
wait,
It's
guys?
all right.
Oh,
Roddy,
guys,
continue.
chill,
That's what you're trying to
chill.
do. You talk. People listen. No one cut. No one cut you. No one said they don't want to listen to what you have to say.
No, but it's messed. The conversation is messed up if people keep switching question. I
Okay,
mean, asking questions in the
they've been
middle of
doing that.
somebody
We
trying
get
to
off
answer.
track. We get off track. We come back on
Yes,
track. It's been happening. It's been
someone's got
happening.
to say something. Yeah, but somebody's got to say something because we can't have a messed up conversation where
Yeah, it's been happening.
all
Just
person
don't
says
act like it hasn't happened. Don't act like you seen that
just
yesterday.
happened, but we have to
Don't
moderate.
act like you seen that
And I agree
yesterday.
with you.
Don't act like this is brand new to you. It's been happening all
But
over
does
the
that?
place.
But if you see things getting off topic, are you always going
It's
to stay
not off
silent?
topic.
Just
The South Africans
it
are
is.
Okay,
complaining about crimes.
guys.
But
Roddy
dude,
will speak.
Come on, man.
Roddy, go ahead and speak.
let him answer the question. Like,
Get your own channel and tell people what to do.
no, I'm not telling you what to do. All I'm trying to do is help us all work together to try to like make sure we get an answer to a question, so that we don't get like this mismatch of different people asking questions that only get a half answer. I'm not trying to dictate to you. I have no right to dictate to you. You're a grown man. I respect you. You know.
All right,
So
Roddy, it's all right. We don't need to explain this for 5,000 times. Roddy, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. And I also want to respond to my South African brother. Right, this is my problem with South Africans. If we are proud of having the biggest economy in South Africa and having this that other countries don't have, and being advanced in this sector and all of that, if we're so proud to speak about the good things, why can't we speak about the bad things? Because the whole world knows that South Africa has a very high murder rate, has one of the highest murder rates in the world. Why can't we discuss that? Okay, me myself, I don't even feel safe in South Africa. That's the truth, right? As much as Kaizo's annoying, and I know Kaizo's always making slick remarks, and he's always bringing up some stuff despite us. But the sad reality is that some of the things that he brings up, it's true. Okay, I don't feel safe in South Africa. South Africa is a beautiful country, but I don't feel safe. What's wrong with that? My South African brother.
Radi,
Answer that. I don't feel safe in South Africa.
Radi, what's the topic of today? You are when
Ready.
your ancestors will never
Ready.
forgive
Speak
you.
the truth. Don't let this other man try to hold you.
You have disappointed the great Zulu nation when Radi.
Let me play the
Your
devil's
ancestors will
advocate
never
here.
forgive
Radi,
you.
you're a fellow Bantu like
Radi,
me, right? Radi, you're a Bantu, right? We're Bantu brothers.
Kaizo, we said we have never said we are better than other Africans. I don't know. Maybe Radi
Sorry,
was.
you guys do that.
No, you said that
guys
before.
Let me tell you. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah.
Maybe Radi was thinking this. You have few months in South Korea, and now you are already bashing your own country. Radi,
No, I'm not. But
You're not
listen,
bashing. You see,
listen,
hang on.
listen. Wait, hang on, guys.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Wait,
what
no,
is
let me
the topic,
interject.
Radi? What is the topic?
No, but
Radi? What is
you
the
see
topic?
this. Okay, This is the
That was
problem
exactly
of
the
South
point that he just made, by the way.
Listen,
Okay, I'm
listen.
quiet.
Okay, this is the problem of South Africans, right? Whenever something that's brought up, that's not good, right? Our first reaction as South Africans is to fight the person who brought this thing up instead of us talking about it.
What's the
And
topic? What is
listen,
the topic of today? What
no,
is the
the
topic
topic.
of today?
Listen.
Radi can't even tell. We are even from the same town. Radi,
Radi, you're letting us look
guess
down.
what?
You're looking us look bad. You see, this is actually interesting. One second, guys.
Wait,
Radi made a point.
He wasn't. Wait, no. He wasn't finished his point. Just let him
Yeah,
finish.
stop Bullet from interrupting him.
Okay. Yes, we're from the same town, and guess what? I've never seen a pothole in the town that I'm in. I feel safe in the town that I'm in. What else? Everything
Is that
that's supposed to
part
be
of the
working
topic? Is that part of the topic?
then why did you mention it? Why did you mention it?
No, I'm saying, Radi, you came here. You should have stick to the topic of this life. You understand?
Okay.
Now I don't know. You are going on. We think we are better than other
No, Bullet.
Africans. Maybe you had
Bullet,
this thought.
we asked a question and he was answering. Bullet, we asked a question and he was
No, he
answering.
should have refused. He should have refused. He should have.
Oh, so are you now trying to control me?
Oh, wait.
Are you now trying to control me?
I'm not.
No, you are.
Radi,
You're not trying to control me.
We are the same. We are the same people. We are from the same tribe. But you are disappointing me. Your ancestors will never forgive
Listen,
you. When
I
you're
don't.
not an honest
Listen,
person. Bullet,
listen, yes,
Bullet, you're not
Bullet.
an honest person now.
Listen,
How
Bullet,
am
I don't
not
owe.
honest? How am
Listen,
I not honest?
Bullet,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
owe anyone loyalty. I don't owe no tribe, no clan, no group, any kind of loyalty. I speak what I see and what I've experienced in South Africa.
But now,
How's what I'm saying wrong?
Don't come here and say South Africans think they are better than other Africans.
Well,
Don't
that's the
come here
case
and
most
say
of the
that.
time.
What you do?
That's the case most
Bullet,
of
can
the
I say
time.
this to you? Just 1 minute. Bullet, not all South Africans think like you, and you should accept that. Okay, you might be from the same town, from the same tribe. Don't expect everyone to think like
you know what's going on. You know what's going on, Kifau. Last year,
Roddy was
was
speaking, man. You guys are rude, man. You guys have been here for 5 hours. Roddy's still not finished his point.
Okay.
Let him speak.
Yes.
Roddy,
So
please just finish. Yeah, go ahead.
yes. So in conclusion, those are the observations that I've had being in a foreign country. Ever since coming this side, I've had to painfully accept that yes, we are a great nation, but listening to some South Africans speak about South Africans, we great, but we're not that great. Okay, so those that's what I've had to realize since coming to South Korea. And to be honest, we as Africans are one people. South Africa may be better off. South Africa may be better off than the rest of than other African countries, but to be 100%, we are one, and I think that we should work together to resolve our
So
issues.
you became a pan-Kazorian. Well done, man. Well done, brother. I'm very, very impressed.
Okay,
that's
Radi on robile pelo fanda ka brayaga. On robile pelo mi bra serious.
Bullet, you start acting now like the Somalis, bro.
Sindire ba gende na ba. Yende be bude geradi. Gere me no sonto geraya ya inyama. De koromana ya ba ya you. Inyama na pap. Inyama na pap. Okay? Ready. Thanks,
Is he
brother.
saying something, guys? Or is he just trolling?
Yeah.
Kezo is trolling. Kezo, come on. You should be. Come on.
I said I'm gonna buy him some braai and pap. Okay, that's South Africa.
Sure, Lozi, kopa, ubuele radi tu Lozi. I said belief ka I said Lozi.
Please, all of you just keep quiet. Let them South Africans settle their issues, bro.
Yeah, let South Africans talk, man.
Brother, what's up, man? Roddy.
Hey, how are you, my brother?
No, good man, good man. How's South Korea?
It's awesome. The experience has been good. South Korea is more than what I expected it to be, and I'm really loving it this side.
Yeah, man.
And and and
What
their
you said is
standard
true.
and their
No, no,
standards
I
for the
think what you
people.
said is true. I
Okay.
think what you said makes a lot of sense. But I think it would be unfair to compare South Africa with South Korea. We still have a long way to go. But I think what you said is true. And I think as people, as South Africans, we must wake up to strive for better than what we have now. So I take that
Absolutely,
as a
yes.
yeah,
Yes.
and I've never been in South Korea, so I think you're exploring and you're learning a lot. We can learn a lot from people like you. So,
Absolutely.
I felt like you judging South Africa overly on this topic because I don't see how it relates. But on what you were saying, comparing South Africa to South Korea, that I think it makes a lot of sense. Although I feel like it's not fair, we still have a long way to go. But yeah, and also yeah, I think there is that sentiment where South Africans feel like sometimes they're bad, and not all South Africans, but we do have that group as well. It's something that we need to deal with as people. But just like every country, all these African countries, the difference between us and most of them is that we can reflect and sit down and look at our mistakes. Most people here is just ego driven and they will never sit down and accept their weakness, at least not here. So I think I appreciate your honesty and I think everybody should learn from that. Because I look at you, I'm like, okay, the brother is being honest, he's putting the ego aside. But most of this bunch of these people, they will rather change another country than also coming forward and saying, you know what, we also got our problems. Sometimes it's the reason why they left the countries. We can have those conversations, respectfully, and when we just
Yes.
have to bash it. So I get
Yes.
what you said. Yeah.
Wow,
Absolutely.
Lozi,
I
I
think
thought
Bullet
when
thinks that we are attacking South.
it's funny. Bullet told
I think Bullet thinks that
Radi in isiZulu to kind of listen to brother Lozi over here. But Lozi actually made good points. Shout out to you, Lozi, man. Sometimes you can be high IQ. Shalom, brother.
No,
Okay,
no, no.
so
When I'm
so
dealing with
so
trolls,
Lozi,
when I'm dealing with
wait.
trolls, I troll. When I'm dealing with someone who makes sense, I make sense. So I deal with
Yes.
you how you deal with me. It's really fair, guys.
So my point is, like, instead of us, is in instead of us saying this is what we do better, not only South Africans, but uh, all of us, instead of saying this is what we do and this is what we've done and we're better at, why can't we, maybe use this platform to discuss our problems and the way forward? That's
No,
just
no,
my
no. I
just
don't.
that's
I
my
don't. I
thinking.
don't discuss. No, no. Listen, mate, I don't discuss the problems of my country with people who got their own problems, but who just want to share my country. We all got problems here. We don't have to come in egos
Dying
and isolate
kilos,
some problems.
dying kilos,
That's my point.
dying
I'm not
kilos.
gonna come in and try to make people
Shut
be
up,
happy
Lozi.
at the expense of my country and my people. I know you got problems, but I ain't gonna come here and try to appeal to people that I don't even know that they've got worse problems than us. Why don't they
Shout
discuss
out
their
to you.
problems as well?
Just
You know?
Lozi.
Dying kilos. The man we debate, no, ke clever black, no. Ke clever black, no. O goga lebitso la rona mo
No,
bathong.
yeah. So I hear what you're saying, but I think we should go. We should like we should be mature about it. Obviously, people like Kaizo, enjoy trolling us,
Let's
and
start our
everyone
own
likes
panel.
ganging up.
Let's start our own panel where we can have South Africans engaged in our problems.
Dying
That is fine.
kilos.
But here, it's
Dying
not
That's
about
not
kilos.
South
gonna work, Lozi. That's not gonna work unless you're on the ground. But I know you're under the ground because
Guys,
the
you know,
problem is,
sometimes you talk,
there's
but
a
I don't hate you, brother. Just
That's a
make
terrible
peace
idea
with me.
because if you have people who all agree on something, you're
no,
not getting anywhere.
no.
It's
Yeah,
like
exactly. Right, Lozi.
No,
Go
but
ahead,
on
brother.
this panel, it's about bashing South Africa. It's never about people even discussing the problems of their countries.
But Lozi,
Everything
don't you have
about
that guy? What's his name?
Lozi, we too
something
kwetsagala, we too
saying,
kwetsagala.
what is
Radi
it
wa
gonna
itse
happen?
for batho ba, wa itse batho ba dula ba re drega ne. A fetsa, wa tla
I'm
yi o
needed
validate dilo
who
tse ba
who
tlholo ba
goes
di
hands
bua. Wa ntlhaloganya o validate dilo tse
Yeah,
ba
yeah,
tlholo ba di
that was a
bua.
good move. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, o robile pelo ka ntlha e entseng.
Let's we don't do that, brother. brother. You know, we must be on code. We still the same people.
No. Speak the truth, man. You don't have to be on code because sometimes, you see, if everyone is on code, what will happen is there's never any
You
growth.
make good points. I agree, but certain things we should leave them among
Let me
ourselves.
tell you
So
guys
that
something about the Russian military. That's exactly almost what you guys are talking about, being on code. One of the biggest things military analysts were saying that in Russia, their military, they follow one simple code. Like they're not allowed to change. So for example, let's say you're a pilot going to bomb something. You may not be allowed to change that. You have to do exactly what was planned. Now, if you guys are going to behave like that, it's bad idea because it means bad ideas just get amplified. We
hey, brother,
Africans,
all your countries have got problems, but you're not sitting
we're
here
not using
discussing
it
them. So
against you.
don't even go there. All
No,
your
but we're
countries
not
Well,
have
using it
problems.
against you.
look, Juicy,
We're
why
not
do you think these African countries are not trying to solve their problems? All African
because
countries.
they're
Yeah,
not on
but
code.
we're not sitting here and discussing them, guys. Let's be honest. Most of the times
No, wait,
we
but you're
focus too
not.
much on South
This
Africa.
is a
And
problem
that's
for
what I don't like.
everyone. You understand? Each African
So
country, you
let's
go
all
to their
break down the
No,
parliament,
but
problems of
no, no,
their
our
no.
own.
Wait,
politicians. They're
Lozi,
trying to solve their
wait,
problems.
Kafaro, but Lozi does raise a good point. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. A lot of Africans like to deflect from what's going on in their own country. They'll be like, "Oh, it's not that bad," and
No,
it's
no,
like
no. This
they're running away
who are those Africans? Who are those Africans? People
from.
in charge say,
We
listen,
don't need
listen.
to
I
mention
think
any names right now.
listen. We just want to judge people who are not even involved in decision making in your country. This is just on YouTube trolling.
No, but
Go
I'm
to people. Listen. People who are in charge of making decision in your various African countries. If they're actually not doing that, trying to make their country better, then we hold them accountable. Not because you're Ghanaian you're responsible for. You're not a politician. There's nothing you can do. So all this is just like YouTube talk. So you can't say these people are not trying to fix their own country. They are.
I never said
We're
that. I
talking
said
about
they don't
migration.
address the issues in their own country. There's a
We're
difference.
Right.
talking about migration, and South Africa has the biggest problem with migration. So that's
Wait,
why.
No, it
is
was
that a
about
Kenyan?
all African country. It was not just about South Africa. It
But the
was like
biggest
Wait,
problem is in South Africa. That's why we're talking
but
about
B,
it.
are you that dusty Kenyan? Which tribe are you? Are you Kikuyu?
Nah,
Which one?
wewe nini shida yako? What's your
Shida yangu
problem?
kuna niambie, weni kabila gani? Weni Mkikuyu, si ndio?
Nah, vibration.
Gani, okay, Kamba, okay, Kikuyu na gani ingine, niambie.
Mimi si Mkikuyu kwanza, mimi ni timu Rao man, timu baba.
Chimbaba. Oh, okay. Mimi napenda watu wa baba. Sasa mbona uko na shida na mimi? Si wa
that
familia yangu wengi ni wa baba.
fake Swahili Kezo.
I'm not a
Hapana.
Luo,
Okay.
but I don't have a problem with you.
Weni Mluya?
Mimi ni Mkamba.
Okay, si mimi napenda Wakamba. Wakamba ndio watu wako na ropes.
Numbers, bro. Just
So,
change.
the point is usini dharau juu mimi najua Wakenya wanipendi.
Shout out to Kaiser. I thought
I
you're Dusty
really
Black
don't have a
British.
problem with you.
Na
You
mimi
still
najua
have
yeah, so
yeah.
tunafaa kuwa pamoja, you know. Kama wewe si Mkikuyu, Kamba iko sawa.
Tupo
Kikuyu tu ndio kuna
Pamoja,
shida.
Okay,
Yeah,
guys.
pamoja.
Hey,
Yeah.
Kaizo. The
He's not a
panel.
dusty black British anymore. At least he's got some Africanness in him.
No, he doesn't. So
Nah, I don't.
the panel's over, man. So we're gonna go from left to right, downwards with closing statement.
Let me go first. This is the thing. African Union has failed us. African Union is not helping Africa to unite as it should be. So we're gonna create a new African Union and we're gonna unite Africans. And this new African Union and this new Pan Africanism is called the Pan African Alliance. So I want everyone to be part of Pan African Alliance in your various countries and let's move from there. Thank you.
Thanks. Next would be Ratty.
Okay, guys, I watched a clip from Jordan Peterson, and he was talking about Japan, saying that Japan doesn't have any resources. They don't have gold like we do. They don't have minerals like we do. They don't have oil like Nigeria does. They don't have all these things that are expected to make a country rich. But what they do is that they are honest, right? When their government says that they're going to do something, they literally are going to do that thing. So he then further went on to say that Japan's greatest resource is honesty, and that's actually a resource. So maybe instead of us wanting to discover gold and discover all these other resources, maybe maybe we should be honest with ourselves. Maybe our government and government officials should be honest with ourselves. I think that's the way that we that's the only way that we can end corruption and improve our lives as Africans, if we were more honest. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Bushland, did you have anything to say?
I think the discussion today was kind of productive, and all we need is more, or then we need to come together, by the way, and create networks and work together for greater benefit of everyone. That's all.
Okay, and Kaizo, sorry, no. Milk, did you have anything to add?
So what I just want to say is that we're gonna all be here bashing South Africa and saying this and that about South Africa, like the rest of Africa is perfect. The truth is, it's not really. Everybody has their own problems, and I believe in staying in your own country and fixing it. That's why you'll see massive riots in South Africa and so on. So, what I can say is, immigration sometimes is not the right solution. Going up to Europe, if you're going to Europe, who's gonna fix your country? You're gonna keep talking about Africa not developing, but who's supposed to do it if you're leaving? That's all I gotta say.
Okay, that was Alvin. Yeah, Milk Millie, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, all I wanted to say was I think South Africans think that we're attacking them, but we're not attacking you. Our ideas that we share with you, like, we're not saying you have to implement. You don't need to implement anything. See that we're all Africans and we're just trying to discuss our issues, right? It's there's no reason for you guys shouldn't think we are attacking you. Nobody's attacking you. That's all I'm saying.
St. James. Okay. Who's in between St. James? Robbie already went. Habibi, you could go.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
No, we cannot hear you.
Yeah,
Right.
look.
Go ahead.
Okay, Kazel. Look, I just came to say, if you're on cat, stay off streets. Like, it's pretty clear to see you're an asocial human being, bro. Like, you're embarrassing yourself on streets. No disrespect. How can you come here and cry and bitch and moan about your channel getting blocked when you come and make an embarrassment out of yourself every time you're on drugs? Like, you literally called the South Africans covered like 5-6 times here. Now, if they went and reported your channel and got it cancelled once and for all, you'll be crying again. Bro, grow up for fucking sake. You're 30 years old, for fuck's sake. AM, you can take the stream.
I thought you was 25.
Who's next? St. James, are you there? Going once, going twice. Bullet.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. You know what? What I want to say, like, I was really disappointed from my brother Radi. This is the problem with clever blacks you find in South Africa. You know, these people when they go to Europe or Asia, after they see the beauty there, somehow their minds are no longer working. You understand?
Hello, can you
I
guys hear
don't
me?
I don't know how do you compare an African country to a developed country, because currently we have problems. Africa has problems, and then we have never ever said we are better than other Africans. AM, we are always on your channel. We have never said that, but then somehow Someone who went for a few months to South Korea comes here and says that we are better than other Africans. You know, I don't feel safe in South Africa. We have our problems. And it wasn't even what the things that he was talking about, they were not even part of the topic today. You understand? It's really an embarrassment. If he wanted to tell us how beautiful is South Korea, there are no potholes, there's no load shedding, you know, crime is low there. He could
He's
have
trying
made
to
it
push us
live.
to vote DA. He wants us
Yeah,
voting DA.
he could have made a life there and went and told us how it is beautiful in his own channel. You understand? If we want to talk about the problems of South Africa, we can make a channel for that. What he was saying, he really disappointed me.
Yeah, I think it disappointed a lot of actual struggle fighters to actually come here and really believe that all of what's happening here is just because of black hands and not realize the amount of sacrifice, the amount of people that actually died and be like, oh, it's all your fault and whatnot. So we're living in a country where a president, right, who's my clan, who's Venda, remember, I'm really bashing my own clan in a way. He has $4 million under his mattress out of nowhere. And not one of the international markets is talking about it. This guy would just have to accept that he just has money under his mattress and he was gonna remove corruption. Remember that's the lie you educated blacks were told. He's gonna remove corruption and make things a better place, and it is because of state capture your ESCOM is not working. But the state capture people, in fact, Kokom himself was saying that no, I was removed on purpose here because the people that are really, I'll say, try and are owning this country, the Europeans, the Glencores, and all the international companies, they threatened my life. They saw that I was removing load shedding. There was no load shedding between Coco's term, the quote unquote state capture term. But now, when the people were quote unquote here to fix and make things better, the load shedding is back. And yet the other party, right? The other, oh, the ANC is ruining everything. The ANC is the problem. They can't control any of the state-owned enterprise. It's funny how their solution is let's sell all our state-owned enterprise into the private sector. Don't you find that weird a little bit, Bullet? Their solution is not let us run it so that it's well and it can provide for people. No, let's sell it to the Johan Ruberts of this planet, and now things are gonna get better. But that's where all of this is heading to. My man, ready. Listen, man, don't live off media. Most of what's happening in this country, I'm telling you, one thing for sure, it's European influenced. I used to think,
He
but
knows.
it's highly European. You cannot be blind to what's happening. Man. I'm telling you, even the whole nuclear thing and what these people will bounce sanctions on us. The main reason we don't do a lot of extreme things is
Man,
because
let's not talk about sanctions, man. I just came here to say a few things and
hey,
then leave.
I'm about to finish. I'm about to finish. We have
All right.
neighboring countries depend on us. Zimbabwe right now can't even play in the global markets. They need, if South Africa, they'll be a dead country, right? They will really be a dead country because they really sanctioned them for taking back their land. You can't tell me there's no white. They sanction them for not from whites or something, from taking back their own fucking land, bruh.
And South Africans
Clearly,
didn't help Zimbabwe.
you know what I mean, my man. I'm busy talking. We're not done yet. So clearly, that they're trying to send a message to us Southern Africans that if you ever try to play outside the role at any level of defense you do, we will punish you by full force. So I'm just saying we can act blind and whatnot, but let's just look at the picture as what it is. There's clearly bigger pictures that are going on us here.
Listen.
Wait,
I'm
guys,
saying,
No, wait, can I
let him
interject?
finish.
Wait, can I
No,
interject?
no, 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 no. Let him finish and then you can interject. He's
Can I
not
please give
done.
my closing remarks? I didn't. Can I please? I just want to say 5 minutes.
People wait until people
All
are
right.
done
Thank
their
you.
closing
Look,
remarks. Mr.
look.
Musanda. No, 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 no. Mr. Musanda, are you finished?
Why? But they just keep
done.
talking forever.
Okay, go ahead, Judah.
All right. Thank you. Look. I came out here because Wadi, from South Africa who lives in Korea, came and speak some truth. This is the thing about Africans. Africans should learn to speak truth. Even in Cameroon that I speak, there's a lot of things that are happening in Cameroon, right? That is affecting everybody.
There's problems everywhere. We know that, but people should learn to speak some truth. The same time, there's a South African person that says every African people should stay on in their country and they shouldn't travel to any other African countries. This is the thing. We have South African companies from MTN to supermarkets. They travel and create companies in other African countries. If you want your South African companies to to not create companies in other African countries, keep them in your countries. We don't need them because these people are making, when they make money in Nigeria or in other African countries, they send it back to your South African and they develop your country with it. That's a fact. So you cannot stop. If you want to stop people from traveling into your country, also fight for your companies in South Africa from stop investing in other African countries because we really don't need them.
Yes.
Now let me. Can I finish? Can I please finish? This is the thing. This is the thing. If you want to stay African, stay African. If you want to stay South African, stay South African. Because we Africans, or those of us that call ourselves Africans, and we see blacks as the same people. If you don't want to, be with us, we don't want you anyway. Stay in your little friends that you call South Africa and claim it and kiss the white. Continue to let the white man kiss your ass, and that's it. But thanks.
All right,
Okay,
there's
can I?
only two more people. Wait one
Sure.
second. So it's Roddy and
African.
St. James. That's it. It's only Roddy and St. James. No. Roddy,
Yes.
go ahead.
So the South African brother made a very good point. He said that the international community sanctioned Zimbabweans for taking their own land, and that if we South Africans were to follow the same route, we would also be sanctioned and end up like Zimbabwe. But I want to point to something, right? Ever since Russia invaded Ukraine, the whole world basically put Russia, the whole world basically sanctioned Russia. They did the same as they did to Zimbabwe. But Russia didn't fall. Russia didn't fall. And Russia in fact is thriving. Look at the value of their currency compared uh, to the time that to the time before they were sanctioned. Their currency is now stronger, and they aren't bending backwards for anyone. Okay, so if we South Africans are afraid of being sanctioned by the international community, and Russia was sanctioned, and they are thriving, what does that say? Is South Africa really as powerful as we think it is? It's not. It's not. South Africa is not powerful as we think it is. You understand? So that's the one thing that we need to accept. We are not as powerful as we think we are. We may be slightly better than your Nigeria and your Egypt and your Kenya, but in the overall scheme of things, we are the same. That's what I'm trying to say. We aren't special at all. That's the point that I would like to drive.
Russia is not thriving, but okay, you can say whatever you want to.
Yeah, Kaizo's gonna be live. You guys could talk over there, or you can talk after the live is ended. St. James, did you have something to say? Okay. Thanks everybody for calling. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye.